congratulations going out to Chris Evans. He just leveled up from superhero to super dad.
Aww.
The Avengers star and his wife, Portuguese actress Alba Baptista, quietly welcomed their first child.
We had a baby.
TMZ says the baby girl named Alma Grace Baptista Evans arrived last Friday in Chris's home state of Massachusetts. The couple who tied the knot in a private Cape Cod ceremony in 2023 have kept their relationship mostly under wraps since first being linked in 2022. He keeps things pretty quiet.
He does. If you're going to get a gift for this newborn, what would be an obvious gift to give this little baby?
You know what I think? Oh, go ahead.
Baby version of a shield.
Yeah, I was going to say a binky that looks like the shield. Captain America shield,
right.
Which would be perfect. So the fans have been speculating since the summer after Alba's dad said in a Father's Day tweet thread from a fan side for Evan said, "Your turn is coming." And it turns out he knew exactly what was up. So congratulations, man. Like that guy. Kim Kardashian says she's doing fine after she revealed a health scare that had fans worried. The fashion mogul spoke on Good Morning America about her shocking, quote, little aneurysm diagnosis during a pre-nuvo scan leading to more tests to Cedars-Sinai. She kept mum about the details, telling viewers to just tune in next week.
Of course.
But she promises everything works out. So,
I mean, you're teasing every element of your life as something for the show.
Yeah.
Tune in next week to find out about my aneurysm. And in the week after, I take a huge dump.
Kim first shared the news in a Kardashian Season 7 preview where she told her family that there was a little aneurysm prompting visible concern.
That sounds like a kid's character. Little aneurysm.
Doctors reportedly linked it to just stress, which tracks given her whirlwind schedule of law school exams, co-parenting, and a post-divorce life. Her takeaway from the ordeal was health is wealth, and you just have to be careful with everything that you do.
She's very wise.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the word aneurysm is scary, but the reality is that a lot of people are out there living with them that have no idea. I have one, you know what I mean? I keep an eye on it.
And
tune in next week, and I'll tell you all about it.
Gosh, yeah. Use it as clickbait.
Yeah.
Does the aneurysm in any way cause the ocular migraines that you get?
I don't know. I don't know, actually.
Are aneurysms only in the brain?
No. Okay. You can have an aortic aneurysm. And, it's really only, the aneurysm is, when you hear about aneurysm, it's usually like a burst aneurysm, and that's bad, right? So, like, when it gets big enough, then you really have to, that's when you really have to take action,
How would you describe an aneurysm?
Think of like
an anu
tube.
Think of like a tube, and then like a little bubble that comes off of that tube,
right?
And that's that, So, and when that bubble, gets to be over a certain size, that's when you really have to go. Okay, do we need to
do something with this?
Yeah. Hey, how did you find out you had it? Was it an MRI?
I had this bizarre headache. Yeah. The only way I can sort of describe it, because it didn't last long, right? But it went up my neck, up my spine, up to the back of my head, and then went around my head like a halo.
And part of your brain was poking out of your ear.
And it was weird like that.
Yeah,
right? I was like, what is that coming out of my ear? I was like, oh,
it's my brain. I must have an aneurysm.
And it lasted, I wouldn't, maybe 10 seconds at most.
But you got on it?
I got on it. I went to, I called Dr. Mike. I'm like, hey, this is weird. This just happened. He goes, get to the ER now.
Who's this?
Absolutely. Got to handle that stuff right away. It's a cautionary tale from Casey Boy. All right, after scrapping his last project, Quentin Tarantino is getting out of the director's chair. Tarantino is set to star in the feature film Only What We Carry, marking his biggest on-screen role since From Dusk to Dawn in 1996. Jamie Adams' French set drama, which just recently wrapped, is described as a mediation on love, loss, and the quiet courage it takes to move forward.
Are there any kaiju?
Not that I know of. Simon Pegg and Sophia Boutella will star alongside Tarantino, along with actors Charlotte Gainsborough and Liam Hellman. Singer Lizzie McAlpine will also make her feature film debut in the movie.
I like that Lizzie McAlpine.
Yeah, and I like that Sophia Boutella.
Pegg is set to play Julian Johns, a once formidable instructor whose former student, Charlotte Levant, returns home to face the ghosts of her past.
Ooh, the scary.
And Tarantino will play John Percy, an old friend of Julian's whose sudden arrival stirs long-buried truths.
I love Tarantino. I think he's one of the greatest directors of our time. He is not a great actor.
I agree.
He shows up in his movies, and I don't blame him for putting himself in his own movies. Go for it. It's your movie. Do whatever you want. But I don't know.
Do you know
it's just me
really
being subjective about it, but stick to the director's chair.
Do you know where you really see that is in Pulp Fiction?
Oh, yeah.
He is very precious of his own lines.
Yeah.
And it just comes across weird. He's actually okay in From Dusk Till Dawn because he's playing a mentally unhinged person.
I thought he was particularly not that great in Django Unchained.
Yeah.
He's a bad Australian accent.
Yeah.
Very bad Australian accent.
Yeah, that's not a knife.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the guy's brilliant.
Yeah.
So the news comes after Quentin, who lives in Israel with his wife, Daniela Pick, and their 2 children, which I didn't know that.
I did not know that.
Reside in Israel. He planned his 10th and final film to be The Movie Critic, but then ended up ditching the project after determining that it was too similar to Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Following his change of heart, he was reportedly heading back to the drawing board to determine his final movie, and has long said that he plans to retire after making 10 movies. So that one's scrapped.
Yeah. I don't like this. Though they are doing the David Fincher is directing the sequel to Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, which I guess Tarantino wrote the screenplay for.
Okay.
I assume. I don't know. So it follows Brad Pitt's character.
Yep. All right, so in a new Harper's Bazaar interview, Cynthia Erivo opened up about self-expression and beauty. The Wicked star, who shaves her head by herself, says that it's all about being herself. She said, "This is what I want to look like. I love a heel. I love a nail. I love a jaw. I love a bald head.
I love a heel. I love a nail. I love a jaw.
And I love a good outfit." And you love a bald head.
I
You
love
have
a bald head.
Yeah.
And I do it myself, by the way, Cynthia.
She said she loves a good outfit. So she just likes the way she looks with the bald head.
I'm thinking, hearing her and what she had to say, I think I could have been in Wicked.
Yeah, maybe, possibly.
I could have been.
Yeah. I like her with a bald head. I'm trying to think of
Me?
I'm trying to think of Steve right now.
With a bald head?
I think works for her.
I don't mind a close crop, shaved down low, but completely skin bare. Not a look I really personally attracts me or anything like that. I don't think it's ugly or anything like that. No, I'm talking about
What are
a
you
woman.
saying? No, Preston, do you remember Pierce's Kambata in the original Star Trek movie?
Yeah.
She looked great.
She's a beautiful woman.
Yeah, beautiful woman.
Yeah.
You have to have that as well.
Yeah.
And I am a beautiful woman.
Erivo explained that her style is a form of self-expression and added, "If it's the only thing I put into this world, that everyone's individual beauty is worth seeing and experience, then I'm happy." She also emphasized that people should only make changes for themselves and not for others. So that's what she does. She does it for her. She likes the way it looks, and that's the way she likes to present herself. So good on her.
I've been rocking the bald head for a long time, and I love it. And to be honest, things like headphone hair, or things like my hair doesn't quite look right today.
Yeah.
I never have to deal with that. Right?
Yeah.
And that is a big plus.
And honestly, like I wear a hat every day, so I don't have to brush my hair.
Do you know what my shampoo is? Bar soap.
Okay, so you use bar soap.
Yeah.
Like a good Dove, like a moisturizing bar
That's
soap?
moisturizer.
Okay.
I'm not a barbarian.
Press, I want to go back one story. You had mentioned Lizzie McAlpine. She's a singer, not a
thought she was
dancer.
a dancer.
But I just found out she went to Lower Merion.
What?
She graduated from Lower Merion in 2018.
Why am I just hearing about this?
Yeah. Why am I just hearing about this?
She like a big famous singer, pop singer or something? I'm not aware.
I don't want to say that. I don't want to say that she's a big famous singer. I know who she is. She's got a song that shows up in my regular rotation on my playlist and stuff. So and I was turned on to her through my daughter. So
all right.
She went to the Berkeley College in Boston.
Wow. Okay. So got to be a very talented musician.
That's in Massachusetts.
That is.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
In the
Capital.
United States of America. All right. Well, we continue to hear nightmare stories about how children and women have been treated in Hollywood, especially when they're just starting out. And in a conversation with Variety recently, Sydney Sweeney tells the story of how she was advised to fix her face. A casting director advised her to get Botox. She had very strong eyebrow muscles, and I had someone tell me to fix my face or else I'm not going to make it. I should get Botox. And she was 16 at the time.
You got to do something about those eyebrow muscles.
And it's not like this was decades ago when those attitudes were prevalent. This happened in 2013. So.
I was hearing there's an actress that I was unfamiliar with, but she was speaking about this exact thing and about going in for auditions and what these Harvey Weinstein predatory producers would say about her, tell her to do things that are just outlandish to say to anyone.
Yeah.
And here's the thing too, like here's the weird thing. Some of those improvements might be, properly suggested
For the movie, yes.
but and some people might take that advice and it works for them. And other people might ignore that advice, and it was the right decision. You know what I mean? You just never freaking know. I know.
We're going to have to do something about those eyebrow muscles.
And 16.
Yeah.
Come on.
So when I was just working for you guys, and I was just offered the position of quote-unquote morning show assistant, my suggestion, my advice was to go to another smaller market and cut my teeth there.
Okay.
And I was like... So you want me to leave the top 5 market in the United States to go somewhere else? I was like, that I think is horrible, terrible advice.
Yeah, and cutting my teeth would hurt.
Can I ask who gave you that advice?
He wore a fedora.
Oh, my God.
Well, there you go.
Oh, my God.
He's now...
Anyway. That's all we need.
Well, you see how it worked out for him. All right, so... Speak.
Who's the douchebag in the fedora?
This is all inside stuff. Sorry about that. All right, so back to Sydney Sweeney. She is revving up for adventure with Fast and Furious mastermind Justin Lin in a new spin on the 1964 French classic The Man from Rio. The project, now in development at Apple Original Films, has Lin set to direct and produce, while Sweeney will star and executive produce.
She's perfect for this because the female lead in that movie has incredibly strong eyebrow muscles.
The original flick was a cheeky James Bond spoofs packed with heists, hidden treasures, and wild chases through the Amazon.
There's a scene where she does a deadlift with her eyebrow muscles, and that's a pivotal point in the movie.
The French film starred Jean-Paul Belmondo, Francois Dorléac, and Jean Servais. And Sweeney's got her schedule packed with her newest film, Christie, which is hitting soon, and The Housemaid in December, and Euphoria Season 3 next spring, by the way.
I mean, I watched the movie Christie, about the boxer we had in the, Christy Martin we had in the studio. She works, man. She works hard.
She was at the Dodgers game last night. They put her up on TV for a hot second, and she brought her service dog to the game, a little Pomeranian or something. Yeah, she was sitting in a suite.
Okay.
But they showed her smiling face on TV, and the Dodgers lost.
By the way, in this article, it says her newest film, Christie, is hitting TIFF soon.
It's the...
What?
You got it?
No, I don't.
Toronto International Film
Thank you.
Festival.
Okay. I thought it was maybe, I don't know.
A new streaming service?
LOL.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Something that...
FOMO.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But, exactly. All right, so... what the hell time is it? Oh, my God, it's 7 o'clock. I don't know.
LOL.
So, shut up, man. Come on.
Tonight at 7 o'clock. Tonight at 7 o'clock.
SDF. So, Sir Anthony Hopkins and his wife, Stella Arroyev, recently extended an olive branch to their estranged daughter, Abigail Hopkins, and they were ignored.
Oh,
Stella! As a result, the legendary actor says he's moving on. He said, not a word of response, so I think, okay, fine. I wish her well, but I am not going to waste blood over that.
I'm moving on up to the east side.
He said, if you want to waste your life being in resentment, fine, go ahead.
Well, I can see that, but, I think you should always keep swinging at it. This is his own child.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To give some context to the situation, Abigail gave an interview back in 2006 where she said she rarely saw her dad when she was growing up. She said, I would see him, but maybe once a year. There was a little bit of sadness, but I have to get on with my life, she said at the time. And it has always been like that. See him and then not. Then when I was 16, there was some sort of row. Abigail is the daughter of Hopkins and his first wife, Petronella Barker. So sounds like that's over.
It's interesting because Kelsey Grammer, do you have this story, Preston? You might have this story.
I know he has an 8th child.
Yeah, just a dad at 70 again. But he talks, he's open about the fact that early on, he was not a good dad to
He's a jerk.
to the children. Yeah, he was, and that was a big problem.
Yep.
And so he's trying to make amends. The onus is not on the kids. I mean, they can try to work towards it, but if he was the one who was derelict in his duties,
Right.
he's got to do everything.
And I know you'd say take a swing at it and keep going,
Yeah.
but I'm also of the belief that if you've tried enough times,
Right.
there's a point where you got to stop beating yourself up and just let it go.
I think if he could get the kid on a hand truck with a mask on, just make them listen.
All right, listen to this. Flavor Flav, legendary hype man for Public Enemy, is now serving in a similar capacity for the U.S. Olympic bobsled skeleton teams. In a series of Instagram posts, the hip-hop icon is seen visiting the team and actually taking part in both bobsledding and skeleton runs. Flav will be an official sponsor and hype man for the USA bobsled skeleton team on the road to the 2026 Winter Olympic Games in Milano Cortina, Italy.
Question has to be this. At the speeds that the bobsleds go, don't those bones just go flying everywhere?
They're not actual skeletons.
Yeah, the skeleton is that's a scary one. That
Yeah,
is
it
just
is.
basically a luge going forward.
Head first and face down. Yeah.
Face down, ass
it
up.
looks super cool, though.
Yep.
It really does, because I think, your view must be amazing.
Yeah. So he is the hype guy.
As you rocket to your death.
I have not watched this video yet, but it's got to be scary and awesome all at the same time when you're doing something.
Well, isn't that
like
the world he came from, bobsledding?
I think so. I think that's where his origin before the world of hip hop.
And the problem was that big clock kept getting caught.
Yep.
Hey, this is a really sweet story. So the cast of Married with Children are reuniting for a good cause. The hit series that ran from April 1987 to June 1997, of course, centered on the Bundy family, played by Ed O'Neill, Katie Seagal, Christine Applegate, and David Faustino. And all four are set together on stage at Los Angeles' Wiltern Theater on January 28th to reminisce about their time on the sitcom, or behind-the-scenes stories, memories, and more. And the live event will serve as a benefit for the Race to Erase MS organization.
Oh, that's nice.
Of course, Christina Applegate was forced into retirement in 2023 after her MS diagnosis.
So I remember the juggernaut that was Married with Children
was
and
great.
all the controversy and all that stuff. I was never a massive fan. I enjoyed it. I know people who just lived for that show.
Are they going to bring in side characters like Ted McGinley and Amanda Beers?
I have to believe that as this is going to get closer to the event, Ted McGinley's got to be on board.
I mean,
and
Matt LeBlanc was on the last couple of seasons before Friends launched, and because he was one of Kelly's boyfriends, and he showed up all the time. He played like a dumber version of Joey Tribbiani on Married with Children.
Do you remember the spinoff they did? They attempted a spinoff with Joseph Bologna and Matt LeBlanc. And I mean,
Married with Children?
It made Married with Children look like 60 Minutes.
No.
I mean, it was just unbelievably bad.
No, I never saw that. So they're getting back together, and tickets are available at Ticketmaster.com if you want to take a trip and go see that. Should be a pretty cool event. All right, and then one last thing. Kids Bop is heading to theaters for the first time with Kids Bop Live, the concert movie, running January 2nd through the 5th.
Is that... Why do I think that's something that's much older? Has Kids Bop been around for a long time?
I mean, they put out a new album, it seems like every year. It's just,
right.
it's
mostly thrash metal, correct?
Usually.
Yeah.
I always found it weird when they would cover a song that had,
Questionable lyrics?
and, sexual undertones and stuff like that.
Why don't we do it in the road?
Listen, Chaperone was a huge artist last year. Did they do any of the Chaperone stuff? Because she
Pony,
goes, knee deep in the passenger seat while you're eating. Boop.
Yeah.
Or
Did they do that?
I don't know, but I just know that they had done I want to say it was like a Bruno Mars song.
What you singing, kids?
When did that, Nick, you pulled up the information.
Yeah.
When did that officially start?
2001.
2001.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So they're doing this. It was filmed at the Honda Center in Anaheim, and the movie captures the energy of the group's 2025 tour, featuring performances of hits like APT and Pink Pony Club.
There's that Chaperone right there.
Yeah.
The release there's that Chapel Road.
There's that Chaperone.
There goes that newsman.
The release will kick off Kids Bop 25th anniversary next year. The Kids Bop president, Sasha Junk, said, I know.
Come on.
Says in a statement that the movie will let even more kids and families sing and dance along with us. All right, we got some clips to play, people. When one disappearance exposes a web of deceit, turns out a small-town mystery is in a relentless chase for the truth in Down Cemetery Road. In this clip, Emma Thompson talks about what pulled her into the project.
I look for dialogue, accuracy, and originality. A lot of scripts will come through and everyone sounds the same. But in really good writing, everyone has their own way of talking, as they do in real life. You know, there's not one sound. So that's the first thing I look for.
Down Cemetery Road premieres today. You'll find that on Apple TV+.
Wow, did not expect that from her.
Next clip. The morning show exposes the power struggles, secrets, and scandals that fuel the world of live television. Here, Reese Witherspoon explains the mindset that her character has when everything is grounded and stable.
She starts chasing a story again. And sometimes I just want to scream at her. Snap out of it. Just enjoy your calm life. But she always wants to pursue a story because she has that sense of justice.
Yeah. New episodes of The Morning Show are on today on Apple TV if you are a fan. And there you go. That's what I have in entertainment for you this morning. All right, we got a lot of things taking place. I'm going to reiterate this announcement that we made yesterday. I'd shared the information at the beginning of our show today. I'm going to hit this again as people are headed into school this morning. We're going to high school, and you've got a great drum line at your school. We are looking to populate our Camp Out for Hunger with some performances from great drum lines. We think it'll just be a nice audio addition and a live aspect where we just try and throw as much as we can out there to people who come out for the Camp Out for Hunger. So it's Monday, November 10th through Friday, November 14th, and we're just going to need 5 high school drum lines. And if you would like to apply for this, yes, we're going to have to, if we have more than 5, we're going to have to
We have to make sure,
pick and choose.
Yeah.
You can text the word drum to 610-660-9333. We'll send you the link, and we'll see if you can come out and be a part of this whole thing. So if you could, share that information with somebody who might have a little bit of influence or involvement in the drum line at your local high school, and we'll see if they make their way out.
So we're pulling out all the stops to make this big. If your AV squad does something, let us know.
If your AV squad does
with the
something?
film strip projectors and all that old equipment, bring it out.
All right, not really.
No.
But so we'll take a break. We'll come back in a second. We got a lot to get to today. We have some guests joining us this morning. We're going live on Fox Good Day, so stick around. We'll be back in a sec.
It was just ridiculous.
Well, that's the old Scottish thing, right? You know, when you come to my house,
Yes.
ring the doorbell with your elbow because
are.
you're going to be bringing something.
Right.
Yes.
Wow.
Now, when they put a Wendy's up across the street from her work, she splurged one time in 22 years, and we went to lunch because they had the salad bar.
The super bar at Wendy's.
God, man.
That's funny.
It was disgusting. It was just like, oh, my God, how can you eat this every freaking day? How?
Right.
I just, oh.
I think it becomes psychological.
Eleanor, after work ended, did she switch it up a little bit?
Not really. They were pretty stringent because she went on Weight Watchers like when it first started out, and she ate liver, on Wednesdays. She had, fish on Fridays. Blah blah. It was like this. It was like the same schedule all the time.
Okay.
I hated eating at home. I used to always call my friend like, does your mom have stovetop stuffing? I'm coming. I had to go.
That's when you're like, I'm going to live high on the hog. I'm going to have stovetop stuffing.
Right.
Oh, yeah. It's like Larry's mom had liver, too. I'm out of here. Yeah, it was gross.
All right. Thanks, Eleanor. Oh, my God. That's funny. All right. Let's go to Tina, who had a ritual. Hi, Tina. Good morning.
Good morning. Oh, my gosh. I'm so excited. I'm such a fan.
Oh, thank you, Tina. Is this your first time on with us?
This is my first time on, and this is crazy because my husband was on last week. He was a GM for Wawa, and he called.
I remember.
Talking about the batteries.
He
That's
gave
right.
us very usable information.
And that's so funny. So it's like 2 for 1.
All right. So what have you been eating, and how long have you been eating it?
So for about 15 years, I've been eating Quaker oatmeal, the instant cups. And it does, I think, go to I'm an elementary school teacher, and for years I was a cereal eater, and we have 4 kids, so there's not enough time in the morning to eat a bowl of cereal. So it was like, oh, this is quick and easy. I'll throw the little oatmeal cup in, and that's what I've been doing now. Every day, my students love it. They laugh. Sometimes they'll come in and be like, "Oh my gosh, it smells like syrup. Were you having, maple and brown sugar?" Or they'll try to guess, like, based on the sense of the room. But it's totally a teacher. I think it's a teacher thing.
I think you're right. Yeah, I love oatmeal in the morning, and I used to do instant oatmeal for the first 6 or 7 years in radio. That do the same thing, and I had my same bowl that I'd use, clean it out, and that another ritual.
14 years without deviation, though. That's 15 years, you said.
Yes, well, our oldest is 14. So, yes, I would say about 15 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right,
yeah.
nice.
Oh, my gosh, I love you guys.
Oh, thank you, Tina. Thanks for coming on. We're so happy you called in. I wonder, if you have a regular eating habit like that, and it's just for decades that's going on, that if you were to change it up, if it would mess with your system at all.
Yes.
I remember, I'm sorry to interrupt, Steve,
yeah.
but when Casey, when you went vegetarian for a while, maybe this is a different animal.
Yeah.
And then you had a hamburger, and didn't you throw up right after that?
So there was probably a little bit of hangover involved in that throw up as well.
I didn't know that.
It wasn't just the meat.
It wasn't, no. So it was.
What the hell is in that hamburger?
It was graduation weekend, and my friend had worked at a not a convenience store, but a fast food chain. Brought a whole bag of stuff, and I went to town. And I was really, really hungover that day, and I ate it, and I ended up throwing up out the window of my room.
If you do consistently take in a type of food at a certain time, you can jar your system. And I used to do it when I was like doing a lot more like powerlifting and stuff like that. I'm going to have this now, and it's going to rock my system.
Yeah.
It's just to flush your system, sort of, and your body goes, "What the hell is this?"
Right.
And it does happen.
I will go to Jeremy. There's a term here I've never heard before that he wants to use. Hi, Jeremy. You're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning,
Good morning, buddy. All right, so this is your wife who has a regular, everyday thing to eat.
Yeah.
Okay, what is it?
For easily over 5 years, she wakes up, has a bowl of cereal, which has to be Cheerios.
Okay.
And then at lunch, she has road tuna. That's what she calls it.
Road tuna. Okay,
she keeps it in her car. It's just like a package of 5 crackers and tuna.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what time of year. She keeps that in her car, which is gross.
Yes, summertime.
Tuna in the car?
Yeah.
So does she use the cans or the packs of tuna?
So it comes in one big, in a little pack. It has 5 crackers in a package, and then a little tiny can of tuna.
Oh, a little can of tuna. Okay, all right, road tuna.
I dig this the packs, and they have buffalo.
Yeah, they have a bunch of different flavors.
I love those.
You can get like Italian or lemon and pepper.
Man, they're good.
Interesting, Jeremy.
Road tuna, I love that.
I'm not familiar. That could be a band name, Road Tuna. I'll consider that. Thank you. Let's go to Joe. Hi, Joe. Good morning, sir. Gadzooks, my man. All right, so there's something that you've ritualistically eaten for years, right?
So I wasn't completely honest on the phone
okay.
because I was trying to embarrass by it. But hearing other people, I guess I'll admit it. I've been eating cheese pizza for 30 years.
30 years.
So I'm 36. It started when I was in kindergarten. That's all I would eat for lunch. And the kids knew me as Pizza Joe. So,
oh, my God.
If anybody's listening, Pizza Joe still eats
Pizza Joe's still around.
Pizza Joe.
And he's still eating pizza. So this is every day without fail.
So I obviously I work now. I just eat pizza in my car. There's probably nobody has seen me not eat pizza. I'm a large man.
You're a large man. All right, Joe, are you?
I know I need to stop. I tried to stop and literally had like panic attacks from I need my pizza. Like,
oh my God!
It's been your friend since kindergarten.
Okay. All right, couple of questions here, Joe. Does it matter where you get the pizza from? Who makes it?
No, just as long as there's cheese, no topping.
Okay. Does it bother you that you have this kind of this compulsion, this chain to eat only cheese pizza?
It did, and then everything else in the world. I just went, you know what? I'm eating pizza and living life.
Yeah. Do you still like it?
Yeah, but
wait, Joe, do you still like it as much as you always have?
Yeah, sometimes I'm eating it though, and I'm just looking like, what the hell am I doing?
Okay, all right, interesting.
Pizza's the one thing I can see, like, it's always good. And even when it's not that good, it's still pretty good, as they say. So pizza, and also the different types of pizza. But you said 30 some odd years, Joe?
36 years. Yeah.
36 years.
Well, no, I guess that wouldn't be right because I started at 6 and I'm 36.
Okay, so about.
Listen, and I'm really going to recommend this. If this really bothers you, you need to touch out. You need to reach out to Dr. Rosenpenis, Dr. Rosenberg. Sorry, Rosenbaum. I always said.
We're so used to penis.
We are used to penis.
Our hypnotist, and maybe he can help you out.
Maybe. If I could do a quick story. When I was in school, the cafeteria, would have pizza. So on the card one day, it said pizza was for lunch. So I didn't bring my pizza in, and it wasn't pizza that day. It was like hot dogs.
Oh, no.
Oh.
What happened?
This was 6th grade, so I broke down crying. And you'd think like kids would make fun of me, but they were like super supportive kids. They were like, well, yeah, it's Pizza Joe. You didn't get pizza for Pizza Joe?
They knew you as Pizza Joe, and they rallied. Kids who can be very cool rallied to your support.
So I literally just ate the hot dog buns.
Oh, my God.
The closest thing to pizza
With
you can get.
ketchup on them.
Joe, I feel terrible for you, man. That's actually a little bit traumatizing.
Yeah, I have to talk to a hypnotist.
Hey, hang on, though. Wouldn't it be wild if Dr. Rosenpenis, though, changes it to calzones every day?
Right.
But Joe, like a different version of pizza.
Joe, do you only eat pizza? That's all you eat?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. That's all.
Okay, so besides the lunch meal, your dinner
is pizza too?
If I go out to somebody offers me out to dinner or something, I will stomach something else, but I'll get the smallest portion because I don't want to eat it.
Okay,
Oh
all right.
This is like going back to being a parent and not letting your kid have pizza and chicken nuggets and making them eat their vegetables.
I mean, I love my parents, but that's literally what it was I was a picky eater, and they said, well, here's pizza and cheese, and it's just been that for years.
I know the parents will sometimes, and you're advised to sort of acquiesce. And maybe, guys, you have kids, I don't. But like I said, my neighbor over in Manayunk, her daughter ate Go-Gurt and chicken nuggets.
Yeah, you can't force stuff on kids.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, if it tastes bad, it tastes bad to them, By the way, Joe, Marissa wrote down this question. Are pizza Lunchables acceptable?
That's disgusting. Get out of here.
It's an aberration. I love the story of Pizza Joe.
I feel a little bad for you, bud.
Yeah.
Hang on a second here, Nick.
Joe, I mean, do you feel like you're missing out? Because pizza is wonderful. There's no doubt about it. But there's a lot of other great foods out there.
Yeah, I guess I am missing out.
Let me. For you, Joe, there are so many different types of pizza and ways to prepare pizza that you could kind of exist in that realm if you were to perhaps throw some chicken on it now and then, just for a little bit more protein and stuff like that. So
transition that way.
You've never varied the menu, and toppings are a no-go for you, right?
No, I don't like the toppings.
Okay.
On it. It honestly will make me gag.
Wow. Okay.
I assume does tomatoes have vitamin C in it? Because otherwise he's going to have scurvy, man. I mean,
surprisingly, pizza is actually fairly good nutrition-wise. It's actually fairly good.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Joe. That's a really interesting story. Thanks for sharing with us. All right.
All right.
And from here on out, we'll know you as Pizza Joe. There's no other.
All right.
Pizza. Wouldn't you love to see from Touchstone Pizza Joe?
Pizza Joe.
Yeah.
A heartwarming story that starts off kind of tragic. I could see that. Yeah.
Eat your pizza, or they'll all laugh at you.
Oh no.
Tomatoes have vitamin C and potassium.
Okay. Well, there you go. So he's getting his nutrients. Okay.
I mean,
God, he would take him over to Lorenzo's.
Protein from cheese. Oh, I'm sure, dude. Joe's probably, if he knows Lorenzo's, if he's eating nothing but cheese pizza, I would imagine. All right, well, listen, thank you for your calls. Thank you for those of you who are on hold. I apologize I didn't get a chance to get to you, but quite interesting.
Yeah.
The calls that we got. And you know what? Let's give away Philly Pretzel Factory.
Yeah.
Gift cards. On the heels of that food conversation, I have a $25 gift card. And we'll take caller number 18 at 215-263-WMLR. The big game needs some big snacks. No game day is complete without a party tray from Philly Pretzel Factory. If you're hosting or heading to a party, order your
May I just mention something quickly, Preston?
Yeah.
Ken from Mr. Contractor is doing all the wonderful work at my house right now. He sent over to the station yesterday from Lockle's Bakery a whole bunch of Preston and Stephen WMMR-related cookies, and they did a great job. The presentation was terrific, and I just wanted to thank them on the air.
Of course, absolutely. And I want to mention also that today's the last day for the BirdBot pop-up shop. So if you have not had your chance to grab a BirdBot pullover hoodie or the koozies, or of course the ones we're highlighting, the green and white striped custom bib overalls, it's a limited time and today's the end of the limit. So make sure you go to the Rock Shop. You go to WMMR.com and buy your BirdBot merch before you miss out on it. Like we said, great gift for Birds fans. They'll have this down the road. You can give them to them at Christmas when the season's still going on. And they'll be delighted with all the stuff that we have.
You can see BirdBot in person tomorrow night, too, Preston.
Where are you going to be?
I'm going to be out and about at Harrigan's Pub in Hatboro, PA, 1051 County Line Road, 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. The Bud Light kickoff, which is a lot of fun. We're going to have tickets for the Eagles game, as Casey pointed out yesterday, the Black Friday game against the Bears. That's November 28th. So 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. tomorrow night, Hatboro. It's Harrigan's Pub, and BirdBot will be there, and you can win those Eagles tickets.
And I believe that's HARRIGAN.
Apostrophe S.
All right. Marissa has sent over something to us. And Marissa, what's the story behind this?
Something just made me laugh hysterically. And sometimes there's a sound, and I like to share it with you guys. And we haven't done a mystery sound in a really long time.
All right.
So I want you to play this, and you will not have to spend too long guessing, but I just want to see if it makes you guys laugh as much.
We need to guess what this is.
Okay. All right.
I feel like the last time you did this was when you cut your tongue ring out.
Personally, the last time I brought you one, and that was
a long time ago.
17 years ago.
Easily.
Oh my God. 15 years ago.
Easily.
All right.
All right. Well, let's play this and see if we can identify what this is. I have no idea what we're about to experience. Here we go. Wow. What? Someone's screaming.
Was that the removal of your nether regions piercing?
That has never been pierced.
Wow.
It reminds me of something. I don't think it's what it reminds me of. Can I hear it again?
Yes. Do I hear a little bit of laughing in the background?
Yes, and that is a second person.
Okay.
I love the scream. It's one we need to hold on
That's
to.
a good one.
Yeah, it's really good.
It reminds me of the Kevin McAllister scream in Home Alone, but it's not that.
No, it reminds me of the scream in Galaxy Quest. Sam
Rockwell
when they arrive on the alien ship,
right?
And there's a pause, and it sounds like that, but that's not it either. Well, there's somebody laughing in the background.
They come in as their squid, and he looks and he's just standing there, just lets out that scream. Yeah.
Marissa, can we ask a question?
Sure.
Do we know this person?
No, it also, I can give you a hint. It is nothing in popular, Hollywood culture.
Is this indeed from a sound clip from a movie or a TV show?
No, nothing in Hollywood popular culture.
Wow,
So
okay.
you caught this.
We don't know who this is.
All right.
We don't, we wouldn't know it from a movie or TV show.
Is that somebody we know screaming?
Do we know the person?
No.
Okay.
Okay, wow.
Do we even have any chance of guessing who or what this is?
None. That's why I'm like, do I let this keep going, or is it just...
So we have no chance. You gave us a mystery sound that we have no chance of guessing.
You lunatic.
What it is.
I wanted to see if it would make you laugh as much as it made me laugh, and obviously it has, because you guys are enjoying it.
I like it.
Well, I mean, I'm not laughing because I don't have any context to it, so...
I think once you see the context, it'll make you giggle.
Then that'll do it.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Sam is going to play the video.
Okay.
There is a new trend. It is a parrot screaming as his owner cuts into a cake that looks like him.
Oh my God, we're looking at the video.
That's a parrot screaming?
That is a parrot screaming. Casey, I have sent you now over a montage of different animals, a lot of them parrots, one cat, screaming as their owner cuts into a cake that looks exactly like them.
So while I find this funny, it's also kind of terrifying that this animal thinks that there is some kind of an autopsy going on to one of their loved ones, and they're freaking out. So this is it. Do the original sound again real quick, Case. All right, hang on a second. Reset it, please.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Oh my God.
So that's a bird.
Blood curdling.
Listen to the vocal quality though of that, and
the human quality.
You have the guttural human sound in there. You know.
There's no way I ever would have thought that was a bird. I put a gun to my head. I thought that would be a person.
And Preston, I'm going to have to side with you. This is it is funny. There's no two ways about it. But it's particularly cruel because
I feel bad.
These cakes look spot on.
Yeah, it's if you've ever seen though, is it cake?
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Right.
one of those things. It's like that. They look hyper realistic. And there's one where this woman is cutting into the bird's head, and the entire head falls off, and the bird's freaking out. All right, let me play a couple more of these. This might be the original one. Yeah. All right, and then you'll hear the owner.
I promise it's not you.
Here we go.
She's a criminal.
She's a criminal.
Oh, so the bird can talk too. Okay, hang on.
It's just a cake. Calm down. Oh my gosh, no.
Wow.
Do you think you can reason with the? Oh, it's just a cake.
Yeah.
It's an artificial. It was part of a thing for my content.
Yes.
Oh, I understand.
Yeah.
Oh, I get it now.
I had to make $5 from Facebook this month.
Yeah.
I don't understand what you mean by that.
Sometimes people will put things up and you make a couple dollars from Meta if you are in there and you can make money on your videos. But there's not much money to be made.
Oh, okay, yeah. So you put up content as well, or what? How did you make the money?
She kills birds.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
So yeah, this is these things look real.
And again, in the one case, Preston, it's a dead ringer for the bird that is live, standing there looking at it be vivisected.
Poor thing.
Thanks for humoring
I get
me,
it. It
guys.
was a joke.
It is funny, Marissa, though.
It is. I love the scream.
That's
Okay.
keeper.
Yeah.
I'd like a parrot.
All right. You would like? Do you think
I
you'd be
would.
a good
Yeah.
parent,
I don't
daddy?
know.
Or a
No,
good parent,
Do you
daddy?
know what?
Do your kids want a parrot? Because if you get one, your kids are getting it too.
Exactly.
Yeah. Forever and ever.
I'll tell you this: they're great. I've had a couple friends who've had them, but they are a ton of work.
Yeah.
You had one. You had a cockatiel.
At a cockatiel.
Cockatiel?
Yeah. So, but the bigger ones. If you've ever been to somebody's house who has a large bird, it takes up a big chunk of real estate. It's a mess you constantly have to clean up. They're beautiful animals, absolutely stunningly beautiful, and they
Loud
can
as
be very
hell.
personal too.
Yeah.
I mean, they can be very affectionate and everything. But okay, so now we're looking at a variety of cat videos of them cutting up cats in front of cats. This is terrible, man.
So you know what I do? I would do like the person's wife or child and do the same thing with the replica cake. See how they like it.
Oh my God. All right. Well, anyhow, thank you, Marissa. Thank you for sharing. So I saw this article, which I thought was kind of interesting. It's an analysis of Google search data for 2025, and it reveals the most mispronounced words for each and every state.
The most mispronounced words for each and every state.
Yeah, and I'm trying to figure out.
Is it obvious for Pennsylvania?
I mean,
Philadelphia.
No, I mean, there's not really.
Okay.
It's I think it's someone's name.
Oh,
Johan Duran.
Oh, the closer for the Phillies.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, so I didn't know how to pronounce it when he first got traded here. He came from Minnesota, and it's spelled with a J, and there's an accent on one of the second letters in his last name, so it is a little difficult to pronounce. But once you got it, you got it.
do you know what I'd say?
But I had to look it up.
Acme.
Yeah.
Acme is it's often pronounced as if there's a second A in it.
Yeah, this is a little bit more.
Oh, all right.
These words are way more difficult.
I see.
So like Oklahoma, it's win, spelled Nguyen.
My last name.
Right.
All right, yeah,
Like
last
Steve
name.
Wynn.
Yeah. So these aren't all names. New Jersey's most difficult word to pronounce is primeval.
Oh.
What did I say?
I don't know. It doesn't explain how people say it, but apparently it's mispronounced. Regularly.
But Johan Duran. It's not Duran, right? It's Duran.
I don't know.
That's his teammates after a win. Yeah, that's in the locker room.
So in this pronunciation, Casey, I have the phonetics here. It has the accent on the Ron part, Duran.
Duran.
Not Duran.
It says duh. Duran.
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 Yeah.
So it's not Duran.
Apparently not. In Delaware, it is the color mauve.
Mauve.
M-A-U-V-E.
And then there's mauve.
Yeah.
Not mauve.
No, I guess so.
Some people mispronounce it, yeah.
Mauve. So I'll give you some of the lists. I'll go down. These are in alphabetical order, but I don't have to go through every single state. But Alaska, the most difficult word for them to pronounce is Worcestershire.
Yes. That's a tough one for a lot of people.
Yes. And it's actually, the word Worcester, W-O-R-C-E-S-T-E-R. I know there's Worcester, Maine.
Yeah.
Or not, Worcester, Massachusetts. But I don't know where they get Worcester from out of that spelling.
I think that's like an English city, and if I'm not mistaken, I believe in England it is pronounced Worcester. And then for whatever reason,
no kidding,
when it came here, yeah, there's so many of those like Irish towns and English towns and Welsh towns that ended up also being names of places in the U.S. and they sometimes change the pronunciation when they get Americanized.
All right, there's one here I'm looking at for Connecticut. I've never seen this word in my life.
Spell it out.
S-F-O-G-L-I-T-E-L-L-E.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a tough one.
Do it again, please.
S-F-O-G-L-I-A-T-E-L-L-E.
I had no idea either. It's a pastry.
Okay.
Oh, I like it.
I have no idea how to pronounce it, though.
It's pronounced, according to the phonetics, it is pronounced Sfolaitel. Sfolaitel.
That's a horrible name for something you want people to order at a restaurant. How's your sfolaitel?
Well, that would end up in The Sopranos, and Carmela Soprano would pronounce it like Pagliatel. You know how it became gabagool and all the Italian American pronunciations of Italian American foods. They would do the same thing for this.
So it originates in the Campania region of Italy, and it means a smaller, tiny, thin layer of a pastry.
Hey, here's an interesting one. In Illinois, the most difficult or the most mispronounced word is Yingling.
Yingling.
Yeah.
Huh.
I wonder how often Illinois is mispronounced.
Y-U-E-N-G-L-I-N-G. Yeah, how many people say Illinois?
Yeah.
Or Des Moines?
I saw like a newscaster saying Illinois.
Really?
Yeah.
That's your boy's favorite beer, right?
Man, my buddy Steve used to drive, so he lives in St. Louis, but he would, like once every couple months, would drive to Indiana.
Wow.
To get Yingling.
How far west is Yingling available?
It's available everywhere now.
Oh, is it? Okay.
But for a time, up until, I don't know, 6 or 7 years ago, it didn't distribute out that far out to the west. And so
he would go on a trip.
He would come and visit here, and he fell in love with the beer when he came to visit me, and he would go and buy 5-6 cases at a time. But he would have to drive to Indiana to do it.
Have you ever taken him to the brewery?
Mm-hmm. No, but I need to.
Yeah, he'd love it.
I've not been to Pottsville in a long time. It's a bit of a haul. It's a bit of a drive, but I should take him out to the brewery.
Yeah.
It's pretty damn cool, man.
It is.
They actually have the cave system where they store stuff.
By the way, just real quick, getting back to that pastry, that Italian pastry in The Sopranos would be Schratwieser. That's how Carmela Soprano would say it.
All right. Let me go to Daniela because Danielle wanted to pronounce it. Hi, Danielle. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Danielle?
Hi, guys. Cool. Not much. I was just calling because it's one of my favorite pastries in the world. Okay. It is like rows and rows of ribbon, and it's usually shaped sort of like a clamshell.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, they said like a lobster tail, they said.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, not a lobster.
Okay.
It's more like a seashell shape.
Okay.
And how do you pronounce it?
Svoyatel.
Svoyatel.
Svoyatel. Yeah.
It almost sounds Russian.
So in this one, it has a L-Y-A, like there's a pronounced L in this, but this may be,
Do you ever notice that there's some words with clusters of letters that, you don't say that part. Like, why did you put them in there anyway?
Oh, I know.
The spelling makes absolutely no sense.
Do you say the T in that word as a hard T or a D, like Schroyadel or Schroyatel?
With a T.
With a T, okay.
All right. And where do you get these? What type of pastry shop can you pick those up? Italian, I guess?
Believe it or not, Wegmans has them, and they have little mini ones. They're stuffed with sort of like a regatta cheese filling, so it doesn't taste quite like a cannoli filling, but
Regatta. Sorry.
Come on.
Regatta.
Regatta. Sorry.
Regatta.
Right.
Hey, all right. Do you think they can make one that looks like an photorealistic parrot?
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Marissa?
Danielle, I do want to let her know that if you go to Isgro's or Termini's and you ask for a lobster tail, this is what you get.
Okay. All right. So there's the lobster tail part of that. Okay. Gotcha. All right. What else is on here of mispronounced words? Oh, one of my favorite ones, and you guys I had a very embarrassing moment on the air with it, is the dog dachshund. We had a dog. This is back at Y100, way back when. And
You're reading copy.
We had a dog specialist on, and it had breeds and their different aspects. And I said something, hey, man, I go, what about a Dachshund? And the guy goes, I've never heard of that type of dog before. I'm like, well, it's right here. It's spelled Dachshund. And they're like, oh, a dachshund. And it was like, I had that moment. I had that today years old moment. I'm like, I had no idea that's how you spell that word.
Well, what you can take with you is you had a dog expert on the air in real time who thought, dear God, there's a dog breed I don't know.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
But that was one of those words I never, you remember Wink Martindale had that moment on Tic-Tac-Toe where he said orangutan.
Oh.
He had never seen the word orangutan written out before.
Right.
Orangutan is what he said.
Right.
And so it's if you've never seen it spelled out for whatever reason, doesn't make any sense.
And also when you're reading stuff live on the air quite often and you something gets put in front of you, how often do you encounter an orangutan in a story?
Hang on. We're going back to that, whatever that pastry. I'm not even going to try and say it. The pastry. George is going to correct Danielle a little bit here. Hey, George, you're on the air. Good morning, bud.
Good morning, guys. Listen, I live in the middle of South Philadelphia for 35 years. I live next to Varallo's Bakery. What I'm trying to tell you is between them and my father-in-law drove for Termini's for 25 years.
Okay.
So I've eaten a few. So I've been around a few Sfoyadels in my life.
Sfoyadel.
And it's not with a T. It's spelled weird, but it's spelled like it said. Sfoyadel.
Sfoyadel.
So you use a D in there, not a T.
If you walk into an Italian pastry shop, just like I do 3 times a week, and you say, can I have 3 Sfoyadels with extra powdered sugar? They know exactly what you're talking about.
Okay.
You will love them. They're made with ricotta cheese inside of a flaky pastry.
We're looking at it being made, George. It looks pretty friggin' awesome.
They are. You can't even imagine that when you're starting to eat them. They got to be 1,000 calories a piece.
Do me a favor.
It's a creature food.
I know.
And it's just insane.
Do me a favor and say it one more time so I can make sure we have it.
It's called the Sfoyadel.
Sfoyadel. All right.
Yes.
I love
you
it.
ask for that and you have them anywhere, you'll love it. Get them ones over there or Termini's, they're banging.
All right.
Have a great day.
Thanks, George. Appreciate it, brother.
I bet you
now I'm
bakery
hungry,
won't
man.
bring one
Jesus,
over
they
here
look
right
good.
now.
You bet they won't bring one over right now?
If you don't say it right, I'm going to stick an olive fork in your nutsack.
Okay, so a couple of other mispronounced words. There's a lot on here that I'm not familiar with. Macabre is Nevada's most difficult word
Some
to say.
people say macabre.
Yeah, macabre.
I just think of
Macabre.
Jackie Bam Bam. He was doing a commercial for some movie or something like that, but he pronounced it right. And I guarantee you, he called like 3,000 people and be like, how do you say this?
Is this the macabre hotline?
Bolognese is one that people say. I told you that the reason I say it that way now is because I listened to Stanley Tucci's audiobook of his last book about food, and he says Bolognese.
I don't have to worry about it because I never order it anyway. So
I do. I love spaghetti
love it.
bolognese. Yeah.
I don't know. I just don't care for
So
it.
I'll tell you what. That is
Meat
my
sauce.
test meal at an Italian restaurant because it's kind of a basic thing to make.
Yeah.
And I figure if they're going to really show a lot of love to a basic dish like that, I can get a little more adventurous.
Steve, I always order the Dachshund.
The
when I
Dachshund.
go.
How's your Dachshund?
Yeah, could I
And do you
try
have
something?
photorealistic parrot cakes?
So let me see. Man, there's so many on here. Chamomile is Kentucky's most difficult word. Kansas has difficulty with Louvre, which obviously is in the news right now.
There is another Louvre in Kansas. They opened it up.
You guys ever heard of Punchki?
No.
It's spelled Paczki. I don't even know what that is. That sounds like that might be a food or a last name. Paczki. If you could look that up.
Is it possible that's an irritation?
It could be.
Yeah.
I wouldn't doubt it.
It's a Polish food.
Okay.
Polish donuts, another pastry.
Wow.
Yeah. Now I want a Polish donut.
That's apparently pronounced punchki.
I want the punchki.
My little punchki, come over here.
Is my little punchki there? I come over, I tweak your little cheeks.
They are very popular in Milwaukee.
Okay.
Punchki.
Yes.
Yes. I like it, the punchki.
Here's another one, Ifa, spelled Aoife.
That is the sound of a queef.
Ifa.
Here, what's that?
Ifa.
I think that this became a name, and when you, Preston, had the list of most popular names, newer, more popular names, this is an Irish one, and for whatever reason, it ended up on the list, so people are probably Googling how to say it, because they think it's a cool sounding name or a cool spelling name, and so they want to name their kid it, and then they have to figure out how to pronounce it. It is an Irish mythological name.
Were they Googling it? Oh, man, I messed that one up.
That was so close. Wait. Do it again. Do it again.
Googling it?
Yeah, they were. They were Googling it.
You tried, man.
That was so good.
I just love it. You got me. Damn it.
Yeah,
Damn it.
Son of a bitch.
We had a producer. I screwed that up. I'm so stupid.
There's just too many syllables.
Hang on. I got an Italian bakery owner on the line. We're going back to that. All right, so we're going to go to Vince, who is joining us now. Yo, Vince, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Gadzooks.
Gadzooks to you. Okay, jump in on this, man. What do you want to tell us?
Listen, Italian, 110%, born and raised in Italy. I own a bakery.
Okay.
And this is a common thing in our bakery, how you say sfogliatella.
See, now you said this is the third different pronunciation we've heard of this. Okay. Sfogliatella?
Sfogliatella, spell Sfogliatella. Sfogliatella.
Sfogliatella.
There you go. So there is a New Jersey way of saying. There's a New York way of saying. It's kind of like ricotta, regat. That's the way they're saying with the slang. And it's more like the old Italian people that living here in the country, the second, third generation, that they use that kind of a slang.
Vince,
the real term is sfogliatella.
For bolognese, is it bolognese? Which one?
Bolognese.
Yeah, bolognese. Like yays in there, bolognese.
And even there is a different, there are people that confusing bolognese with a meat sauce. Like if you go into an Italian restaurant and you order a meat sauce, it's not your bolognese. Bolognese has carrots and onions inside.
Okay.
Such a wine. The meat sauce is just regular marinara sauce with the meat inside, with the ground beef or pork, whatever you like.
Okay.
Vince, where in Italy are you from?
I'm south of Salerno. The name of the town is called San Marco di Castellabate.
Hey, you can listen to Vince talk for hours.
I know.
So Vince, when somebody comes in and if they order a sfogliatella, you'll know they're from a certain region, I guess. Then, right?
So yeah, sfogliatella is typical for Naples. There are two ways to do it. There is a riccia and there is the lobster tail. The lobster tail, as they call over here, it's a little bit longer and has the pastry cream on top of that. Sfogliatella has just like ricotta cheese, has a piece of candy fruit inside, and has a little bit of cinnamon flavors in that, and with the powdered sugars on top.
What's the name of your bakery, Vince?
It's called Sweet Melissa.
Sweet Melissa, like the Allman Brothers song?
Yes, sir. That's my
There we
wife's
go.
name. It's Melissa, and
You can't get more Italian than the Allman Brothers.
And where are you?
in Middletown, Delaware.
In Middletown, Delaware. That's
awesome.
Wonderful. All right. Well, thank you, man. We appreciate the call. And
you folks like a good rock and roll?
Vince, thank you, man. We do have to take a break, unfortunately, but thanks for calling in, bud. We appreciate it.
Thank you. You guys have a good day.
Sweet Melissa. How about that? I love it.
And it's funny because I almost played this song today because that's the name of the hurricane that's tearing through the Caribbean.
That's
right now.
true.
Seems a little too pretty for a deadly hurricane.
All right. Do we have to break immediately?
Immediately.
Okay. We have to.
We can't even play a song.
All right. We
were going to play Sweet Melissa.
All right.
too.
Well, we're not going to do that now. We got to take a break because we're going on Fox Good Day. So we'll do that. But anyhow, thank you for all the Italian check-ins. That was very, very cool. We appreciate that.
Yeah.
All right. We're going to take a break. Come back in just a second. So make sure you stay with us. PretzelFactory.com today. So let's take care of you. Give us a call right now. We'll be back. And Bizarre Files on the way. behind the wheel.
It is unclear how much the hacker
I
demanded.
thought this might be kind of nice to examine a little bit and maybe open this up to you, since you are most likely on the way into work this morning, to let us know something about what you do that everybody needs to know. And to give you an example, there's a lot of good ones on this list, and I'll lead with this one. This is what you and the people that work in your industry understand, but the people who don't work in your industry probably need to know.
I love stuff like this.
This first one is from emergency room workers. It says emergency rooms are not first come, first serve business. We triage you for a reason, and you cannot cut the line in front of somebody with a more serious complaint just because you got here first. And listen, I have been in that situation where you sit in the emergency room for eternity, and you're like, I got here before them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Just because his head was cut off?
Right.
Wow.
But you may not know what's going on with that
You don't
person, and they need to get in there.
We went into it was a CHOP emergency room. It wasn't down in the city. It was actually the one out in King of Prussia, and it was a 3-hour wait. And as we were sitting there, it was when Jace. I think we talked about it. You guys remember? Jace got poison ivy, and it was like spreading on his body. I was like watching it spread. It was everywhere. So we walked in, and they were like, "Okay, it's going to be a 3-hour wait." And then I went back up, and I'm like, his eyes were swollen. I'm like, it's all over. Like, how do we not know it's in his throat? And they were like, okay, come on back. Like, I think the second I thought, I mentioned, like, could it affect the breathing or whatever?
Right.
And we went right back. But I remember, like, the poor other kids in the waiting room, like, looking at when I walked out, I'm like, they're probably like, these freaking people. Like, they went right back. But she's like, we have to check them to make sure.
Should have walked out and
it's
said, say it's affecting your breathing.
Yeah. Say it's affecting your breathing.
So feel free to call and let us know. Here's another example. An airport worker, and this says, yes, your flight is in fact delayed due to weather. Yes, I also understand it's a gorgeous day here and at your destination airport. What you don't understand is that the airplane is coming from New York, and they had weather there. So, while it might seem like, why isn't this? Come on, there's a reason for it. By the way, 215-263-WMMR, the number.
I also want the things we're told that aren't necessarily true. The way they manage, the way they manage and meet our expectations.
What about when Marissa and I flew back from Chicago, and they were like,
oh, right.
We don't know where your pilot is.
Yes.
Oh,
shouldn't you at least have a general idea? Is he in the States?
Yeah. If you need us, we'll be at the bar.
And that's where you find the pilot.
Here's another one from a photographer. It says, no, I can't grab your iPhone and take a picture to match my best studio works, even if it's the most recent model of an iPhone. Also, yes, I do charge money just to take a picture.
That's great.
There was, here's Nick. This will speak to you and Andrea because she's an artist, your girlfriend. This one, and I sent you a chain of emails from people who are trying to get free stuff from artists. It says, this one says, pencils are expensive. Prints are expensive. Proper paper is expensive, and it takes a lot of time to do a painting. So no, I can't give it to you for free for exposure. Yeah. Because that's thing people beg artists, look, I'll post it on social media. I'll plug this, and so on and so on. And they want free stuff from artists all the time.
Artists of all types too. I mean, musicians, painters, sculptors, whatever. It doesn't matter. It's like, we'll put it out there. We'll give you exposure, and that's enough to pay you. Well, no, I need to get paid for my time and my work.
There's one time where that will hold water when they don't pay halftime performers at the Super Bowl.
Yes.
Because you're legitimately getting exposure.
If you're Snoop Dogg, it's cool.
All right, let me get some calls here. I'm going to go to Janet, who is an ER nurse. Hi, Janet. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Wonderful. Janet, what is it that people need to know about your line of work?
Just because they come in on a stretcher with an ambulance does not mean that they're automatically going to get a bed in the emergency room. They may still go out in the waiting room.
Okay. There were a couple of texts that came in saying that just because you take an ambulance doesn't mean that you're going to be seen before everyone else.
I think I would assume that if I came in, that they transported me in an ambulance, that they were going to get me right in.
Yeah. We've had patients that leave, go across the street, call an ambulance, and come in
because they think
they'll get a bed in the back.
Wow.
And they've been waiting in the waiting room.
My
And we'll
gosh.
recognize the name and be that. No, doesn't happen like that. You go to the bottom of the list, back out in the waiting room you go.
Wow.
So Janet, if to Kathy's point, if someone were to say, I think I'm having breathing problems, I mean, not that we're trying to have you betray the confidences, but would that accelerate their consideration?
It may, but
All
they also are triaged by a qualified nurse that is going to be able to decipher most times whether they're really having breathing problems
Right.
or they're faking it.
All right, Janet. Well, if you guys ever need help, I'm pretty good with the trach. And if you guys ever get
And
backed
you don't
up,
want to. You don't want to pretend that you have some kind of a symptom that you don't really have. It's just going to head you down a
shouldn't.
path.
I had them laugh in my face.
Surprise.
Yeah, when
I know.
I talked about
Thanks, Janet.
pregnancy pains, Preston.
Right?
Yeah.
Hang on a second. Let me go to. I have Mike, who is a police officer. Hey, Mike. Good morning.
Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks, buddy. What's up, man?
So we've all seen a police officer pull up to a light, a traffic light, without his lights on, turn his lights on, go through, turn his lights back off. And everybody assumes they're just abusing their power, driving through the light to get through the light. That's absolutely not true. That 100% of the time they're responding to a medium priority call.
Okay.
Where they don't need their lights for the entire response, but they don't have the time to wait at the traffic lights.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And by
what
the way,
medium
and speaking of that,
priority?
a
Yeah.
police officer is sitting in their car all day long.
Yeah.
Why would they pull up to a light and go, man, I got to get through this light right now? Come on!
Yeah. What's medium priority, officer?
Things like maybe domestic that's not in progress, a fight not in progress, or something like that, a verbal altercation,
Right.
things like that.
What about like a security alarm?
Those are most of the time are reduced speed calls where we don't use our lights. We get hundreds of those a week.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Yeah.
How often do you get the question of, do you have a quota for writing speeding tickets?
every day.
And do you have a quota?
That's absolutely illegal.
Right. All right.
Quota.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it, man. Take care. Thanks for the call.
That's a good one. I mean, we've all seen it, and I'm like, well, where's that cop going?
right. Yeah. What's that? Well, I want one of those.
Probably going someplace to write up quota tickets.
Here is a text says teachers work on average between 45 and 60 hours a week, depending on their position, but do not get paid overtime. We also don't get paid to not work over the summer. We get paid for 10 months, or we can choose to spread that out over 12 months, resulting in smaller but more frequent paychecks.
So how does that work? So they get one flat fee, and they can opt to take that summer break, or they can just get a continuous check at a lower rate of pay.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if your salary, let's just say, is $60,000, you can choose to get that paid over 10 months.
Or 12 months.
Or 12 months.
Can you choose to get it paid over 1 week?
All right, let me go to some other callers with your industry. This is what people in your industry know, but people who are not in your industry, you feel should know. I'm going to go to Chris, who is a mover. Hey, Chris, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. What's going on?
Yo, bud. Want to hear your story. What's up, bud?
Yeah, so being in the moving industry, every customer always assumes that they can see and know what fits through what doors and what walls.
Okay.
And pretty much every time I'm forced to carry whatever object up, and it never fits.
So everyone, and I think you're probably right, because I end up being sort of the furniture mule for a lot of friends, moving stuff, and you're exactly right. And you, over time, you build up a knowledge of, I can see this, I can see that, it's not going to work, but everyone still thinks, hey, at least give it a try, right?
Yeah, I guess.
No matter what it does to your back or whatever, just go for it.
All right, Chris. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Guys.
That's a hard-working gig right
Absolutely,
there.
man.
I will go next to Jake. Hey, Jake, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Gadzooks.
Gadzooks to you. Jake here, it says you're a music therapist.
Yes. So, I mean, honestly, I feel like a lot of people probably don't even know that that's a career.
Yeah.
The people that do sometimes assume that, like, oh, you make a playlist and put it on an iPod. That's pretty cool. No, that's not at all what I do. No, I go in with my guitar, or I got a piano. I work mainly now with children, and I'm working on communication goals. So it's a very real career that a lot of people probably just don't even know about.
Yep.
Wanted to give a little plug to it.
So do you, and so we have a friend of the show, he and his daughters, Michael and his daughters, Emma, and she is, she's using music as therapy, and it seems to be yielding incredible results. Do you find that, Jake?
Absolutely. The kids I work with now just absolutely come alive. Like some of these kids can't really talk or communicate otherwise, and music provides them with a way to express themselves and just have a great time and socialize with their friends, all that good stuff.
So we've often heard it said, and I've seen it in practice.
Thank you very much, Marissa. We got about a minute or so before we go on Fox Good Day. Remind you that we have a big freaking deal this week with Sahara Sam's Water Park. And you can buy one ticket and you get one free. That's how it works out. And you'll find them in West Berlin, New Jersey. Rain or shine, Sahara Sam's Indoor Water Park delivers nonstop tropical thrills all year round. So that means in the dead of winter.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
Walk around your bathing suit and enjoy yourself. So, you can get this deal now through Sunday and while supplies last. So it may be before Sunday. So you need to jump on this now. WMMR.com/deals. And that is we're already offering up these great holiday gifts ideas.
Look at us.
Look at this. The BirdBot, pop-up shop is wrapping up today for Birds fans. Obviously, you got to get that. So you can go to WMMR.com and check out the Rock Shop. But that is ending very, very soon. Today, in fact, it is the last day for that. All right, so in a little bit, we'll hear some music coming up that'll lead us into the Fox Good Day segment. We got the B-File coming up a little bit. Later on this morning, we're going to have Derrick Pitts from the Franklin Institute joining us because there's word that there may be an interstellar artifact, they call it.
Yes.
Coming into our area. We'll find out from him. But the music means we're going on Fox Good Day. Here we go.
Cranberry zombie. Hey, Preston and Steve, let's say there was a zombie apocalypse. A survey came out and said, which state would be the first to go?
No, the first to survive.
Oh, the state most likely to survive? Oh, well, okay. Great. But
you prefer go? We can do go.
Whatever way you want to go.
The more important survey part was which state would be the first to not survive.
Okay.
Because that's New Jersey. Alaska would be the one that most survived. When nobody lives in Alaska who's watching the show.
Right.
It's New Jersey, and Pennsylvania is number 3.
Wow.
So obviously high population areas, but there's a couple of questions that needs to be asked. Are we talking zombies? Are we talking a rage virus? Are we talking fast-running zombies? Are we talking idle, slow-walking zombies? I've thought this through. I would survive very well during a zombie apocalypse.
Well, who on the staff there at Preston and Steve show, who would be the first to go?
I would volunteer to be the first to go. I want out. No zombies. I want to be dead.
I would put my head between my legs and kiss my butt goodbye because I would have no hope.
I think I would be the longest lasting. Yeah.
Do you have like reinforced doors and 50 caliber machine guns, or what do you got?
So you take the original Night of the Living Dead. Had they have gone up to the roof?
Yeah.
Okay.
And they were actually right. The original Night of the Living Dead being in the basement. There's slow walking zombies. You can kind of slalom them. If you're dealing with fast running, you got a whole other set of things you got to deal with. But I'd still be able to work that out.
In the morning meeting, I predicted, bless you.
Excuse me, sorry.
I predicted that Steve would be the survivor.
Yes. Well, I spent an entire life watching zombie movies. I know how to do this.
Right.
Steve was in a zombie movie.
I was in the remake of The Night of the Living Dead, directed by Tom Savini. I was a flesh-eating zombie, and I was picking up pointers.
What?
Yep.
Yes.
And that's somewhere online if we
have to find
You can go find it. If you look at the scene where the truck explodes, the classic scene where they go to get gas in the truck and it explodes, there are a couple of flesh-eating zombies.
You're there?
I'm standing there with sort of like green pants on. They made me a golfer, I guess. Zombie. I'm hunched over. I had hair at the time, and I'm eating what was actually broiled chicken with blood all over it, Caro syrup, and I'm a flesh-eating zombie.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow, and it's broiled chicken. I love the movie tricks.
Yeah.
Yes, and they did, and the guy, the makeup guy, took all this stuff and just
I've learned
rammed it
so
up.
much.
Yeah, it's cool.
Wow.
Yeah, rammed it up.
Yeah.
We got to ram out of here.
All right.
So
we'll ram you guys later.
We got to go find that video.
Yep. All right. We'll see ya.
They didn't know they were working with an expert.
Guess not, right? Yeah. All right. I got some B-File stories, and we're going to share them right now. Here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Delco Trim Light. Visit delcotrimlight.com and you can schedule an estimate on installation of the coolest permanent programmable holiday lighting system around. So a New Jersey woman has pleaded guilty to the 4 a.m. torching of a man's home after he fell asleep inside and stood her up on a booty call.
Wow.
In a court hearing, Taja Russell copped to aggravated arson, and in a plea deal, prosecutors have agreed to recommend an 8-year prison term, of which Russell will be statutorily required to serve 80% of.
Would you consider that a little bit flattering if someone decided to burn your house down because you stood them up?
Yeah, I think so.
A little bit.
So Russell was indicted on 5 other charges, including attempted murder and aggravated assault. And as part of the plea deal, prosecutors will move to dismiss those counts when she is sentenced. Russell had traveled to the Woodbury home of victim Curtis Stokes, who told police that he invited the defendant to his residence to have sexual intercourse. Stokes added that Russell was, quote, a side chick with whom he had been having sex.
Is that a legal term?
The pair's pre-dawn communication had consisted of Russell texting Stokes hello, to which he romantically responded, bring ya ass. But by the time Russell arrived,
very poetic,
Stokes had fallen asleep and did not respond to her at the door. Incensed, Russell sent a text complaining that, quote, you wasted my money to come out here. Receiving no reply, Russell then texted a series of threats. You smoked, I see you want to die, and I swear to God, I hope you die. Russell then went to the Conoco gas station, purchased lighter fluid, matches, and a cigarette lighter. She returned to Stokes' home and set a fire outside the rear apartment's sole entrance and exit. Stokes told police he awoke to the smell of smoke and was unable to leave via the door as the fire was too intense. Stokes, who suffered first and second-degree burns, forcefully removed an entire window frame to escape. Wearing only a T-shirt covered head to toe in soot and ash, he ran to a nearby police headquarters to report the blaze. He was later treated at a local hospital for burns and smoke inhalation.
So I say this in the legal framework. She satisfied her part of the agreement by bringing that ass.
Yeah. So the criminal case against Russell has, for unknown reasons, dragged on for more than 6 years. This happened a while ago. During that period of time, Russell gave birth to a child who could be seen with her during one video court appearance. In Arizona, 2 suspects are on the loose after allegedly breaking into a popular restaurant. Around 10 a.m. on Saturday, police responded to a delayed burglary call at Mon Cher. The restaurant first went viral on social media for its iconic pink pasta and rose photo wall. Police said the burglary happened around 5:30 a.m. A man and a woman were seen on camera forcing their way into the restaurant before taking some items. The restaurant took to social media, asking followers if they recognized the 2 people. In the post, they said the man and the woman stole $450 of liquor and $450 liquor in the restaurant's host phone. Employees said the surveillance video from the incident showed the couple having sex on the restaurant's patio right before the break-in.
It's so romantic.
Employees who opened the restaurant Saturday morning noticed flowers scattered all over the floor, the cash register forced open, and a trash bar. They made the disturbing discovery when they reviewed the security footage. A server said, we pulled up the surveillance and we were disturbed. Who would do that? That's just gross.
It is gross.
We don't want that here, they said.
Do you think it's just natural that you're going to get horny if you're breaking into a place with someone?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Employees said that the suspects had sex inside a rose display that's a popular photo op. Customers who were snapping pictures inside the same display on Sunday found humor in the incident, but were also shocked.
Let's get it on in the ball pit.
Yeah. Caretakers looking after the stray dogs that are living around Chernobyl have made a startling discovery. Several of the animals have suddenly turned blue. The group, Dogs of Chernobyl, which cares for hundreds of dogs in the Ukrainian radioactive exclusion zone, shared a video showing packs of animals with patches and, in some cases, coats of bright blue fur, a fact that has left experts baffled. They said the team said, we are not exactly sure what's going on.
Are we on the genetic path to Smurfs?
It's possible. They said they were not blue last week. We do not know the reason, and we are attempting to catch them so that we can find out what is going on. Most likely, they're getting into some sort of chemical The organization provides the animals with food and medical attention each year. These dogs are the descendants of pets left behind when residents fled after the 1986 Chernobyl nuclear disaster, one of the most catastrophic nuclear accidents in history. Despite the alarming color, the organization reassures followers that the dogs appear to be very active and healthy. While the blue dogs remain a mystery, scientists have long been studying how animals around the Chernobyl site have adapted to extreme conditions.
It's fascinating.
In the absence of people, wildlife has flourished, despite lingering radiation levels around 6 times higher than what's considered safe for humans. Recent studies suggest that some of these animals have even evolved to survive the toxic environment. A 2024 study found that Chernobyl's dogs have developed unique genetic traits that make them unusually resilient to radiation, heavy metals, and pollution as well.
Preston, they say they have not found one dog in that area who is unable to type more than 70 words a minute. I mean, and that to me is mind-boggling. No, it's. I know you're perpetually fascinated by this area and everything around it, but this is kind of amazing.
Yeah. And then the final story I have for you, a man allegedly stabbed 2 teenagers with a metal fork and attempted to slap a crew member aboard a Lufthansa air flight from Chicago to Germany over the weekend, causing the plane to divert to Boston.
I shed rye bread.
A short way into Saturday's flight, just after the meal service, one of the victims, a 17-year-old boy, awoke to find the accused, his name is Praneeth Kumar Uesparali, standing over him in the middle seat. The Indian national allegedly stabbed the boy in the left collarbone area with a metal fork before stabbing a second boy who was also 17, who was seated beside him in the center row in the back of the head with the fork, causing a laceration.
Well, you're like attempting to kill these people.
As flight crew members attempted to subdue Uesparali, the authorities said that he formed an imaginary gun with his fingers and gestured that he was shooting himself in the mouth. The man then slapped the female passenger to his left and attempted to slap a flight crew member, charging documents state. The plane was in the air for about 2 hours before it landed early due to the incident. Uesparali was taken into custody at Boston Logan. He was charged with 1 count of assault with a dangerous weapon, faces 10 years in prison and a maximum fine of $250,000.
Imagine you're on that flight, dealing with that.
Dude just woke up and
Come
stabbing him with a fork. All right, there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, we will take a break. We'll come back in a moment. And if you have had a chance to see Mob War, Philadelphia versus the Mafia on Netflix, then you're in for a treat. We have 2 guys that are featured in the show that are going to be joining us here in the studio. If you haven't yet, you got to check it out. It's a wild story about the crime activity in the early 90s here in Philadelphia.
It's amazing.
And if you don't know the story, we'll come back and get it with those guys. So stay put. We'll be back in just a moment.
People who have a stutter, if they sing or if they use music, can get over that. Is there a similar process? Does that work as well with people on the spectrum?
Absolutely. It's like a way of kind of using meter to like regulate speech and all that kind of good stuff. It's just it's really, really cool. And my
awesome.
girlfriend's actually my girlfriend's a speech therapist, so we love to trade tricks back and forth.
Oh, very cool. Well, you do good work. You do noble work.
All right. Thank you, Jake. Appreciate it. All right.
Thanks,
so these are things you think people should know about your industry. I like this one. This says, I work in biomedical research. The most frustrating thing is that people seem to think that there's one cure for cancer and that the government or big pharma are hiding it. That is such an ignorant statement. Cancer is a collection of hundreds of diseases. Do you really think it is possible to have one cure for hundreds of diseases?
Do you know people who think that?
Why can't they find a cure for cancer? I mean, that's a standard phrase.
Yeah.
We also know
it goes on to say, hang on a second, Casey. It says, I work in biomedical. Oh, that's the same thing over and over. All right, go ahead, Casey.
So I was going to say, obviously we know that big pharma makes big money, and
there's some issues there.
But my brother is a chemist, and there is also a lot of wasted money, right? So my brother was researching and trying to come up with literally a cure for cancer, and they would spend months, if not years, on reactions, and then they would get to that final testing stage, and it turns out it didn't work. And everything that they did is scrapped, and they have to start from square one. And that is happening every day, all over the country. And so there's a lot of wasted money. And I don't want to say wasted money, but there's a lot of, wasted
you also
research.
have office parties and things that they require a lot too, like pizza parties.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, a cure for a cancer, right? A type of cancer.
Yeah.
Yes.
And have they cured cancers along the way? Are there ones that used to exist but don't any longer that they have cures for?
Like Dr. Mike says, we're living in amazing times right now.
So they
cancer
do?
treatment. Well, I mean, like he says, and Michael say, no one need ever die of thyroid cancer. No one need ever die of prostate cancer.
Right.
And a lot of that is also early detection.
I'm going to go next to Jesus, a truck driver. Jesus, good morning.
Oh my goodness, I love that.
What's up, man?
All right, as a truck driver, there's two things.
Yeah.
These cars, they tend to switch lanes without signaling in front of you and braking. We haul 80,000 pounds. We cannot stop.
Yes.
On the dot. And there were countless times that I almost hit other cars because of situations like that.
Jesus, in a fully loaded truck, how long does it take you to come to a full stop if you're traveling at 40 miles an hour?
For 45, I'm going to say 55 miles an hour, like on the turnpike, for example, where there's hardly any vehicles.
Right.
Half a football field.
Wow. Some people don't realize that.
Yeah.
Also, like I feel like I get nervous with truck drivers. I'm like, I'm so sorry. Excuse me, can I get over? Like,
So we all know trucks don't have that acceleration that cars do, but what you might not be thinking about is the stopping ability.
Right.
So that's what Jesus wants people to know.
Exactly.
They can't.
And that's one more thing. The right side of the cab, there's a huge blind spot.
Yep.
And cars tend to ride on that side, and sometimes I cannot see vehicles on that side in my mirrors, and I have so many mirrors.
Right. And I've read signs on trucks that say if you can't see my mirrors, I can't see you.
Can't see you.
Absolutely.
So
exactly.
That's what I always try to keep in mind. If I'm near a truck and I can't see the mirror, I try to get in a position where if I'm going to stay in that zone, that they can at least I can see a mirror so they can see me.
Jesus, have you ever provided cover for someone trying to elude Smokey and they will drive under the truck and just hide out there, like in Smokey and the Bandit? You ever do that?
He's like,
I guess not.
No.
So that the movies must have lied to us.
Wait, and Jesus, last question. A truck driver once told me, like, if we're going to pass the truck, like, do it. Just go past.
Yeah.
Don't linger anywhere there.
Yeah.
Just pass them.
Just pass.
Yeah.
I even have cars like they linger right on my trailer. Don't do that. Goodness. Like I be having my signal on. I be wanting to switch lanes.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden they want to speed up and stay in the middle of my trailer.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, just clear. Get out of the way.
Yeah.
Move.
Thanks, Jesus. Yeah, agreed. So let's say the truck is doing 60 miles an hour. You don't want to go any faster than 60 miles an hour. You're with that truck right next to it. Live a little. Go crazy. Bump it up to 65 for about 30 seconds. Pull over into their lane and then temper back to 60, and you guys will be going the same speed, and that left lane is now clear.
Yeah.
Go crazy.
By the way, that's the law in Jersey. You're only supposed to use that left lane for passing, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Most places are that way for sure. All right, let me read a couple of others. I know we have a ton of calls on the line. Here's one that says, lifeguard, I am not a babysitter. It is your job as a parent to watch your kid when swimming, and if they can't swim, you have to be in the water within 5 feet of them at all times.
If there's an emergency, the lifeguards will help.
Another one, librarian. Public libraries are not safe places to drop off your kids. It's not the books that are unsafe. It's the other patrons and the fact that librarians are not babysitters. Here you go. Here's another thing that people in their industry understand, but the general public doesn't grasp. A zoo worker says, yes, the animal is in the exhibit. Sometimes you have to look a little bit longer than 8 seconds in order to see it.
Well, a lot of them also have.
I've stood there and gone, where is it?
There's nothing in there.
And then you'll see like the cheetah behind a tree. You'll see a tail popping out. It's like, oh no, I came on the wrong day.
Here's from a designer. It says, if you want to fit a portrait image into a landscape canvas, you either have to crop it, leave a black or white border, or empty space left or right, or distort it, which is almost always a bad idea. On a regular occurrence, clients are unhappy with either of these options, and they just want me to somehow make it fit. I don't know about all that.
What would you say is the biggest misconception about, say, during the day on radio that people listening think? That
okay,
that
here's the
happens.
deal. There's no secret way to win a contest, okay? Like, it's at the discretion of whoever is on the air, of what number caller they take, when they ask for you to call in, when they even start answering the calls after they tell you to call in. There's no special line that gets you here quicker. You don't need to wait 10 seconds before you start dialing. You don't need to dial right a little bit beforehand. It is completely arbitrary. There is no way.
No,
so
and
I've had people throughout my career ask me, how do I win a contest? It's like, dude, it is luck of the draw. That's all there is to
That's
it.
exactly true. And yet, bizarrely, there are certain areas that will get in easier, you know, when we have a contest. It's just the luck of the draw.
Here's one from a dentist, and they simply say, flossing actually helps.
Yeah, it does.
You should know.
I've been flossing for a few years now, and ever since I started flossing, I've had. Well, I don't want to say, I don't want to jinx anything, but
Yeah, no, dude. I used to. I would have like be brushing my teeth and spit it out, and like blood would be in there. And I'm like, I talked. This is years and years and years ago. I asked my dentist. They're like, "You're not? Are you flossing? No.
Oh.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Gingivitis. Floss, and that will stop happening. And it sure enough did.
And dentists and dental hygienists can tell when you don't. You know, so like,
Well, because
if
there's
you're-
plaque buildup
right?
in there.
But if you're trying to hide it, and there's just no point in lying to them, saying, "Yeah, I floss every day," and if you don't, they'll know.
I've
the
been
way,
flossing, I think, since I had teeth.
Yeah, well, my toothbrush is also a water pick simultaneously. So as I'm brushing my teeth, it's a water pick.
Steve, I got that one for Jace. Awesome.
All right, let me
It's
go.
loud as hell, though.
I'm going to go to Alex.
It is
Hey,
loud.
Alex. Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry for bothering you at work.
Nah, we're happy. What's your line of work?
So I am a vet technician, and one thing that I really wish people would understand is that vet med is at an all-time low with staffing shortages. Since the pandemic started and we went curbside, everyone wants to get their pets in. Everyone adopted a lot of animals. We are trying to see them, but if Fluffy has a minor ear infection, if it takes 3 weeks for an appointment, that's the best we can do for you.
Okay.
So you guys are
busy.
just overloaded and overworked.
Overloaded and overworked.
All right. What about when you're not overloaded and overworked? What is something that people need to know about your industry?
An ear infection is not an emergency.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah.
I have one. So I have a friend who worked for the Sixers and worked in the sports industry her whole life. And she said, no, I don't just work the games. I work all day, and then I work at night during the games as well.
Right. There you go. I like this one. It says, this is from an audio engineer. It says, not every problem with audio is feedback. Feedback is when the sound goes out of the speakers and back through the microphone and loops around and around. Ground hum is not feedback. Noise is not feedback. Echo off the wall is not feedback. And then this one I love. They said, and speak up, people. The microphone isn't magic. You need to be heard, which is true. You guys all know. If you're at an event and somebody's holding the microphone down at their waist,
Yeah, bring it up.
or barely speaking into the mic, you still need to project on a microphone.
Why do people do that?
I don't know. I think they're not used to hearing their own voice.
And also, people who haven't spoken on microphones a lot don't know the technique. That's understandable. Not everyone is hooked up to a PA all day.
Let me go to Tracy. Hi, Tracy.
Hi, guys. How are you this morning?
We're awesome. What do you do, Tracy?
I work for unemployment.
Unemployment.
Okay.
And so a lot of people think that unemployment is like a fun net. Oh, if I work 2-3 years and I don't like my job, I can quit and get paid. And unfortunately, unemployment is legit an insurance like your car insurance.
Okay.
So if you quit your job because you say, oh, I just didn't like my boss, I can pretty much tell you you're going to be denied.
Yeah, you're not. You have to be fired, or there has to be something like that. You just simply can't say, I'm going to take some time off.
And then I'll get the ones who have entered the workforce like 2 years ago, and they're like, but I paid all that money into unemployment. You paid $260 into unemployment in 2 years. If you want your $260, we'll give it to you. But, well, we weren't really. But that $10,000 you see that your claim may be, that's because we're charging your employer. So you have to have a actual reason that is under the law that states, okay, we can pay you out of this fund because you deserve it.
And that is usually, most often, termination, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
All right. Thank you for the heads up, Tracy. Appreciate it. All right. Well, it's really interesting. We have a load of great calls, and we don't have time to go to them because we have to go. We got to go on Fox Good Day this morning, so we got to do that. But it's interesting that we all have these things that we do for a living, and especially if you're in a job where you have regular customers and so on, that maybe they don't quite get exactly that little thing that everybody should know but don't understand. But thanks for sharing. We appreciate it. We should create a place where people can
at least post,
mention these things because there's a lot out there. So, but anyhow, thank you for your calls. We appreciate it. We got to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment. We are going to go live on Fox Good Day, and we are going to get to the Bizarre File when we return. So stay with us. We won't be gone long. What clip is this? What clam chowder clip is this movie from?
Of all the many.
What clam chowder? What movie is this clam chowder clip? Dude, I had the toughest night sleeping last night.
Why?
Didn't drink, hadn't been drinking or nothing, man. I just feel like that's a Gary Lauer impression. But anyhow.
Maybe you should have drank.
Did you have some bad clam chowder last night?
I may have. Here's the clip for you.
I'll have the clam chowder, the fried chicken with the baked potato with everything, and a chocolate chiffon pie.
Clean food, please. In that case, sir, may I advise against the lady eating the clam chowder? No clam chowder, thank you.
All right, let's go to Derek and see if he knows. Derek, do you know what movie? Thank you very much, Marissa. So as we speak, the number 2 show in the country on Netflix is a show called Mob Wars, Philadelphia versus the Mafia. And I've watched first episode. Steve, you watched the whole thing. It dives into the mafia realm and the infighting that was taking place during the early 90s. And it is a wild, compelling story of all the things that were taking place and the struggle for power and the bodies that got left behind in the whole aftermath. And we have 2 guys that are featured in the show. And we've had them on the program before. We're going to welcome, first and foremost, he's a former Philadelphia Inquirer journalist. He's written about organized crime for decades. And we would like to welcome Mr. George Anastasia to the show. George, nice to see you. Thanks for being here.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here.
Former Fox News journalist, recipient of 10 Emmy Awards for investigating, reporting, and also has gotten behind the whole world of organized crime in many different ways. Our friend Dave Schratwieser is here.
Nice, thank you.
As well. Nice to see you, Dave.
Good to see you.
So, yeah, you know what? With the whole thing that took place in the early 90s, I was not fully aware of the depths of the story, which is why this is such a great... and it's done very well, this show. It's only 3 episodes. It's very easy to consume.
Yeah.
And the behind-the-scenes stuff is phenomenal. It's a story that I was not fully familiar with, Steve. I mean, I knew the basics, but...
So we had actually talked about some of the elements of this story the last time you guys were in. You were doing your crime podcast. Right. And I was aware of some of the elements. And then, but to see it laid out this way... You begin to get, first off, an appreciation of just where it stood and where it stands in mob lore, and also the unbelievable levels of work that the investigators and the FBI and the police and journalists such as yourselves had to put in to make this happen. But there's just something about seeing the way it was depicted, brilliantly done. It lets kind of the story be the story. And you guys, you both consulted on as well, correct?
We did.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, so the takeaway of it from me is that a couple things stood out. We think about the mob, we tend to think New York. We obviously knew about with the Scorsese's movie, The Irishman, and whether, that a lot of that has any basis in reality or not. We do know there was a thriving and may still be a thriving mafia scene here in Philadelphia, but always thought, okay, that's New York is kind of the nexus. But the way they talk and the way it's depicted in the series, which is done brilliantly well, is that what they didn't really appreciate was that Philadelphia was like 10 times crazier. They try to make that, because of the sort of neighborhood friendship dynamic, that they didn't realize that they were dealing with a really volatile situation. Would that be correct, what I'm saying there, as far as you guys experienced?
Yeah, I think part of it is, Philadelphia is in a lot of ways provincial, and organized crime was very provincial.
Right.
So you had a smaller group of guys. You had blood relations, families, brother against brother. I mean, it was all those different elements. And Dave and I covered this in real time as it was happening. But this is a chance to take a step back and show the entire country here's what was going on. And I think that's the benefit of this show. So we know the story. We covered the story.
And that's why I think it was so successful. I mean, Get Gotti, that was also done by Raw Productions, who did this, and Fierce City in New York. They kind of let the investigators, the reporters, the people involved, the mob guys tell the story, and they weave it together really nicely, which is why I think it's doing, really well. And George and I have talked for years that this is one of the greatest mob stories never told, all in one piece like this.
Exactly.
I've found the most compelling stories that from the mob are not necessarily the crimes they're committing to the general public. It's the infighting. It's the struggle for power within. From my perspective, that seems like, oh my God, can you believe this is happening? Let's start, and we don't have to go through the entire story because we do want people to watch this show.
Sure.
But this is the struggle of powers between John Stanfa, who was brought in. He was a kind of a new guy put in place. And but there was essentially Joey Merlino, who we all have known the name, Skinny Joey here, for ages, was trying to kind of shoehorn his way in. If you could describe just the basics, Dave, of what was going on in that struggle.
Well, that's exactly what was going on. John Stanfa was anointed as the next boss. He was actually the driver for Angelo Bruno the night Angelo Bruno got killed.
Okay.
And then he moved into the seat after Nicky Scarfo went to prison. And the South Philly guys did not care for that.
Okay.
They viewed him as an outsider. I don't think he realized how bad the Young Turks were until he got in there and they started to mess with him. And shooting started to occur and they started going back and forth. And then I think he woke up one day and said, I got to go to war with these guys. In fact, he's on tape, and I'll let George talk about those tapes because he was all over that during the trial.
Okay, George, what was the story behind the tapes?
Well, I mean, the interesting thing about all of this is you got a mob war going on, and the FBI's got it wired for sound. They had bugged Salavina's law office in Camden, and Stanford was having mob meetings in the law office. So for the 2 years that this fight is going on, periodically you'll hear Stanford on tape talking to an associate about why we got to do this, who we're going to do, all of that kind of stuff. And that was one of the things that made this unique, is the FBI was like a fly on the ceiling listening to all of
and
this.
George, the sequence, the getting of this audio, the planting of the bugs.
Oh man,
that's one of the best parts.
One of the most tense
Okay.
situations.
So you mentioned Salavino, that was the lawyer?
He was the lawyer in Camden, New Jersey, Salvatore Ravina. Yeah.
And so why did the FBI feel they needed to bug his office?
Well,
what first tipped them off?
The FBI is watching what's going on, and they see Stanford going to the law office and different mob guys showing up.
Mm-hmm.
So now they got to go in front of a judge and say, we think this is not lawyer-client, this is, and they got authorization to, the black bag guys went in, put the bug in, and then every 30 days they had to go back to the judge and say, here's what we're getting, we want to continue this. And it continued for 2 years. There were 2,000 conversations recorded.
Funny, you talked about planting the bug, so let me,
please.
In the series, you're going to hear from the guy who ran the bugging team and who put the bugs in. So they break into the office, the law office, in the middle of the night. They go up, they plant all the bugs. They get done. Somebody says there's a guy coming in. They get alerted there's a guy coming in the building. And they scramble to get out of there. Unknown to them, they left a bag of FBI bugging tools right outside the elevator where the guy's going to get off.
Yeah.
The guy gets off, steps over the bag, and keeps going.
Just keeps going.
And they go back up and retrieve the bag. None for the worst about it. And they monitored that bug from 2 blocks away at the federal courthouse, and nobody knew they were even there listening to these guys.
What blows my mind is that, correct me if I'm wrong, George and Dave, is that I think they were just 6 days away from losing the privilege or the ability.
Well, yeah, it's a 30-day, every 30 days you got to go back in front of the judge. The first 24 days they weren't getting anything significant. And if they've got nothing to bring back to the judge, he's going to say no, to shut it down.
Mm-hmm.
But toward the end of that first 30-day period, they started to get significant conversations, and they were able to keep it going.
So I'm sorry, Preston, you have something?
I was going to say, and was that the first information they started to get, did it have anything to do with going against this other faction of mob guys, or was this just general crime that they
It was talk about Cosa Nostra.
Okay.
And it was talk about the friction that was developing with the Merlino faction. Yeah.
It was a direct mention, and you really begin to appreciate the specificity of what needs to be acquired on an investigative and criminal prosecution level to get something to stick. So it is actually comforting to know that our rights are protected to that level. But when you're on the other side and you see glaring evidence, it still doesn't mean you're going to get that conviction you're looking for.
No, in that case, they did. I mean, that was a slam dunk case. Stanford went away with about 30 other guys. Yeah. John Veazey was the key witness in that case, slam dunk witness, and he's featured very heavily in parts 1 and 2.
Veazey to me is like, so in a day and age when Sammy the Bull Gravano has a podcast, but this John Veazey, and we talked about him last time, and I didn't really appreciate the level of, I mean, he is, and he freely says it, psychopathic killer. In fact, one of the episodes is kill, kill, kill. You know, and that's, and so that whole thing is crazy. If you can just give a little teaser about, he tries to create an alibi for himself about how his hand got burned.
George, you know this one, frontwards and backwards.
Yeah, this is after the drive-by shooting where Mikey Chang is killed and Joey Merlino is wounded, and they got to get rid of the car. So they take the car to 20th and abandoned bus barn, and they set it on fire. But Veazey's hand catches on fire while they're dealing with getting rid of the car, and he wants to go to the hospital. And Phil Coletti says to him, we can't take it. We just killed the guy, set a car on fire. We go to the hospital, you might as well just surrender.
Yeah.
So Veazey goes home, and he goes into his backyard where he's got a grill, puts some lighter fluid on the grill, sets it on fire, and sets his hand on fire.
An electric grill, by the way.
An electric grill. His electric grill. And he goes running to the neighbors, and they take me to the hospital. And
all right.
Yeah.
The electric grill, and he admits, I mean, you know, just one... And they make the point that they went outside the family to get, like he was an outside contractor, and that, at least that's what I was getting, is that was a huge mistake to do that. Do you agree with that?
Well, he's a South Philly guy, but he was not with the family, and I think the way he tells it is he gets approached while he's working for a construction company that John Stanfa owns by Frank Martinez, the underboss, and says, "Will you kill somebody for us?" And he said, "Yeah, what are you going to pay me?" He said, $10,000, and he took it.
Yeah.
I don't think there was ever a swearing-in ceremony for John Veazey. I think they made him right there.
Wow. Yeah, I don't know that he ever got the $10,000 either.
I don't think he did.
Yeah. I mean, he was one of the best witnesses that I've ever seen testify, because what you saw is what he was on the witness stand. There's no guile about him. It was what it was, and he just put it out there.
Well, let me. I want to jump here. I want to ask about, I don't like that he's just on the street. I mean, this guy's a murderer, right?
Well, again and again, in this organized crime thing, you got to make a deal with somebody to make a case.
Yeah, I know, but this guy has taken many, many lives, and I know what you're saying, but what he did was kind of worse, than
what I've always found more egregious was in that particular case, the FBI made a deal with Ralph Natale, the boss,
right?
Because they were so caught up in getting Joey Merlino. You would never make a deal with John Gotti to get Sammy Gravano,
right?
But in Philadelphia, that's what they did,
right?
And in a lot of ways, Ralph was a more important mob figure in terms of making a case against him.
He was the highest level boss ever, right?
He got to walk. And the bottom line was he wasn't a very good witness, whereas I think Dave would agree. Veazey was very good. Ralph was not.
Yeah. And let me answer this way. Look, I went and interviewed John Veazey at his home probably about 12 or 13 years ago. I did a 5-part series on Fox with him. At the time, he was doing very well. He had repented. He's a church guy now. He's a car salesman. He has multiple awards for selling cars at the time we're talking about right there. I don't want to make light of the fact that a lot of people got killed in this war and got shot, and we shouldn't make light of it. I know we're talking about the funnier parts of this story, but having said that, I see your point 1,000%. Yeah. And I think John is, in his mind, repentant about that, but he can't make it go away.
Right.
And you sense that when you see Mob War, you sense that in him. You can see how upset he is. There's a shot of him holding onto a fence.
Yeah.
And you can see what's going through his mind. Plus the fact that his brother got killed.
Yeah.
And he says it was his fault because he turned and cooperated against Stanfa. His brother Billy Veazey got killed.
It's an amazing, listen, and here's the thing you struggle with. And we all at a certain point accept this. We are perpetually, at least a good portion of us, are perpetually fascinated with this lifestyle. It is an aberration. These are really reprehensible people in so many ways. But there is an inherent drama, and Preston, as you said, talking about, the original pitch of The Godfather was it's his family story. It is Shakespearean in the dynamics of infighting, and that is compelling. No matter what we think, and obviously it's something that we would never want to be on the receiving end of somebody like a John Veazey visiting his craft at the time. But it is something that is compelling, and I mean this 3-part series. Watch it, and because it happened right here. It happened on the Walt Whitman Bridge. Yeah. I mean, it's amazing stuff.
I drove down the Schuylkill right where Stanfa and his crew got shot at, allegedly, by Joey Merlino and his crew. I was coming in that way from down the shore, come over the bridge, get on the Schuylkill Expressway right by the Vare Avenue exit right there in South Philadelphia. That's where that happened. Yeah.
Wow.
It's crazy.
To set a little bit more of the stage, and I do want to ask more about this specific story, but when it comes to, and you guys were so deeply entrenched in organized crime and watching what these guys do, a lot of what we hear is like I said, the infighting, what's happening with either that or warring factions that are also criminals. Are there a lot of innocent people that are victims of organized crime as well? I mean, people that aren't involved in it that become victims from what these guys have done or do? Or is it mainly amongst other warring factions? Because that's mainly what I see sensationalized.
I know what you're saying.
Do you know what I mean?
By extension, I think the people there are people certainly who would fall into the collateral damage, or people who are being strong-armed. But I mean, that was actually one of the considerations, George, is depicted in the series, is that they were having shootouts in city streets. They were having shootouts on public streets. And so the perception was, this is going to jump that rail, and we're going to have civilians getting caught in the crossfire.
The most egregious example was when the Stanford was ambushed on the Schuylkill Expressway, 7:45 in the morning in the middle of rush hour traffic,
right?
Where a van pulls up alongside his car. 2 guns come out portholes, and they strafe the car. And, there are people all over. That was probably the most egregious example of putting innocent people in harm's way.
Right.
And it happens in varying degrees.
And let me tell you, some bullets from that shooting, because they didn't cut peepholes so they could see what they were shooting at, they just blindly shot out the door. Bullets from that entered apartments on the right-hand side of the Schuylkill Expressway there. There was a woman in one of those apartments. They retrieved the bullet from her wall inside her apartment. So, the public was in danger.
But besides the collateral damage, I mean, strong-arming people for quote-unquote protection, loan sharking, things like that, that's where they make their money?
Right.
Yeah, always has been.
Always has been. It's still...
Gambling and loan sharking are the wheel around which it all spins.
And let me say this. Yeah. Show me somewhere where it says, let's just pick the Bible, for instance, that a select group of young men from South Philadelphia get the right to rob people, shake people down, loan them money at usurious rates, shoot people, get free cars, free homes, get to the front of the line at a club they go to or a restaurant or whatever. Show me where that is. George will tell you about how many upstanding Italian Americans there are out there who don't do that.
Yes.
What gives them the right to do that? And you want to know why the feds chase them like they do? That's why.
All right, so let me ask you this, because I'm the mafia scares me, right? And even having you guys on makes me a little bit nervous, right?
You want to ride home with us?
But I'm watching this, and
you can start the car if you'd like.
Yeah, we'll send them out first.
We've interviewed you guys in the past, and you guys have covered these stories for years. Why
aren't you dead?
You guys had to have been scared for your own personal safety, or were you not?
No, I mean, by and large, the rules of the game we were not in play. I mean, there was one incident where Stanford put a hit out on me, but I think that was an aberration because of who he was and where he came from. I mean, and you raise an interesting point. As an Italian American, my grandparents came from Sicily. In America today, the best and the brightest in the Italian American community are doctors, lawyers, and educators, and the mob scraping the bottom of the gene pool. But back in the 20s, when a lot of doors were closed to Italian Americans, certain guys drifted into that world, and it was a way to make their way up the ladder and realize the American dream. It's been bastardized now. Yeah. I mean, the mob takes the Italian American values of family, honor, and loyalty and uses to justify what they do, and it's bull. But
Well, you had mentioned, and the show makes the point in the very beginning of, you talk about honor and all that. The show and it makes the point in the very beginning of, there's all this about honor, but if the feds come knocking to certain people and they say, look, we've got you, they will turn in a heartbeat and make sure that they are going to save their own skin.
No honor among thieves.
Yeah.
Some of those guys turn in the backseat of the car on the way to FBI headquarters or in the elevator on the way up to the 8th floor.
Boom, it happens.
Yeah.
So the layout of the progression is fascinating because they say, the vacuum of nobody in power, that's when all hell breaks loose. So little Nicky Scarfo, who is at the beginning, I didn't realize that his legend was that he was as brutal as he was, and it's put forward in the series. He killed a man with a butter knife.
That's in his younger days. There was a dispute at the Oregon Diner over who was entitled to a booth. And it was apparently a big longshoreman, and Scarfo's not a big guy, but he picked up a knife and jammed it in his chest.
Butter knife.
A butter knife.
Now, he ended up pleading guilty. He claimed self-defense, and I think he only got 17 months.
Wow.
This is in 1961.
Right.
Yeah. And so that was the beginning of the Scarfo legacy.
So to the point of John Stanfa, did he receive the thumbs up from the New York families? And how often was that required? In other words, so was there a direct sort of, you need to run it by New York with the Philadelphia?
Well, no, you got to understand the dynamics. Stanfa was involved in the Bruno hit. Stanfa, in my mind, is the only person involved in the Bruno hit who didn't get killed. Because he was in hiding for a while, and then he was convicted of perjury, and he spent the bloody Scarfo era in jail, serving, I think, 8 years for perjury. Now he comes out, and Philadelphia's in disarray, and the Gambino family, I think, in New York says, John, why don't you go straighten things out down there? And I can remember writing about this in the Pennsylvania Crime Commission reporting, this is old school Sicilian, is more Bruno than Scarfo. We're going to go back to the old ways. Well, in fact, Stanfa spoke with an accent and was Sicilian, but he was more Scarfo than Bruno. He brought that same kind of mentality.
Dave, I want to ask you, because of there are different dynamics within the mob, and Gotti was often pointed at as a guy who was too showy. Mob didn't like that. They don't like a lot of attention being drawn.
They don't want any attention usually.
For the most part, Merlino seemed to get that.
Totally different animal.
Right. So, compare and contrast if you can.
He's been called the John Gotti of Passyunk Avenue. We've heard that term for years, things like that. Listen, he's flashy, dresses well. He's kind of very street smart. I always like to say Joey likes to play 3 chessboards at one time.
Right.
He's playing the board you're on with him. Then he's playing another board that maybe he's on with the fellas. And then he's playing that third board for himself. And that's always kind of been the knock on the guy. Ron Previty had a line, the only thing Joey was worried about on Monday was how to make it to Tuesday, kind of thing. And, and it was all about money and greed and things like that. So, he's a different kind of fella, and he never shied away from an interview. If we rolled up on him with a camera, he spoke. I'll give you one example.
Yeah.
There's a hit put out on Joey by Nicky Scarfo from prison through the New York families. It's $500,000. George hears about it. I hear about it. We decide, my cameraman, Brad, now at the time, by the way, most of the video in here is from my cameraman at Fox.
Yeah.
Brad Now, John Campbell, Brian Zeli, a bunch of other guys, Rob Parker, Mark Lavala, things like that. All that video in there came from Fox 29, our archives. So let me just point that out because I feel like I got to give them a big pat on the back. So we stepped to him coming out of a social club. And we said, Joe, there's a hit out on you out of New York, $500,000. He pauses for a second, he looks right at me, and he says, give me the $500,000, I'll shoot myself. Crazy.
I mean, that's,
Dave, if you're
real quick, Nick, hang on, just to reset, if you're just tuning in, Mob Wars Philadelphia versus the Mafia is on Netflix. It's #2 show in the country right now, and we have George Anastasia and Dave Schratwieser are consulted on this that are in here in the studio with us.
So, Dave, if you're able to make it out and eventually go legit, like Joey has, are there any repercussions beyond that? Like, can you just be a straight businessman at some point and ride it out for the rest of your life that way?
Well, so far he's done a pretty good job of it.
Yeah.
I mean, there are stories out there that he's been shelved by New York. He's no longer the leader of the Philadelphia mob, things like that. And there are other people that are in those positions now, and he is thriving on South Broad Street.
He seems
down
to be
there.
doing just fine.
Oh, yeah. He's opening a second place up in Delco, over there with the Delco shirt. Up in Chichester. He's
Have you
going to
had
open
one?
a second shop.
Have you had a cheesesteak?
I have not. I will say this, though. If, he's not in the mob anymore, which is what he says, he has a hard time admitting to any crimes. He never says the word mob, mafia, or names any of his buddies when he's on his podcast. That's cool. That's his thing. He's got his brand now. He's got his path. He's got his alleyway, whatever you want to call it, and he's running with it. And I don't blame him. If this is his attempt to go legit, God bless him. Let me put it that way. But he's still got the feds right here.
Yeah.
Probably for the rest of his life.
I think one of the things that happened is Joey saw other mobsters who became informants.
Right.
Do podcasts and do very well. I mean, and I think that bothered him.
Sammy the Bull doing a podcast
Sammy
to me
the Bull.
is science fiction.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this: with and we were talking about it when the NBA scandal just broke a couple days ago, and then also the poker games and so on and so forth. Then we heard the 5 families mentioned, and we're like, well, what is the status now? What is the status if it does exist some sort of basic or maybe more complex Philadelphia mob scene, and are they tied into this as well? How does this all synergize?
I mean, I don't think we've had any indication that Philadelphia is involved in that major scandal that we're looking at now, but I think there's more going to come out about that. Philadelphia crime family exists. It's always going to exist, but it's not the 500-pound gorilla it was in this day. I mean, and it's never going to be because law enforcement has really done a hell of a job
coming in.
Decimating.
Do you think? And George says this all the time. Look, gambling is the wheel that makes it go round for the mob. It's always been that way. If you find a racketeering indictment, there's always gambling.
Right.
There's
Loan
always
sharking.
extortion. There's always loan sharking.
But there's loads
stuff like that. Those are always in there.
Legal gambling now. I mean,
Yes.
Yeah. And is that still?
Well, you want to get a bet down, you got to put your money up. With the mob, you can call and do it on credit.
Yeah.
So I mean, I had a guy tell me what we love is a guy who chases. He's bet the 1:00 games on Sunday. He's lost. He's calling in to bet the 4:00 games. Then he's calling in to bet the Monday night game. He's chasing.
Yeah.
And that's the way you get these guys.
Yeah, and back to your question about whether they're still doing the same kind of things. They like to tell us now, George repeatedly, me repeatedly, that being part of an organization is not a crime.
Right.
And they're correct. It is not a crime unless that organization is committing crimes. And I think what they do now is stay away from organizational situations like that. They act on their own. Most of these guys have their own businesses, legitimate businesses.
I see.
They're doing other things like that.
Yeah.
Are there areas where money is getting kicked up, where it goes from the lower level guys to the higher level guys? We just had a case in 2020, Dominic Randy, caught on tape bragging about, that's what I do. I kick it up. You kick it up. We got to kick it up. Everything goes up.
So when you're saying kick it up, is that sort of like here's your cut?
George is a soldier. I'm a capo.
Yeah.
I'm a captain. He's got to kick up to me.
Okay.
But then you got
in the old days.
And then you got to kick up to the administration.
There you go.
Yeah.
So George, and there's more of a dynamic, for lack of a better term, freelance individual. So in other words, as you say, Dave, to avoid the perception of an organization.
I mean, I think they've realized it's smarter to be a little more disorganized than organized.
Yeah.
It's hard to get law enforcement to get a handle around it.
So that's running contrary to what it used to be.
And there aren't that many guys anymore.
And the threatening word is RICO.
RICO,
Racketeering, influence, corrupt organizations. That last word, stay away from that. And every time they're on tape now, they will be heard saying, we don't do that anymore. We don't commit crimes. That's not who we are.
We mainly talk about the Italian mob, Sicilian, whatever, what about other ethnicities and other, are there, because you hear of the Russian mob and things like that.
Albanians.
Are there any in fact, there was a neighbor of mine that apparently was involved in the Albanian mob and got arrested.
John Alite, who's in this, is
crazy.
Albanian. Correct, George? George wrote a book with him.
Really?
John Alite was out of New York, and he spent some time down here in Philadelphia. I mean, the problem with all those other groups, think about it. Who's the boss of Russian organized crime in America? We don't know. They haven't become Americanized yet to become part of the pop culture, whereas the mafia is part of pop culture. And that led to their demise, I think.
And not a lot of people know this. The number 2 guy in the Russian mob years ago lived up in Northeast Philly.
Yeah.
What?
Lived in a townhouse right off of Route 1 up there.
Wow.
I sat on that guy for a
Let
couple of
me
weeks
just
with my camera guys. We never got a picture of him, by the way. Never.
Let me just say one other thing. This is, again, that speaking as an Italian-American. One of the things that pisses me off no end is La Cosa Nostra. Okay?
Yeah.
It's not La Cosa Nostra. It's Cosa Nostra.
Cosa Nostra.
But the FBI loves 3 initials, so then they can say LCN on second reference. It's because La Cosa Nostra translated as the our thing.
Yeah.
See, when you get to go to lunch and have coffee with George, you hear all these things, and he has every right to
So
say them, and
if
he
you
should.
come away with nothing else, come away
Hey,
with...
George,
right,
how do you say Schvoyadel?
Yeah,
We were talking about that earlier, the Italian pastry. How do you particularly say it? Go ahead.
No.
He's not going down that track.
I have no clue. I'm not Italian.
All right.
Let me ask you, because it's one part of the thing, and you need to watch this, especially in this area. This series is incredibly compelling, and it's wild to see. As you said, the Schuylkill and areas where it was happening here, and we're not talking 100 years ago. We're talking the early 90s. I remember a story, Preston going in. You told us a story about going into a club.
Yeah, I went to Egypt nightclub. It was when I first moved to Philadelphia 30 years ago.
One of their favorite spots.
Yeah, and so I go in. I was doing an appearance for a radio station I was working at. I need to go get paid, so I go in the back of the office. I meet with the manager, and then he turns to me and goes, "Hey, yeah, this is Joe Morlino. He's one of our part owner here." I was like, "Oh, I'm new to town. I didn't know this guy at all." And like a couple months later, I see him on TV, and a buddy of mine's over the house. I go, "Oh, I met that dude." He's like, "You met Skinny Joey?" And I'm like, "Yeah." I'm like, "What's the big deal?" He starts telling me. And then, of course, I start getting scared.
Well, he used to hang at Egypt on the 8th floor.
Yeah.
In fact, he tells a pretty good story. He's had some pictures with Allen Iverson recently about Allen being there and Joey being there. It was a shooting involving the security guards there, and everybody thought Joey and Allen were involved. Had nothing to do with it. They were in the bar having a good time. When that happened.
And by the way, speaking to Casey's fear of interacting with these,
You're
types.
all right, Case.
Yeah,
we got you, brother. Don't worry.
Like my friend had said when I was all nervous about it. He's like, "Dude, you're nobody. They get bigger problems than somebody like you. You're never going to be on their radar, so don't worry about it." And it's kind of clarified that for me,
You mentioned Philadelphia, and our Netflix buddy is sitting back here with us. So I have to say this. If you look at the numbers, this is exploding in the UK.
Oh, really?
And all over the world.
Okay.
I mean, they didn't just make this story for the folks in Philadelphia. I hate to break your heart, Philadelphians and mine, because I've been here for a long time. It's not just about Philadelphia. It's all over the place. I think they wanted to bring this story to a wider audience.
Well, Dave, I know we're coming to the end of this, but the truth of the matter is, listen, and again, we're drawn to this compelling, horrible world. We understand the parameters. We're not being ignorant to that. But if you, Goodfellas, Godfather, any of that stuff, if that is something that you find compelling, you're not going to do better than this.
Oh, yeah.
This is as good as it gets, and it's real. And to your point, George, this needs to be made into a movie. I don't know how you can best the documentary, but get a Scorsese or somebody to bring this to the screen.
Well, we've always said this. If this story had played out in New York, it already would have been a movie.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
And by the way, speaking of the show, it's done really well. It's very cool atmosphere, lots of cool scenes around the city. It's not a lot of boring, drawn out testimony. No. It's very, very slick in its production.
From the people who did it.
And you'll find it on Netflix right now. It is called Mob War: Philadelphia versus the Mafia on Netflix. Gentlemen, you're such compelling conversation. We love having you by here. Thanks so much for all your work, and we appreciate it.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
George Anastasia and Dave Schratwieser on the program. All right, we need to take a break and come back in just a moment. Our friend Derrick Pitts from the Franklin Institute will be joining us, and more. Stay put. We'll be right back.
Great in the morning is Fight Club.
Fight Club is correct. Nice job, Derrick. I want you to hang on the line. You are going to go to the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center in Oaks for the Philly Home and Garden Show, which is this weekend. And hang on the line. By the way, you can save on tickets at phillyhomeandgarden.com. Discount courtesy of Xfinity. Little known, or maybe it's known to everybody but me, but the waiter in that scene, that's Ed Kowalczyk of the band Live.
Hey. You can see with this is still,
Yeah, that's very cool.
How cool is Helena Bonham Carter, man?
Oh, she's
so good. And then we were talking about the Harry Potter reunion. She was phenomenal and funny and great.
She kept her teeth.
Yeah, she did. She kept her teeth in the role,
By the way, speaking of clam chowder, I had some exceptional clam chowder this past weekend. I went to Florida to visit my mom and sister, and there's this restaurant called Leverox there. And I get clam chowder only when I know it's going to be good clam chowder. It's fantastic.
Do I need to revisit clam chowder?
Oh,
I
yeah.
have not been a fan for years.
I don't know if you like the texture. Because you're not like.
Are there real chunks of
There's
clam?
I mean,
Yeah.
in
Not
good
huge chunks.
Which to me
Usually
is
a little
sea
bit.
snot.
Yeah,
It's
but-
like chicken noodle soup, There's just a
Yes.
little bit of chicken in it.
Yes.
If
You
it's
know?
done right.
Chicken
The
noodle
place-
soup with snot.
The place that we went to in
Snot soup, please?
Chicago. What was the name of that place?
The fancy beef place?
Yeah.
Gibson's.
Welcome to the fancy beef place.
Oh, yeah.
Steak was the word I was looking
guess
for.
what? We clean the silverware.
What was the name?
It was Gibson's.
Gibson's.
That
yeah.
was the second blessed?
Yeah.
Have a blessed meal.
Have a blessed New England clam chowder. Second best New England clam chowder I ever had. Best was ever at Abe and Louie's in Boston.
In Boston, yeah. And Kathy, clams aren't snot. That's
Steve said it. That's why I was saying it's
That's
like chicken
oysters.
noodle- chicken noodle
Oysters are
soup
snot.
with
Yeah.
snot.
Clams are a little bit
More
better.
like a full blown loogie.
But clams are kind of snotty as well.
When they're cooked in clam chowder, they're a little more firm.
Yeah, they're
I'll tell you
rubbery.
what, Dr. Mike has started to try to get me into the like oysters and stuff like that, and that the Bottoms Up event, they had like top oyster places, and so I guess he recommended just kind of letting it slide down and not just letting it.
Yeah, you don't chew on it.
Right.
Yeah.
And it was okay.
I need to give you a little backing on why I hate these things. It's how disgusting my father eats. When we were kids, we would watch my dad dig his hand into the sand and pull out a clam, crack it open, and eat it while still standing
Are
in
you
the
kidding?
ocean. 1,000%. Oh, you ask anyone in my family
He
who
would
has
just
ever
eat
been
clams off the beach.
Oh my God! Pull them up, crack it open. We would be horrified. He'd do it with mussels too.
What do you do with seagulls?
Somebody who's doing that.
Hand me that seagull.
Somebody who's doing that is not really enjoying it. I think they're just doing it for the shock value. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it wasn't like it was a big crowd. It was us. It was
We wouldn't
the
sit there and go,
family.
oh my God, I could sit here and all day and eat these.
Is
No,
there a
he would-
risk to doing? I mean, obviously,
There's
that's where they're
gotta
coming.
be.
That's where they're coming from anyway.
Yeah.
But is there any sort of right? I mean,
No,
is there a risk?
Preston, I think he enjoyed it.
Okay.
I would watch him. I remember. I
All
can
right.
physically see it. He would take another shell. He would scrape it out, make sure he got what at the time for me looked like snot.
Yeah.
And he would scoop it into his mouth. And,
I could
and eat it.
I could see your dad doing that just like out of boredom. Like he's standing in the
Yeah.
ocean. He's like, oh, here's a clam. I
Yep.
can eat this.
Hey, if people would fall asleep on the beach, he would eat them.
Hey, Press, by the way, which type of clam chowder did you have this weekend?
New England.
Okay.
I'm a strictly New England guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are my favorite.
What are the variations? What are the others?
Manhattan clam chowder, which is
Oh,
more
yes.
of like a tomato soup
I think that's
base.
what I had. Yeah.
I like the creamy clam chowder.
You know what's not
Marissa?
bad? I'm sorry. Is the Campbell's clam chowder?
Haven't had that.
It's pretty good.
Okay, Marissa.
I'm going to recommend to you guys the next time you're heading to the shore, go the back roads and shoot. I forget if it's on 55 maybe, but there's a place called Sweet Amalia's, and they actually have an oyster farm somewhere in like the Cape May area. It's the best Manhattan clam chowder I've ever had.
Okay.
Are they free range oysters?
They are right off the coast of Cape May.
Okay.
All right, we'll have to try that. So anyhow, I'm going to double back a second here, and Kathy's dad reaching into the ocean and pulling out a clam and breaking it out and eating it in front of people might be mildly embarrassing if you're a kid, and it's kind of what I wanted to focus on in this particular conversation. There is a news reporter. And he was on location, about ready to do a shoot, and I guess I don't know if he's fairly new or whatever, but he and the camera person are setting up, and this was in Ohio. His name is Miles Harris, and he was prepping for a live segment, and all of a sudden he's chatting with his cameraman, and they're rolling. They're not live, but they are rolling.
Right.
And his mom drives up.
Oh, my God.
And I have a clip to play of this as his mom rolls up. Here we go.
Is it cousin? This is my mom. Hold on. I'm trying to work right now. You over there calling my phone. This is D'Angelo. You can say hi. And don't be holding up traffic because you got cars behind you.
All right.
Did you record that?
I love it. I love it.
That's very cute.
It's so cute.
Proud.
And so I thought maybe some conversation about when your parents would embarrass you, your mom or your dad. God, there's the world is rife with stories like this. So not exactly like this, but my mom does this thing. I finally had to tell her, please stop.
What?
Yeah. So
As an adult?
I've told you guys about this before, but it's and especially when she would visit here, come here to visit me, and say we go out to a restaurant. And the server comes over to the table and is just doing their job and taking our order. And my mom will go, do you listen to the radio?
Oh, right.
Oh, my God.
My son is on the radio. And I'm like, oh, no, please, Mom, don't, you know. And I wouldn't say it
I'm
then
not
and
her
there.
son.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it then and there, but I'm just like, oh, no.
Yeah.
But it's because she's so proud.
Yes, it's because she's so proud. Like this mom stopping by.
Totally.
My son is on the radio. Could we have a price consideration because of that?
It's just she wants to hear
free clams
that other people, listen to her son or whatever.
Except for the server.
The hard time, the thing that I can't quite get to them to understand, because my sister would do it too, but my mom specifically, is that, listen, yes, we have a very popular radio show. Not everyone listens to the show, Mom. And if this person has never heard of me, you have officially made it very awkward in this moment for me to go, I do a radio show. Yes, we're on it. Oh, I've never heard of you guys before. Okay, that's great.
Cool.
We used to listen sometimes.
Sorry, I don't listen.
Yeah.
Or like when they have to pretend like they do listen.
Yeah.
You're like, I've heard of you.
And I always say,
guys.
and then it's okay. It's absolutely fine. I know, but the damage has been done at that point.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it happened over and over and over and over again.
And you finally said something.
I did. I'm like, you guys, you can't do this to me. You can't do this to me because it can be very embarrassing.
A good way to nip it in the bud is when the waiter comes over, you jump out first and say, I'm going to put my mother in a very bad retirement home.
There's a TikTok mom who drops her son off to school every day. He's a teenager. He is in high school, and she brings a megaphone. And every time he gets out of the car, she yells, "I love you."
Why would she do that?
Because she's a TikTok mom. She wants to put it on TikTok. But like now, it's become this thing. So and the kid just looks at her. He's like, "Mom, not today, Mom." And then you see him. He like gets out of the car and runs. But like you can see the other kids at the school. They know that like Mom's gonna do this. But just a simple like I love you or a hug and a kiss at a certain age can be embarrassing.
It's like into the Spider-Verse.
Yeah.
It's a great scene.
And he's in the squad car and on the intercom going, I love you. Say it back to me now. Say I love you.
And you know what? He wouldn't have done that if his son just would have shown him a little bit of affection in the car, in the privacy, just between those two. And so he had to teach him a lesson.
There's a great Modern Family segment where the mom is with the daughter, and she's breaking away to get with her friend. She just wants to dump the mother as quickly as she can. And so the mother's like, I don't believe this. And she goes, don't forget we're getting a training bra for you later.
Here's a text that says, I used to practice law in Bucks County, and a DA's mom would come to watch his criminal trials.
Oh, boy.
We're talking about a man in his 40s here.
Oh, that's great.
And
That's
mom would show up. Marissa?
Preston, I just want you to tell Gloria that my mom has picked up for where your mom is.
No kidding.
Man.
She will do that.
And I'm not even on the radio. I'm behind the scenes of your show.
Well, Marissa, we got a text. It says Marissa's mom did that to me at the thrift shop she volunteered at. It was sweet.
That's great.
She just has that look and she goes, do you listen to the radio?
Oh,
yeah.
My daughter works with Preston Elliott.
But I will let you know that every mailman, every barista, every person who shopped at the hamper shop, it's no longer open. They listen to this show. So thank you all.
Hey, I wouldn't mind as long as I'm not around. If they want to, if my mom wants to do that and set herself out there, that's fine. But when I'm sitting right next to her, it's just like,
I'm sorry, I don't listen to that low-grade entertainment.
You guys should embrace it.
Barbaric, imbecilic show.
I'm an NPR person.
Yeah.
They might throw that at
All
you.
things considered.
Yes.
You have to embrace your parents doing that. My mom, remember when my mom said to me one time, like, do you think you'll look for other jobs? I was like, I don't think so.
So what, this long into the career, so what is your fallback plan? No, I'm all in on this right now.
No, but I will sometimes, like, she's like, so do you, like, you still like them? Do you guys all still get along?
Yeah.
I'm like, it's been 20 years, Mom. I think we're good.
Let me go to.
It seems volatile.
Let me go to Susan. Hi, Susan. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. How are you guys?
Great, Susan. What's up?
So my mom taught at the high school where I went, but before that she was a sub, and I remember being in 8th grade and walking in, and she was my sub, and at the very start of class, she's like, does anybody know my name? And everyone's quiet, and I'm just, like, mortified. And she's like, how about you, little girl? Do you know my name? I'm like, yes, it's Mom, but you guys should call her Mrs. Freeland.
Susan, we had a similar situation. I remember years ago clearly, but it wasn't like the sub was in for like a day or two. She was our teacher was sick or giving birth or something, so she had her mother teaching us the class for about a month and a half.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, God, no, mine was only a day.
My goodness.
It was so awkward.
All right. Thank you, Susan. I appreciate it.
The principal of my high school, his son was at the school at the time. He was my year. I graduated with the principal's son. So I don't know what it was. He was a good kid, so I guess it was okay, but I don't know if there was ever an embarrassment.
My
I'm
sister.
sure something had to happen.
Yeah, no, my sister's a principal or the vice principal and teacher at her high school. Her daughter goes there. Her son's going to go there next year. I don't know if that was ever an issue, but she did have my niece in her class, but they have different last names. So.
Casey, weren't you starting to do an embarrassment campaign on your kids for a little while?
Wait, campaign? What do you mean by that?
Like you were going to regularly show up in a bathrobe or something to pick them up?
I think maybe I threatened that. There was a point where my oldest was starting to get embarrassed by me. She's past that now,
Right.
and
When
now she's
that
like,
happens,
proud of me and stuff. Like,
if I may jump in just quickly, when that happens, that really has to be a sucker punch to any parent, right?
Because listen, I used to. 10 years ago, my oldest was in kindergarten, and I was a lunch dad. So the great thing about our job is that we get done the show early enough that I was actually able to go be a cafeteria dad,
right?
And for a little while there, they were excited that I would go there. They loved it. It was the coolest thing. And also I got to meet the other classmates and all that. And then after a while, it was like
dwindled.
Yeah, but so I would do this thing at basketball games. And listen, this is a great dad joke. So if anybody out there wants to use this is awesome. But when my daughters would do an inbound pass.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is just the easiest pass in basketball whatsoever, right? The referee hands them the ball, then they pass it to. I would yell at the top of my lungs, "Great pass!" Right? "Great pass, Casey!" And it was funny. Everybody laughed, and it was just ridiculous. And then they would just go, "Oh my God, I can't believe this freaking guy."
Yeah.
So dumb.
But when you've just been being a parent becomes embarrassing to your kids, not doing something that's kind of obnoxious.
Right.
Yeah, dude, it hurts.
Yeah,
it sucks.
especially I think like a daddy-daughter thing. You know,
Yeah.
Well, then you move on to what, purposely embarrassing them.
Yes.
That my dad came onto the school bus, remember, in his robe and purposely messed up his hair because I forgot my lunch.
Marissa, well, if you believe some people, there are aliens arriving in our solar system.
Guys, we are having some audio issues, and we do not have our guest yet.
Oh. All right.
I thought
Well,
we conveyed that. I apologize.
No. Let's pivot. Let's pivot now.
Let's pivot.
I had this big introduction I was going to do, and
listen,
it's going to be fun.
Do you want to run lines?
Listen, he was on, but we were having audio issues. For some reason, we weren't getting his audio. So worst case scenario.
Oh, and we're radio, so we do
chuck him
need
on
that.
on the phone if we need to.
Yeah, that's
So-
fine.
We can do that.
Yeah.
The phone is fine. Real quick, by the way, I can do a shout out.
Please.
And this is from a friend of ours, Jeremy Alcorn.
Oh, yeah.
Former intern, and as he says and signs us, your tech support and spelling intern. He writes it SPELLIN. Because Jeremy is an incredibly smart person, but can't spell to save his life.
Just as
and he
thing.
says, "Hey guys, is it possible? I'd love to get I was supposed to do this yesterday, and I totally missed the mark. I would love to get a shout out for my son Elliot. He started listening to the show over the last few months and loves it. And he turns 12 years old.
Oh my God.
I hope your families are awesome." He says. So, Jeremy, this is for Elliot.
I'm going to call Jeremy because he's a whiz, and I'm pretty good with my computing. but he could give me some insight. I'm going to call Jeremy.
Very good. He's the guy to go to. All right, and then I got this one as well, and he says he wants a shout out, but let's see what you guys think. This is from Frankie James. He says, and he's with Chirpin Pucks Media. He said, on Saturday, October 18th, while inside doing photos for a Dave Matthews cover band, on the outside, my girlfriend's car was being robbed on the streets of Philadelphia. They stole a lot of different things, including a debit card. And he said, a Snickers bar, oddly enough.
Oh, God, no, why?
But all of my camera equipment, that's the thing. Giving back to the community and doing a lot of charity work is something that I am most proud of and can no longer give back the way that I always had. The value of stolen equipment was over $8,000.
Jeez.
To regain everything again, it would cost about $5,000, being some of the equipment stolen came out a few years ago. He said, Sam from the YouTube community was incredible enough to start a GoFundMe, which completely amazed me. And I provided a link and a price for everything that went missing. And he gave me this itemized list of things that were stolen and how much they were worth. So he wants a shout out to the YouTube community for doing that. So sorry to hear that.
I mean, it's horrible, but it's also wonderful.
But it's great that that the YouTube crew has stepped up to assist Frankie. So hopefully everything will work out, my man. But I wanted to pass that along, and he wanted to send a shout out to the YouTube game.
I was at an event last week, and his girlfriend was there, and she was telling me a little bit about it, and they just were having a great time with the show, and they came out and they saw their car, and they just didn't realize. It was like, oh my God, somebody broke into the car. Oh my God, somebody took all of our stuff. And there were things that they left in the car that were of value, but whatever they got, it was just several $1,000s worth of stuff. So Frankie and his girlfriend, Erin, who's such a nice person, they both are, good luck. And hopefully the GoFundMe can help replace some of that.
Okay.
I'm considering something here, Preston, is that the reason why it did not work is you're mentioning the aliens.
Maybe.
That's exactly the kind of thing I would jam.
Screwed up the feed immediately. All right. If you believe certain people, aliens are on the way to our solar system. This is exactly how I tried to set this up earlier. There is a celestial body. It's the 31 Atlas comet, but some people believe that it may be what's called an extraterrestrial artifact. We could hash through all this crap and get nowhere on this. That's why we called in an expert.
Of course.
That we can ask a few questions to. And of course, he is the chief astronomer. I almost said meteorologist. He's the chief astronomer at the Franklin Institute. Our good friend, Mr. Derrick Pitts, is joining us this morning. Hi, Derrick. How you doing?
Everybody.
Hey.
Good morning. I'm fine. How are you?
We're doing great. Thanks for jumping on. We appreciate the last minute addition and that you were available. I know you don't have much time.
Of course.
But, okay, so have you heard the chatter about 31 Atlas potentially having some type of alien world connection to it?
Yes, I certainly have. And let's make one correction. It's not 31 Atlas. It's 3I.
It is 3I. See, I've seen it written two different ways, and I'm glad you corrected me on that because I was uncertain.
No,
okay.
and there's a good reason. The reason why it's called 3I is because this is the third interstellar object that has been identified moving through the solar system.
Oh.
So that's why it's 3I.
I have to say,
Third
Derrick,
interstellar.
that and they say since recorded history, or I mean, that seems, especially with how our perception of what is out there and what is constantly in motion, that this is only the third is kind of surprising to me.
Well, when you think about the kind of tools we've had to observe the universe and the solar system even up until now, we've been, not bad, but not great either. So this is a situation in which this particular sky survey, called the Atlas Sky Survey, has identified its third interstellar object. So now, if we were to go back and look at photographs of the night sky back, as far as we can look at photographs of the night sky taken with astronomical survey instruments, which is like high-quality telescopes in good locations with a real plan for surveying the sky, we might be able to identify other objects that could be recognized as interstellar. But now we have the capability to recognize them, so this is the third one in this particular survey.
Derrick, can you define interstellar object, please?
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a really cool thing. You ready for this? here we are in our solar system with our sun, our 8 planets, and all the other crap and detritus that goes along with the sun's gravitational field. That includes asteroids, comets, meteors, all this other stuff, okay? But it's all part of our solar system, part of the sun's gravitational system. Now, other stars that may have solar systems have all their own crap with them, too. Their planets, their meteors, their asteroids, their comets, all that stuff. Now, occasionally what can happen is, for some reason, some sort of, interstellar or planetary, dynamics forces an object out of a solar system, and it begins a journey in which it then interacts with another solar system. And that makes it an interstellar object.
Now I get it.
There's no reason.
Yeah,
there's no reason why it can't be a hunk of rock or an asteroid or something like that. And when you look at it, it's a lot easier to make that explanation than the alien spacecraft explanation.
So I jotted down some notes here. It says this comes from, I guess, NASA's site. The conjecture is that it's possibly 3 billion years older than our solar system, and that they also say it might have come from the Milky Way's thick disk of stars. Explain that.
So here's the deal. The Milky Way, of course, is our galaxy, the galaxy that our star is part of, one of 350 billion stars or more, somewhere around that number. If we think that every one of those stars has at least one planet, so that means every one of those stars has a solar system, then that means it also has all the other attendant junk, like comets, asteroids, meteors. And so what could have happened is, because of some gravitational interaction, something from one of those other solar systems headed in this direction and is passing close enough to us, relatively close, to be observed by us.
It's amazing.
So 3 billion years older than our solar system? Sure, because our sun is only 5 billion years old. That's not very old at all in the universe. So there could be objects from far older solar systems way across the galaxy someplace from which this may have come.
Derrick, I have a question, because since some people are curious as to whether this might be some type of an alien craft, whatever you want to call it, you as an astronomer, as an observer, if you see an object, if you guys are watching an object that's coming towards us in this general vicinity, what would be the markers that this is not just an object that's hurling off and by the power of gravity making its path? What would be an indicator to say this is something that we could see is some type of an intelligence behind it?
Well, I think the first thing we'd have to look for is either, say, Klingon or Ferengi license plate.
Sure. There you go. It's as simple as that.
Yes. All right. I mean, that would definitely be a marker.
By the way, Derrick, you just outed yourself as a Romulan sympathizer.
I really didn't want to do that. So if we wanted to identify something as actually being from another civilization someplace, we would have to look for motion of the object to have intent in how it moves. Now, intent, that means I'm looking for a motion along its path that indicates that there is some control happening of the craft. So, for example, it's moving in a straight line, and, Newton's laws say an object in motion will remain in motion until it's disturbed. So if an object moving through space suddenly makes a detour move in a different direction with no other influence nearby, then that's going to be one of the indications that I might use, among others, to tell me this is something else.
Okay, so obviously, and I know you're a science fiction fan as well, and in many cases, they'll say, okay, it's slowing down, or it's able to negotiate past the gravitational pull of another planet or whatever. To the point that you just mentioned, one of the things that was jotted down, they talk about this, what they call anti-tail of jet particles pointing towards the sun instead of away from it. What does that mean?
Well, if we look briefly at the anatomy of a comet, a comet is a frozen ball of carbon dioxide with some dirt and rock and dust mixed in it, left over from the early history of the solar system.
Right.
As these objects come closer to the parent star in the solar system, the gas begins to melt. It actually does something called sublimate, which is it goes from a solid directly to a gas with no liquid state. Okay?
Wow.
Sometimes when this happens, what can happen is a pocket of gas can be warmed by the sun and protrude outward from the nucleus of the comet in the direction of the sun.
Oh.
But as the nucleus warms up and melts away, well, that's going to disappear too. And this is all part of the dynamics of comet nuclei as they warm up during their orbit around the sun.
So
they'll have a gas tail, they'll have a dust tail, there's the anti-tail, there's the coma, and the nucleus. And all of those things are part and parcel of how these objects operate.
So as this day advances, we're going to be getting what they I guess is more definitive information concerning this?
The more definitive information that we're going to get is a better fix on what its trajectory is, what its velocity is, and in that way, we will be able to better determine from which direction it came. So what part of the Milky Way did it come from?
Wow.
We'll be able to more generally understand that, and we can have a much better idea of where it's headed. But here's a real telltale thing about this. This object coming through the solar system, it didn't really slow down very much to get, if it were aliens, to get a good enough look at the planet. Some people might say it took a scan early on, decided this was not the place they wanted to stop. They locked all the doors, rolled up the windows, and kept on going.
That's right. That seems to be more likely, I guess.
All right, so listen.
That seems to be way more likely, yeah.
My Instagram algorithm wants me to believe that this is an alien craft. And so what's going to happen? And listen, to me, that's exciting stuff, right? Like whether or not they come in peace or they're going to obliterate us or whatever. I'm like,
Yeah. That's way more exciting.
I wouldn't mind in my lifetime actually knowing that there was life out there, other than life on Earth. But so what I'm hearing is that today it's going to duck behind the sun. We're going to lose, a visual contact of it for the next month or so, and then the
invasion.
No, then, in late November, scientists will get a better idea as to what this thing may or may not be. Is my algorithm feeding me lies, or what is my algorithm doing to me right now?
Well, your algorithm is probably taking the responses, the positive responses of so many people who always want something more exciting than the mundane to happen. Mm-hmm. And so, your algorithm isn't really doing any scientific research on its own to come up with any real data. So, your algorithm is out the window. Let's just throw that away. But what scientists are going to do, a few scientists have the opportunity and the equipment to keep observing this after it comes back out on the daytime side of the sun. I shouldn't say the daytime side of the sun. I should say not the evening sky side, but the morning sky side of the sun as we're looking at it. And in their data collection, they'll be able to, again, see, the thing about doing data collection is the more data points you have, the more refined your conclusions can be. And so they want more data points so that they can be more certain about its trajectory. Certain about its trajectory in that they want to identify which direction it came from and where it's heading. They're not worried about it coming to Earth or hitting Earth or anything like that.
So, Derrick, years ago, you talk about UFOs and you talk about this sort of stuff, and the government, no, weather balloon, blah, 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 blah. We live in a day and age now where there's a ton of information coming directly from the government that says there are all sorts of anomalous things that they're investigating. There was a recent study about these craft that appear to be going into the oceans, and there's glowing lights under the surface of the water. How much more do you believe that the general consensus is there is legitimately something going on, whether it be from outside our world or from within? And where do you stand on all of this?
I don't think the government has done very much to help convince people that there's extraterrestrial life. I don't think the government has done a whole lot to help in that regard, because the government may have made claims, but they have not shown up with any real evidence or proof at all.
Right.
Those videos from the jet aircraft and stuff like that of something moving below the plane, and you see they're out over the ocean. I cannot look at that and say, oh, yeah, that's an alien spacecraft. It doesn't look like anything. So that's the first place. I think where the general public is getting its, not confirmation, but the extended desire to believe in extraterrestrial life is we get it from our entertainment sources that provide such fantastic imagery. I mean, if you read the science fiction, the science fiction allows you to develop your own mental picture. So just to throw this in quickly, Preston, I really know what Rocky looks like because I've developed an image in my mind after having read Project Hail Mary.
Yes,
okay?
you read it. Thank you, Derek.
How about that? You like that? Okay, great. And so the other piece of it is that all of the great movies, the Star Wars, the Star Trek, all of those, the Alien movies, all of those have given me wonderful imagery. And if anything's going to convince people more than anything else, it's what they see. And that's why we have to be so careful about AI-produced images these days, because our eyes lead us to believe something is real when it's not.
Which is exactly...
That all sort of goes together.
Which is exactly why I wanted to have you on, right? Because I've seen, my algorithm, this astronomer, physicist, and I was like, is this guy really, or is this AI? Like, what, because So I'm asking you definitively. I don't necessarily think you believe that this is alien spacecraft, but you are also saying that you can't discount that it's not, correct?
Right. So the way science works is you never say never.
Yeah.
Right. But what you say is you say, I have my data shows me that to an accuracy of 9 decimal points that this is something. This is what it is. So I would say 99.9999999% certain this is not an alien spacecraft. Now, I leave a little bit of space in there because who knows? Maybe the thing is going to turn around and land tomorrow. And I can't discount that possibility entirely, but the preponderance of my evidence says this is a natural phenomenon. Okay, so that's the way I have to operate on that count. For myself personally, what I certainly how do I say this? The way the probability looks, you've heard me say this a zillion times. Yeah. If you just run the numbers, the numbers of stars in the galaxy, the number of galaxies, one would be foolish, I would say, to say that there's no possibility for life out there in the universe.
Yeah.
It's a very scientific
it come
way.
here, I have no evidence. No one has any. I challenge anyone that thinks they have some actual evidence to show up with it.
I love it.
No one has it.
All right, so Derek, I need to know, A, what did you think of Project Hail Mary? And 2, what did you think of the science in the book? Because that's what I'm curious about.
Oh, my gosh. I thought the science was fantastic. It was really well done.
Excellent.
All the stuff about the gravity, about the time dilation that they put in there so beautifully, all that was so well done. Even creating the alien atmosphere, with the different
ammonia,
with the different gas and all that, with the ammonia atmosphere and all that other stuff. And the other thing I really, really loved about it was we're allowed for an alien civilization to have been able to accomplish space flight without really understanding everything about physics, that the parts of physics that we understand.
Yeah.
They still managed to do it.
Yeah.
And so all of those things put together, I think, I thought it was a really well done story. And here's the other thing I loved about it. Oh my gosh, the twists and turns.
Yeah.
I thought I could anticipate what was going to happen next, but I couldn't. So he always threw in a wrench, a curveball someplace. But I thought the science was really very well done.
Well,
and I also liked it that they didn't bring the guy back at the end of the
we're not gonna. It's coming out in the movie. We don't want to spoiler alert it. But anyhow,
I love that though.
You know what? Even hearing that, you still can't appreciate.
Yeah.
Without having read the whole thing.
Absolutely. All right. Well, good.
Yes.
I am happy to hear that. Well, we know that you do have to run, and thank you for staying on some extra minutes here with us, Derrick. But we just appreciate your knowledge and you sharing it with us. Oh, and I'm going to mention this. I know you guys have the Universal Theme Parks exhibition coming up.
Cool.
At the Franklin Institute, which looks really, really cool. Do you know anything about it?
It's going to be fantastic. Get your tickets now because they are going to sell out.
Yes.
And it's going to be difficult to get a ticket. So don't be calling me looking for tickets.
All right. I'll share all the details. I have them here in front of me. We know you got to run. Thank you so much, Derrick. It's great to talk to you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it, guys.
Derrick Pitts, chief astronomer of the Franklin Institute.
He's great.
Our friend there. So, yeah. And by the way, they wanted to make sure I mentioned this, but they're doing a partnership with Universal, the theme park.
Yeah.
And they're having an exhibition about it. If you've ever been to the Franklin Institute exhibitions, you know they're
great.
All kinds of interactive stuff. They make it really unique and fun and cool. And they pull back the curtain on how Universal brings, what they do, the imagination, how they bring it to life. And it will feature Jaws, the Minions, The Secret Life of Pets, and Sing, and Super Nintendo World, and Jurassic World, and DreamWorks Animation, How to Train Your Dragon, Universal Monsters, and a bunch more. And you go through these 8 themed galleries that explore different dimensions of Universal's creative legacy, how they do the robotics and animatronics to the sound and costumes and special effects. If you've ever been to Universal, you know how impressive it is.
Yeah.
They're going to break it down for you. Tickets go on sale today, by the way, at fi.edu. Now, it is not until February. It's going to open on Valentine's Day. And then it's, the exhibitions stick around for a while, but you want to get tickets for this because they do it right at the Franklin Institute.
I love that.
Yeah. And I love that he loved the book.
Yeah. My only bummer...
By the way, I've been bugging him for a couple of years now. I'm like, you got to read this, you got to read this, you got to read it. He eventually got around and read it, so I love it.
And I think my only hang up about the movie is that it's not a limited series. I would prefer for this to be...
Take some time with it.
A 6 to 8 hour journey.
Yeah.
I don't know how
so great.
How long the movie runs. I assume it's going to be over 2 hours, right? It's a
probably
pretty sprawling story.
Yeah, but it's a Project Hail Mary, if you haven't had a chance to read that. From Andy Weir, who did The Martian and
Short Circuit.
Artemis. No, not Short
Los Locos kick your ass.
Wow.
I'm looking. When is 3 Body Problem season 2 coming out?
I don't know.
Man.
Here's the deal. So the shows that come out and you get caught up in, like there's one called Invasion. Okay, so I watched the first 2 seasons of that. It took forever for the third, and I've lost interest in it.
You lost it.
I
lost that
so
loving
much
feeling.
I've lost that loving feeling. But I mean, it's a show with lots of characters in different scenarios, different places of the world. And now I've forgotten everything. And even if I watch the recap, I've still lost some of the magic that has held me into it.
It becomes work at a certain point.
does.
Now, if were you in Stranger Things, you just keep watching the series over and over
I
again.
keep watching it over and over. But this one doesn't lend itself to that. Stranger Things is great from the very first episode. It took me like 3 episodes before I'm like, okay, I'm committed to this. But 3 Body Problem is another one, and it involves physics and things like that.
These things. With the physics, celestial bodies, supernovas, and the quarks, these kind of things.
I don't know when that's coming out.
Yeah, I'm trying to find. There's too many words in this article. Damn it.
And Foundation was kind of that way, too. I started watching the newest season, and I'm like, I got to drag myself back into it. I will get there. Just kind of force myself.
Keep pulling you back in.
Oh, well. What should we do?
Are you the time killer?
I can't be the time killer. We were earlier. We had on. We were talking about with Dave Schratwieser and George Anastasia. We were talking about this show on Netflix called Mob Wars, Philadelphia versus the Mafia, and we also had a representative from Netflix who was in there, and he was talking to us off air about the Netflix house in King of Prussia, which, by the way, is going to open before the one in Dallas. That's the only other one in the country.
Yes,
and so
that's exactly right.
We get dibs.
Yeah,
on the Netflix house, which is amazing.
They're putting together the presentation for that opening.
He was saying that, and it's going to happen while we're at camp out, unfortunately. But that's fine. Let him kind of work out the bugs first few days. But he was saying that the Stranger Things exhibit that they have, it is going to be represented in Netflix, but they have these super immersive, big time exhibits. It's going to open in Dallas first, and then in a couple of months they'll bring it up to Philly. But they're going to start off with one from Wednesday here, which is
all right.
fantastic.
That's fine.
And I forgot what the other one was that he said, but he's like, you will not believe how amazing these VR and all these immersive worlds that you can get into are.
So think about that, which is awesome. We're going to have this facility that's going to have all these different elements to it. And then directly across from it in the mall is this new gaming center.
Oh.
That is, you were talking about, Preston. That is going to be this sprawling, I think it's the entire footprint of the former JCPenney.
It is. So it's called, there's a group out of Massachusetts called Level 99, and they are bringing what they call a sprawling adult playground to the King of Prussia Mall, and it will be in 2027. So it's a little further off, but this will be their first foray into the Philadelphia market. It's a 46,000 square foot venue that will include 50 life-size mini games geared towards adults, according to the news release, full-service restaurant and bar serving local craft beer. So I don't know what the games are like.
Well, if they're adult, I assume they're sexual in nature.
We would think so.
No,
hey, that's the orgy room.
Oh,
they actually showed one of the games is, and I believe this is from one of the other facility, Preston, it is the classic large axes swinging back and forth, and you have to walk down the gauntlet.
Oh.
Okay. You know, like almost Edgar Allan Poe-ish.
Wouldn't it be great, though, Steve, if it was all sexual stuff and, like, this is the bukkake section.
Yes.
And over here is DVD.
Here's your mask.
And, good luck.
Here are your goggles.
I wonder if they're going to have, like, really, really immersive AI experiences. I don't know. You guys all follow Bert Kreischer, but he did this thing. I saw it on his Instagram last week or 2 weeks ago where he was basically wingsuiting.
Yes, and so you lean forward, right?
Yeah, you lean forward, but you're attached to cables.
Yeah.
And you have a VR headset on, and I guess maybe they have, like, wind blowing at you, and what you're experiencing.
I would do that.
Yeah,
I would do that. I would never do a wingsuit, but I love it. I find it incredibly exhilarating.
What's the AI part of it?
So you're wearing the goggles.
Did I say AI? I meant VR.
No, but VR, okay, because I'm like, I didn't quite.
Okay, it is responding. It is using AI to respond and add to synchronize other elements.
Speaking of wingsuits, have you guys seen that in Yosemite National Park, because of the government shutdown, there's not a ton of people working there right now, that people are jumping off of El Cap. They're jumping off of Half Dome because they can get away with it. And
you're not allowed to normally?
No.
Okay.
It's highly illegal. And but thrill seekers will do it. The people that are base jumpers or whatever, they've done it for a long, long time. But Casey will do it at times where they aren't going to get caught. Right. Early in the morning, late at night, or whatever. And right now, they're doing it in the middle of the day, and they're doing it while people are climbing legally on El Cap and Half Dome and other places, other climbing spots in Yosemite, and they're getting so close to these people as they're jumping off of these high cliffs that the people who are climbing the rocks can hear them whooshing by. It's terrifying, and it's highly illegal.
By the way, we got a text from somebody who says, I did level 99 in Massachusetts. It's awesome, challenging. If you did it, call and explain a little bit about
the
what
sex
that is.
rooms.
Please let us know about the sex room. 610-660-9333 is the number, because I want to hear a better description than what I'm reading in this press release. So I'll read a little bit more of what it says. It says, it just goes into how experiential retail is transforming malls to help fill, empty spaces. And this is kind of what's going to start filling out some more of these malls that are becoming vacant.
So King of Prussia has stayed on point throughout a whole bunch of
it's one of the rare ones.
things that and it continues to be a lucrative mall. However, you have to adapt. These kind of things with the flying and the thinking and the sex rooms and the quarks. I think you're
Yeah.
That's where it's going, baby.
If malls, regular malls, want to adapt, and maybe not King of Prussia Mall because that's kind of a juggernaut. What I feel like what they need to do is each individual store needs to have an outside entrance. Because I was talking about this with my wife the other day. Because we were in the new King of Prussia town center area where like the
Poker show is and everything. Yeah.
These kind of things.
And I was like, why are these things booming and malls are dying? And she's like, well, you can pull up to the store that you need to get to. I was like,
just
okay.
walk right in it.
And you can do that at a mall, essentially. You can pull up to the entrance of the mall that's closest to your store.
I see what you're saying.
But if you do have, and normally that's where the store.
It's tough though.
The storage closets are or whatever. But if you could create an entrance on the outside of the mall that goes right into your store, and I know that the footprints of mall stores are smaller, but
I know what you're saying though. But that King of Prussia area, try getting a parking spot in that parking lot.
Exactly.
That's what I said. Yeah.
I know. Yeah.
So you guys reminded me of this new place that just opened in Philly that I think might also be up your alley. It's called Time Mission.
Okay.
Have you seen this? Okay, so like it says it has 25 immersive challenges. I have only seen it on Instagram so far, but like one of them is kind of like Legend of the Hidden Temple, where you have to swing from like rope to rope as if like the floor is lava.
Yeah.
And you have to go around. And then another one is actually has the lasers that you have to climb through, like Mission Impossible or one of those shows where you're like climbing around the lasers.
Sounds kind of like Beat the Bomb, which is in the city.
Yes.
We did that as a family, had a great time. In fact, we finished like 70 out of 1,500 people that were doing it around the country. Yeah, we killed it because we're escape room people.
Yeah, you are.
It's different than an escape room, but I love that type of stuff, Marissa.
Yeah, and this one, I'm watching a little video and it has like a thing that's like spinning around and has like padded like spokes that you have to
the
like
thing that almost
dodge
killed
and, like,
Casey.
climb around. That, but like not as big. This is more of just like a turnstile size. And like there's a room full of balls, and the balls are like those big yoga balls.
Yeah,
and
you know
have
the
to get
sex
through
room.
that.
There's hair all over them.
It all goes back to sex.
All right.
So it looks like it's at 15th and Chestnut.
my balls!
Time Mission. This is right up my family's alley. This is the type of thing that we do. At Beat the Bomb, they have a laser thing that you have to go through too. Those are so much fun.
Come back to
Do you know
the
what's a more
city.
relaxed experience, Preston? Is Beat the Bong.
Beat
Much
the
more
Bong.
Very relaxed.
I've played that game before.
You have the home version.
All right, yeah. I've got to check that out, Marissa. Thank you for the
looks
heads up
great.
on that.
Yeah, cool.
But this one that's coming out to KOP, I'm curious as to, let me go to Brian because he went there. I got him on the line. Hey, Brian, you're on the air. Good morning, bud.
Hi, how are you?
Good. All right, so you went to this Level 99?
Yeah, we went for a work trip, and it was more like mini escape rooms, you can consider them.
Okay. All right.
So there was different stunts that you had to do, different tasks to escape the room, and that's what it was.
Can you give a couple of examples of some of the things that
They
were...
had one that was like a balance beam that you walked across, and there was swords swinging back and forth, and it was timed.
Okay.
I love that.
And then another one was you had to match on the floor the different pattern to get through to the other side.
Yep. Okay. I know what you're talking about.
Probably 20 or 30 different rooms, and then there was obviously alcohol and food.
I love it.
So yeah, this is cool. I
This
dig
has a little bit of that Wipeout element. If you
Yeah.
remember that game.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yes,
That's great, man. All right. So you give it a full thumbs up?
yes 100%.
All right.
Thanks, Brian.
Didn't
Appreciate
even
it.
mention the Bukkake room.
All right. So that's coming in 2027. So it's a little ways off. So we can go and, play at the Netflix house for a year.
I'm very excited for this. You know, all of this stuff.
Yep.
I mean, and if we can get it in before the alien invasion,
Yes.
win.
Man, I went to the Montgomeryville Mall recently, and I walked through the J.C. Penney's entrance, which that's open. But then you go into the mall, and I'm starting to count the stores that are just shuttered, empty, the gates down, everything, lights off, and it's sad. I hate it.
Especially because, where are you from, stranger?
Yeah.
Spencer's. Yeah, it is because it was such a part of our culture. I mean, you would literally go for fun just to go to the mall.
Yeah.
And also that means jobs. And that means people who lost their livelihood. And now listen, this can be the evolution. Use those spaces and maybe recreate them.
Yeah.
Get people re-familiar with the notion of actually purchasing things on site. or the kind of things they will purchase on site and see how that can go.
In between 1988 and 1993, I was such a mall rat, and I was a mall rat at the King of Prussia Mall. That's where we would go when my parents didn't want us to hang around at the house anymore, when they needed to get rid of us, and they dropped me and my friends off there, and we would just wander around and do nothing. The amount of hours that I wasted in the King of Prussia Mall is staggering.
Is it just rich people that are keeping the King of Prussia Mall where it is? Because, I mean, it's
higher end.
It's high-end fashion, and when I walk through that mall, and I see some of the other people walking around, I'm like, okay, you guys, you're all,
you guys are broadcasting.
They're all rich people. They're all definitely filthy rich people.
There's a part of the mall that is predominantly that, and there are other parts that are,
most of it is higher than even the anchor stores. I mean, like the.
Why are you buying an anchor?
But I mean, I'm just amazed that there are that many rich people that keep a mall that size up. That's what it seems on surface to me.
You remember, so if you're talking about the evolution of the malls, malls started to always have a movie theater attached. Yeah. Because that would be where the family that wasn't shopping could go and hang out. And so this seems a proper extension.
Yeah, and listen, I'm not necessarily bummed out for myself. I don't need to go to the mall. Nick, I was the same way. The Springfield Mall was my haunt. Bummed out for the kids. It was a fun, cool experience. Yeah. And it's just not the same anymore, man.
Well, that's
it's a gig.
It's a gig.
Things are way different now with kids at all when it comes to going out, being social, doing these community events and things like that, because social media has made it a little more detached. You feel like you're connected, but it's right there in your hand.
Yeah.
You're not physically in these places anymore, and you can get as much of a thrill by flipping through TikTok and seeing all these experiences you could be doing in person. But I get it. I understand. I understand.
It's the way of the world,
that
man.
part of it too, yeah.
Yep.
And then, of course, you sound like an old curmudgeon when you start to talk about the good old days.
We used to turn our own butter.
Yeah. Couldn't just go to the store and buy that all willy-nilly.
Just get me right off the shelf there. My dearest wife, today I went to Sparrow's and that's what they called the pizza pie.
Sparrows, and that's the olden days.
So Sparrows would have been. All right, listen. I want to sit down for a meal.
Yeah,
I want to sit down, and I love Sparrows, for God's sake.
Yeah.
All right. Well, anyhow,
Preston, that's where we first. It was the Granite Run Mall where we were introduced to Salad Works.
Yeah,
the original salad tossers. They got rid of that phrase, didn't they?
Didn't they?
Did. Yeah.
Yeah. They replaced it with fisting is fun.
By the way, at level 99 locations at the existing ones, price starts at $29.99 per person for 2 hours of play.
Oh, okay.
So $15 an hour. Prices increase on weekends and holidays, and if a customer wants more time too, so you can do that. But that's not till 2027. And we have these other places in the city, obviously, you can go to. A Netflix house is coming up. So.
Should we encourage listeners to get in line now?
Yeah. Probably. Probably. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll get back, and we will regale you with some bizarre, vile stories. Stay put. We'll be right back.
Also picked me up from a party early, because if I were to ever go to a party in high school, my parents would call the house that I was going to. And if somebody didn't answer the phone, she was like, I'm coming to get you. Like, you need to know. So, and
coming now.
So we didn't pick up the phone, and my dad showed up with it was my best friend's dad and my dad, and they dressed up in my little brother Christopher's like dress up. They had like helmets on and swords and like armor.
I love him.
And they came into the party and picked us up like that.
That's great.
This was high school, by the way.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's hard to come back from that.
That's good.
There's a whole other level of embarrassing your children, because you have also, I was yelling the nice pass at basketball games, but like yelling at referees and stuff like that at games. And
Yelling the
like
C word?
Not that.
Well, that's an unintentional. I mean, that's your parent getting out of control.
That's Bad News Bears. That's psycho parent thing. This is just, you're not doing anything.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're playfully fun. It's like that transition you were talking about. Dad's here at school.
Yeah.
Oh no, Dad's here. That's a level of embarrassment, like Kathy's parents doing cosplay. that you it's hard to get past.
Yeah, because I had seen that type of thing a couple times. I don't really want to dwell on that. But I'd seen, parents, embarrass their kids by doing something that was just mean or
I told you
out of line.
My dad's attire in the winter quite often would be an overcoat with that went down like below his knees.
Please tell me he had those little sock suspenders on too, because that really pushes it to another level.
But and then boots. It looked like he was a flasher. It looked exactly like that. And he would show up at school. I remember we're waiting to go on a weekend field trip to go see a movie. And we're waiting there, and I forgot something or money. Both my brother and I, to get popcorn or whatever. And he's coming up, and everyone's like looking at, oh my God, there's a flasher coming to the school, and I'm like, oh no!
All right, we got some good calls coming in. I'm going to Luke. Hi, Luke. You are on the air. Good morning, Luke. Are you there?
Hey yo. Sorry.
Yo, what's up, Luke?
So I'm very man pretty, and when I was 18 years old, I became a model for Abercrombie.
Oh, you'd be one of those dudes who was like shirtless?
Yeah, but when I say model, I just mean like I stood outside of the mall in Cherry Hill.
Okay.
But my mom told everybody he's an Abercrombie model.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Abercrombie model. Like, so she would walk through the mall and be like, "That's my son. That's my son."
That's great. I love it.
It is wonderful to have that pride and have your parents have that exist. But I mean, I can see where that'd be embarrassing.
Oh my God!
Luke,
did you tell her?
She doesn't bring that up at all.
Did you tell her to stop doing it?
Bugs.
Did you ever tell her to stop doing it, Luke?
Yeah, of course I did.
Yeah, she didn't.
Can you just go to Cinnabon and leave me alone?
That's right. All right, thanks, Luke. Appreciate it.
So my daughter and Chuck D'Amico, who works here, his daughter, they both worked at a little coffee shop down the shore this summer, and Chuck's wife would go into that coffee shop and embarrass her daughter all the time. Like
how?
It doesn't for a 16-year-old.
Yeah,
it doesn't take much.
It doesn't take much. Just if you announce that's my baby girl back there.
Right.
Oh, no.
It doesn't take much.
I'm going to go to Melanie. Hey, Melanie, good morning.
Hey, bitches.
Hey, what? What's up, Melanie?
Hey, so my mom is a local singer-songwriter, and I just want to give her kudos that today I'm so proud of her, and I'm so appreciative when she does this, but I wasn't always this way.
All right.
Growing up at some of her shows, she would intentionally pick out songs that were, songs that she'd written for my sisters and I, but she specifically had written me a lullaby that was no mistaken. It was a lullaby. And she would sing it in front of crowds at World Cafe, the Bluebird in Tennessee, like some pretty, known places.
Would she point you out in the audience?
Say that again?
Would she point you out in the audience, or was it just...
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Oh, yes. She would call me out. If there could have been a spotlight, I'm sure she would have put it on. But she would make sure to tell every single person, especially at the end of the night as we left, that, oh, this was my daughter. This is the one I sang about.
Is this someone we would know? What's her name, if you don't mind giving it?
Yeah, not at all. Her name is Lizanne Knott. I believe her website is lizanneknott.com, and she is phenomenal. I think she is the best singer in the world. I'm so proud of her.
But at a certain age, you were like, oh, cut it out, Mom.
Oh, it was the worst. Especially it would come up on XPN on the radio sometimes, and, every one of my friends knew about it, so I get phone calls and text messages. Oh, we just heard your mom on the radio. We just heard your lullaby.
Oh, that's funny.
Nice. With you,
all right, thanks, Melanie.
Are you, and Casey and Nick, and are your kids embarrassed when they hear you on the radio, or see people make a fuss about what?
We're not allowed to talk about certain stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of respect their privacy to a certain level, but also, I don't know about you, Casey, with your daughter, Casey, but like at 15, my son's friends just don't care.
Yeah,
I think that like they did
Keep it that
earlier.
way.
Well, yeah, like in high school. To them, it doesn't really matter what their parents do. I think that they'll reflect on it later in life, but right now it doesn't seem to impact them one way or the other.
My son has a few friends that listen to the show that have been listening to the show for a while.
Friends do?
Yeah.
Oh, because I get friends' parents listen to the show, or teachers listen
as
to
a
the
result
show.
of them being in the car with their parents.
I see.
They have, and so I was at his school a couple of weekends ago, and the kid at the because we were there for a play, and the kid that I was getting the tickets from, he's like, "Oh, I listen to you guys all the time."
Nice.
And I was like, "Well, that's pretty cool," And my daughter,
That sex harness bit was hilarious.
yeah. And then my daughter's friends are now, and so that's why I think my daughter has sort of come around on it. Is that she has friends that are like, "Hey, that's pretty cool what your dad does," not like,
Yeah.
It's also interesting, though. I'm sorry, Kath, because our kids know you guys. So my son has been his entire life. I've been on the
Growing
Preston and
up,
Steve show,
yeah.
So like this is all he knows.
Yeah,
what his
I
dad
guess
is
that's true.
doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess sweet. You guys have a much different situation than I do. I get mocked. I told this story before. We were at Target, and someone was like, "Oh my God, are you Kathy Romano? I listen to the show every day. I love you guys. Oh, thank you so much." Second she walked away, Jace looked at me and went, "Oh my God, you're Kathy."
Really? Like, you're not getting anything.
Kathy, one time, I think I told this story before, but we went out and we were at an outdoor restaurant. I ordered dessert, and somebody came up behind me, and they said, "Hey, listen to the show. It's so nice to meet you." And I said I was chatting with them for a little bit. Ben used that opportunity to eat my entire dessert. It was gone. I was like, "All right."
If you're talking about restaurants, my dad, it was his thing because he worked for Diners Club for a while, so we'd going out. One of the early credit cards, if you're not familiar, and so we'd sit down. The waitress or waiter would come over. 4 peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, please.
Love you, Dad.
That's your dad joke.
Let me go to Marina. Hi, Marina. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, Marina. It says here you are a prosecutor.
Yeah.
All right, and we were just talking about somebody had said that their mom comes in for their cases.
Yes, so mine does too, as will other family members of mine. And I didn't think much of it until the one day when the judge was like, "Oh, who are you here for?" Because most of the people in the courtroom are not just the general public. They're for a case. And I had to stand there and be like, "Oh, that's my mom."
So in the spectators, Marina, it's usually people who are somehow tacitly connected to the case, right?
Yes.
Right, but do you have people?
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Bud Light. You can join Nick. He will be tomorrow night at the... It says join Nick tonight, so that's why I'm having a struggle here.
Oh.
Join Nick tomorrow night from 7 to 9 for the Bud Light Thursday night kickoff at Harrigan's Pub in Hatboro, and you can enter for your chance to win a pair of Eagles tickets courtesy of Bud Light. Expectant mom Ines Egner was in for the laugh of a lifetime after a recent sonogram appointment. The pregnant mom-to-be went viral on TikTok after recounting her recent anatomy scam and sharing one of the sonogram images. And if you look at it, and I saw a picture of their dog, it looks a lot like their dog, whose name is Goulash.
Really?
Yeah, she said our son looks remarkably like our dog in this picture.
Don't they say that owners and pets begin to look alike?
Yes. Yeah. So now Egner tells people that her first reaction to seeing the uncanny similarity was to laugh. She said, "We went to do the 20-week anatomy sonogram together with my best friend. We're idling in the waiting room for a bit, and the doctor called me in and handed me a little folder with the pictures and general report of the exam. We were skimming through them until we came across a picture, and my friend goes, 'Wait, that baby looks like Goulash.'
Did you bang the dog?"
And my husband and I instantly started laughing because we could see it too. I then sent the photos to my family via text, and my father, unprompted, actually said the same thing. He responded to the particular picture and said, "That baby looks like Goulash." And now no one can unsee it.
That's hilarious.
So it's the way the shadows are.
Sure,
in it.
yeah,
It looks like a dog's face. It's very, very funny. The son, Goulash, is going to be 5 in December, and Egner says that he's the best dog she's ever owned or met. And she said he's basically a giant baby. If you ask me, I can't imagine my life without him, and I'm so happy that my son will get to have such a doting big brother when he arrives.
I'm going to throw this out there. Occasionally, does she let Goulash play in her uterus?
It's possible.
Okay.
I don't know. We'll see. All right, if you're looking to hand someone a couple of $100s to jump off a bridge, you're going to have to wait a little while. There's a new attraction at China's Huajiang Grand Canyon Bridge.
Oh, thing's amazing.
Well, this has been put on hold after videos of safety tests went viral and got people worried. So the bridge, which is the world's highest road bridge, and we've reported on this, 2,051 feet above a river. 2,000. It's crazy. It was set to offer rope-free bungee jumping.
What?
Unlike regular bungee jumping, where you're attached to an elastic cord, this version has people jump straight into a large rainbow-colored safety net.
Oh, yeah, I've seen these.
Below. The company planned to charge about $225 per person, which is less than the $420 they charge for normal bungee jumping.
We went cheaper.
But during tests, workers dropped heavy sandbags onto the net to see if it would hold. And even though the net seemed to work, videos of the test just skeeved people out. It made them way too nervous. And many wondered what would happen if someone missed the 160 square meter net or if it broke. So the company tried to calm the fears by explaining the net was designed to absorb the fall safely, but local officials stepped in to do more safety checks before allowing it to open.
I have no desire to do anything remotely. If they were to fill the river with foam rubber, maybe.
Yeah. It's only 2,000 feet below you. Wow. In North Carolina, officials say a man accidentally shot himself in the leg while he was at the Super Walmart on Monday afternoon.
Didn't want to do that.
An off-duty officer working security reported hearing a gunshot inside the building. After seeing a vehicle leaving the area at a high rate of speed, the officer initiated a traffic stop and discovered a man suffering from a gunshot wound to his leg.
Okay.
Officials said the individual stated that he had accidentally discharged his firearm while he was inside the store. Officials said he reported the firearm had been tucked into his jogging pants without a holster.
Yes, perfect.
And when he attempted to reposition it, he unintentionally pulled the trigger through his clothing, causing the weapon to discharge and strike him in the leg.
Could you imagine tucking a pistol into jogging pants?
How are they going to hold?
Come on.
Those things are loose. The man was taken to the hospital for treatment of a non-life-threatening injury. No other reported injuries.
I mean, Plaxico Burress, who was a wide receiver for the Giants, he did the same thing. He shot himself in the leg in a nightclub. Same thing. He was wearing like sweatpants or something.
You can't.
Yeah.
Just tucking it into pants is problematic.
It's extremely dangerous.
They sell, what do they call them? Holsters.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
In Virginia, this is a follow-up story. I didn't report on this initial story, but this is kind of a follow-up for me, so I will share the whole thing.
Right.
A horrific prank among family members. That's what police said happened to an Alexandria family that was terrorized by 3 masked people threatening to break in. The frightening surveillance video showed the people fully covered in Halloween masks banging on the home's door. And this is, Steve, it's almost like out of The Purge, where the people are on the, knocking on the front door saying they're going to come in and kill you. 2 weeks after the chilling incident and an investigation that spanned 100 hours of work, police have revealed that the trio were cousins of the family.
Hey, that's a good one.
Who had driven from Fairfax County to scare them. Days after the first press conference, after receiving tips, police contacted a woman who confessed that she, her 2 sons, her nephew, 2 other adults, and another child were responsible for the prank.
We did thought we'd scare.
She waited in the car while the 3 teenage boys wore masks and approached the home. The 2 other adults and the child were nearby, some filming on a cell phone and some sitting in the second car. The boys in the video are between 14 and 16 years old. The family is not going to press charges, so the trio will not be publicly identified. The Commonwealth's attorney also declined to bring charges. But Shayla, the woman inside the home who called 911, initially called her brother, and she was visiting with her mother at the house during the incident. Her brother then came to the house with a gun. I mean, somebody could have gotten killed.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Neither Shayla nor anyone else in the immediate family knew the relatives were coming. Shayla said that it wasn't a prank to them at all. She said it's not even a joke gone wrong. They tried to enter the home. My heart dropped. And when they said that they were going to take a chair and break down the door, she said it's not clear what the motive was aside from it being intended as a prank.
I don't think some people know how to execute a prank.
And it's also not clear why they didn't come forward themselves after police began investigating. So
it's funny, right?
Now the mystery has been solved. And that is what we have in the Bizarre File for you. And now a surprise. For those of us in the studio.
This better be what I hope
Come on
it
in,
is.
Marissa. Bring in our guest.
I knew it. Yes!
Yes.
Yeah.
Holy mackerel.
Holy hell.
All right. We have joining us from Termini, we have Vinny and Joey.
Yeah.
who are here. Third generation owners of Termini Brothers who are here with us. Hey, guys.
What's up, guys?
How are you? Okay,
Oh,
before we go
man.
anywhere, how do you pronounce this amazing pastry you brought into us?
Well, I have to point to my brother Vinny, who actually makes these. This is his.
Okay.
So go ahead,
So-
Vin.
There's the wrong and the right.
Okay.
But they're both right. So in America, there's Soyadel.
Sfogliatelle.
With the D.
All right.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
But in Italy, it's Sfogliatella.
Sfogliatella.
But we Americanized it and
Yeah.
we made it Sfogliatelle. It's like regatta. Like you roll the R, regatta.
Yeah.
It's regatta.
Regatta.
So are you to an authentic Italian? You're going to say, okay, this guy's not legit, but to us domestically, it's no issue.
Domestically, it's no issue. I know where he's from. If he's from South Philly, he's saying Sfogliatelle.
Okay.
If he's from New York City, he's saying gabagool. Yeah. Okay.
All right.
And how much did The Sopranos influence it? Because it became such a big part of popular culture that people were
it
saying
seemed like Sfogliatelle was on every other episode.
Yeah.
And pignoli cookies.
Yes, which I love.
But it's a shame they were. They didn't get a chance to taste ours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now look,
Because-
he could have died in that diner in the last sequence. And maybe he missed his opportunity to have that.
He should have been eating a cannoli.
That's right. He would have been saved. Yeah.
Should have been eating a cannoli.
So
for
how popular are these?
They are very, very popular, and it's a labor of love. It's a lot of work that goes involved. A lot of bakeries don't make these from scratch. We do. My brother and I had been making them for the past 30 years, learning them from my father and grandfather.
It looks very intricate. So we heard, by the way, guys,
Mm-hmm.
there's two ways. There's clam style and then lobster tail style.
Okay, so the lobster tail is more of a cousin of the Sfogliatelle. Okay.
And what is that? Is that same name?
It's similar.
All right.
But that outer shell that looks like the phyllo dough. That is the lobster tail is filled with a cream puff filling.
Wow.
And then it's baked and it hollows out. And that's filled, after it cools down, it's filled with a cream. These are just straight up. This is a semolina.
This thing's like a medicine ball.
Hang on a
they're
second.
heavy.
Yeah, that's what I'm about to say, Vinny. This is really dense.
Yes,
all right?
it is.
So way more so because when you're looking at this, you're thinking, all right, maybe that's kind of like a croissant. And would be nice and light and airy and fluffy, but this thing weighs a ton. Is that all that ragout in there?
It's semolina,
Okay.
eggs, sugar, candied orange, cinnamon extract. And, it's from Naples. That's where it originated from. And there's nothing light about it. There's no
Holy
light
hell.
breakfast with a sfogliatelle and an espresso.
That's so good, man. That's awesome.
So to get something like this with all these layers, it seems like it would take a fair amount of time to put together.
So when that phyllo dough layer composition, that's a whole separate process where the dough is rolled out very fine and it's rolled into they call it like an anaconda, where it's rolled, and then they're sliced.
Yep.
And then you have these slices of these very fine layers, and then you have to grease them and you put the filling and shape them into this clamshell.
Wow.
So it's it's a labor of love.
Let me
and
tell you,
we love to do it.
It's a
and
work of art. It
we
really
think
is.
ours are better than everyone else's.
Well, you're making a strong case for that. Yeah.
You guys are legendary. How long has Termini been where it's been?
Just over 104 years.
1921. Yeah, I see it on the box right there.
Yeah.
Man, oh man.
Yeah, we're the third generation. Unfortunately, my father had just passed away.
Yeah, we talked about that not long ago. We saw the story and we're talking about that on the air. So I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, well,
But what a legacy,
It's a tremendous responsibility.
Yeah.
But my father and grandfather both taught us well. We were both under their supervision, and we're excited to carry on the tradition. This was one of my father's. This sfogliatelle was one of my father's favorite items. Wow. Yeah,
if you stop and think about, guys, that the family and your the legacy, and also generationally to the people of the area, you've been parts of celebrations and holidays, and it seems like that is very important to you guys.
Absolutely. There's nothing more rewarding than having so many people come up to us all the time and tell us, "Oh, you've been a part of our family birthdays for generations, for decades." And it's just a beautiful thing to hear. And, we carry that with a significant amount of weight.
Yeah.
Because it's a big responsibility of ours to make sure that we do it and do it right.
Nick, you have a question?
Yeah.
All right, good. I'm going to take a bite.
All right. First of all, absolutely delicious. Thank you guys so much for bringing them in this morning. Schratwieser was really, really good. Secondly, can you tell us a little history of the building? Because there was one building, and then you guys, the family, left that and then bought the original building back. Do I have that right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
So we originally started across the street at 1514 South 8th Street in 1921. And it was just a small little storefront. My grandfather and his brother, Gaetano, they slept in there.
Yeah.
I mean, they had nothing. So that's where they started. Very humble beginnings. And in 1938, the year my father was born, ironically, they decided to, it was a constant reinvestment into the business. They never put anything into their pocket as far as profits or anything.
Wow.
In 1938, they finally saved up enough money to purchase the property across the street, which is where the bakery, the main location, resides now. And year after year, after constantly reinvesting into the business, they expanded it house by house by house by house until, it is where it is now. And my brother and I continue to do that.
And then a few years ago, the original building became available for sale. Is that right?
Down the road, after, the original location was sold by my grandfather so that he can help purchase the property across the street. That person, her name was Michelina, and she passed away, and she wanted to make sure my father had the opportunity to buy it back so that we can have the original location.
That's amazing. And how many
we did that.
stories, of family-owned businesses, whether they be in your line of work or, that story's repeated countless times throughout Philadelphia. And to see you guys carrying on the legacy is awesome to see that. And these freaking things are awesome. They're really good.
Do you guys do a lot of business from people out of town ordering to get this stuff?
Yes, yes, we do. We do a tremendous business, online business, through our website at www.termini.com. We try to avoid, kind of getting wrapped up in the whole Amazon thing.
Yeah.
The big businesses. As a matter of fact, I heard you guys mentioning the whole malls and the independent stores that are kind of going out of business. Well, we want to be independent and we want to remain independent. So Termini Brothers, Termini.com is not for sale. We're here, we're operating it ourselves, and everything comes out of our main location. There aren't any customer service representatives out there taking calls or anything.
And we ship all over the country.
It's
we ship the
Eleanor.
Sfogliatelle, we ship the cannoli.
Can I ask how you do that? Because these are so intricate. How do you keep them
Years
intact?
of practice.
Yeah.
Years of practice and a lot of free product that we send out to test. But we have something very special coming out very soon for all you Italian cream cake fans out there.
All right.
It's coming, and we're really close.
All right. When you're ready, let me know, and I'll put it in our connoisseur segment and help get the word out for sure.
Well, we're going to bring you a cake.
I was going to say a little sample.
I'm seeing how you're devouring these pastries. You got to bring the Italian cream cake.
We clearly established that we're a bunch of mooches, so there's no problem with that.
Vinny, I think the secret ingredient is that orange you mentioned in there.
Yeah.
So that's not just any orange. So we buy cases and cases of California navel oranges, and we clean them ourselves. We just keep the skins, and we give the fruit to our employees. And we make our own orange zest. That's like an art in itself.
Yeah.
So the flavor profiles of this particular product is very, very kept close to the vest.
So you're giving actually the actual oranges to your employees. I'm sure they never get sick, right? With that amount of vitamin C.
They go home with bags.
It's a real problem, believe it or not. We don't know what to do with the oranges afterwards. We've tried to bring them to the Reading terminal for people that make juices and stuff.
Maybe there's something with Phil Abundance because we're doing the Camp Out for Hunger coming up. This may be something that's untapped that they're unaware of.
I'm just saying you should make some orange crushes. Give them to a bar for their orange crushes.
Let's go. Send me some contacts. We have plenty of oranges.
Wow, guys, what a treat! Amazing. This is a special day right here.
And I brought you some other stuff too. I'm sure.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we have chocolate covered bananas, pecan diamonds, some chocolate brownies.
Oh, we were talking about the chocolate covered bananas.
The chocolate covered banana is in a league of its own.
Yeah.
Nothing against the Sfogliatelle and cannoli, but
so what's the number one? When people come in, what's the number one seller?
The ricotta cheese cannoli.
There we go.
not even a question.
I remember what the chocolate covered banana was. It was from The Bear. You remember
That's
that was
it, yes.
as a child that was his favorite dessert.
Yeah, Oliver Platt.
Yeah, Oliver Platt's character, and that was a really special. It brought back all these childhood memories to him. So, all right. Well, we got work to do here, folks. We got to put away some pastry and so on. God, Vinny and Joey, thank you guys so much.
Hey,
for
you guys are awesome.
be here.
Man. It was such an honor to be here.
Terminating, guys. Make sure that you dive in and get some of this because it's just phenomenal. All right, we do have to take a break. We're running a little bit over, so we will be right back. Stay with us.
Who basically consider that like going to the multiplex and can go in and watch?
No, it's never happened to me.
All right.
But the judge asked, like, oh, what case are you here for? Because we were almost done, and I had to stand and say, no, that's just my mom.
I was helping my daughter fake some evidence last night.
Did the judge react? Did he find it cute?
Yeah, she just laughed. She
did. Oh,
that's awesome, though. That's great that you're doing that, and she's coming by to watch.
She's proud of her daughter.
Yeah,
Wow.
that is great.
All right, thank you, Marina.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
My uncle tries death penalty cases, and I have forever wanted to watch him.
Yeah.
I want to see him, and he won't let us.
Yeah.
He's like, no, it's too much. It's too stressful. It's
Before we talk about the lethal injection, my niece is here.
She's on the radio.
Yeah.
but same thing.
And it's just great to have her here. Now back to the injection.
No, but I'm so proud of him. I mean, he's gotten people off of death row that should have
been on death row.
No, that were falsely accused.
That's awesome.
He had to move out of a state because he got a black man off of death row.
Really?
They said as soon as this case is over, you have to move. So anyway, that's a side story. But we as a family, we are so proud of him. I would love to see him try a case, even if it's not that serious. But
I could see though you get thrown off your game. I mean, something much less is when you're a performer. When I would do stand-up comedy, my dad saw me a couple times, but when friends or people come down, it throws you off your game a bit. And if someone's life is hanging in the balance, I could see where you don't want to take the risk.
I'm going to go to, we're talking about parents embarrassing you. This sounds good. I'm going to go to Debbie. Hey there, Debbie. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Debbie?
Hi.
Hi.
So this is an area that maybe Casey is familiar with. I was a Fatima girl.
Okay. Yeah, where were you, Glen Olden?
Briarcliff.
Briarcliff, there you go.
None of us have any idea what that means.
Do you live on Rively Avenue over there? Or?
So anyway, back when young teenagers, around 14, my dad was a township commissioner, and every once in a while, he worked with the police closely, and he would every once in a while drive around with the cops in the neighborhood just to check out things. And at 14, we were walking around the neighborhood just hanging out, and there was probably about 25 of us, and the cop car kind of pulled up alongside of us. And you know how the cops have the loudspeaker bullhorn?
Yeah, they have a PA.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the cop announced with all these kids, "Is Debbie here in the crowd?" And I almost died because everyone turned around and looked at me. And then he said, "Debbie, your dad's here in the car. Come over and say hi." And everyone lost it.
Oh, I love it. Is Debbie here? We're looking for. She's on a prostitution charge.
I almost died because everyone turned around and just started laughing, and I was just like, oh, I was so embarrassed. And then I was mad. I was like, oh, my God, how could you do this to me?
It's hilarious.
A teenage
It's
girl
hilarious.
and be embarrassed in front of friends. I'll bet you were really pissed off.
Oh, my God, I was mad, yeah, because later when my dad came home, and I wasn't even, talking to him, and he was like, what are you mad at? I'm like, Dad, that was so embarrassing. He's like, I was just saying hi. I'm like, no.
That's so great.
Discreet. Be discreet.
It's cute. Yeah.
All right, Debbie, thank you. I
Debbie,
love
by
that
the
story.
way, I have two Briarcliff stories. One, I was in love with a Briarcliff girl in high school, and she wouldn't give me the time of day. Look at what you missed out on, baby. Secondly, I broke my wrist in Briarcliff as well when I was in college.
Oh. Okay.
There you go.
Maybe you and your parents can all get together and you can chat
This
about
morning,
it.
a revelation on the Preston and Steve show is Casey revealed he broke his wrist.
It was a bad one, too, man.
He says it was a bad one.
I'm going to go to Brian for another call, and we'll stay on topic here. Hey, Brian, good morning.
Good morning, it.
Good morning, it. What's up, my man?
So when I was about 15 years old, like the once a month where Dad wasn't working 90 hours that week, he would drop you off at school.
Mm-hmm.
I'm 15. He would roll down the window and yell, "Hey, Bri, you forgot to give me a kiss goodbye."
That's so great.
Oh, and would you just turn around and flip him off, or what would you do?
I would like awkwardly laugh and then walk away.
Yeah.
And then I'd get home that day from school and he's sitting there laughing his ass off still about it. And I'm like, I'm going to get you back one of these days. Now, at 32 years old, I dropped him off at the gym the other day, and I yelled out, "Dad, you forgot to give me a kiss."
Oh, that's excellent.
Awesome.
Well done, Brian.
Thank you.
Well done. Thanks, man.
Our friend Meredith just texted me. She said, I was out with my dad once, and he would say to people in front of me, "She knows Preston and Steve and Joe Conklin."
Oh, that's great.
funny.
All right, Craig Lagans is on the line. Yo, Craig, good morning.
What up, white folks?
Hey, man, how you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. One of the things my mother loved to do was she would come to a bookstore where I worked, and not only because she loved books, but she was also there to remind the other customers, if they liked me, that she was the one that got me the job.
She was boasting about getting you the job at the bookstore.
Yes, I was engaged with one customer because we both liked the same books. And she goes, "Yeah, isn't this great?" Well, this is my son. And, I saw him sitting on his ass watching TV for nothing but hours and hours. So I said, "You need to get a job." So you like the customer service, that's because of me.
That's great.
Oh.
That's awesome.
That's funny. All right, thanks, Craig. Have a good weekend, man. We'll see you.
Thank you.
All right. There was a call up here earlier, and they're not on anymore, but they say that their mom would embarrass them regularly when they would go out to eat, and would talk to the server and tell him, "Oh, he's such a picky eater. He won't," and going on and on about that, like every single time that they would go out to eat.
Yeah.
And that's just mom's indirect way of nagging at him to try to eat.
That's a Beverly
something
Goldberg, from the series. Yeah. That's exactly how she's depicted.
Let me go to Keith. Hey, Keith. Good morning.
Good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, buddy. What's up?
A few years back, I had run out of some allergy medication, and my father was on the same prescription, so I asked him if I could borrow a few.
Oh, no.
He obliged and gave me the medication, and I went to work, threw one in my mouth as always, and about 2 hours into my shift, I realized I had a bit of a sinus headache, and I kind of felt lightheaded. And then I called my dad, and I asked him what kind of medicine he gave me, because I told him I wasn't feeling too well, and he just started dying laughing on the phone. That's when he told me that, unbeknownst to me, he gave me some of his new Cialis.
Oh, my God.
He gave you Cialis.
He gave me Cialis. So I went to work, and for pretty much the duration of the afternoon, I had to sit at my desk and ask people to get stuff off the top.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, and he laughed about that and brought it up.
Talk about a unique way to embarrass your child.
I'm going to give him a boner at work.
That's a little indirect, but wow. Okay.
And for years afterwards, he would still bring up the story and remind people who, in case they had not heard the story.
Oh, so he would tell people this story. Okay.
Oh, this was one of his crowning achievements. I
Right, right.
Giving you ED pills.
God.
Yeah.
All
You
right.
have a massive erection.
Nice, Keith. Thanks for sharing. We appreciate it. All right, one more, and then we got to take a break. I'm going to go to Kevin. Hey, Kevin, good morning.
Good morning. Yeah!
Dear God.
By the way, that is a ringtone now.
Yep.
People were asking about that.
Yes.
And there's a few other things if
You
you'd
can
like
get
it.
the Yoo-Hoo tune and a few other things. What's going on, Kevin?
How much? How are you guys?
Good. All right, what's your story, bud?
So my father used to come down when I was a child, or when I had my friends over, and he used to poop with the door open while smoking a cigarette.
Poop with the door
smoking a
open while
cigarette.
smoking a cigarette while other kids are there.
Yes.
You get arrested for that nowadays.
Yeah, you're exposing yourself.
Wow.
Yes.
He just didn't
Nobody
care.
cared back then. But,
Yeah.
And apparently he didn't care either.
You know what? My friend's dad used to do that too.
Just door open?
Door open,
Smoking?
smoking a cigarette. Kid
door
you
wide
not.
open.
Bubba
He used to do it
Martin
all
was
the
his
time,
name.
even if my friends weren't there, but.
Dude,
Really-
Kevin, I also think a lot of guys who went through the military, I'm going right here. You get used to it, in front of other
Yep.
people.
Wow.
Yep.
Did you ever tell him to stop doing that, Kevin?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he didn't care.
He didn't care.
I've got to poop.
Yeah.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. I'm going to play that audio one more time, Casey. We got this whole conversation started. A TV reporter was setting up for a shoot. It wasn't live on the air, but the camera was rolling. And as he's there, his mom drives by, and they catch it.
Is it because this is my mom. Hold on. I'm trying to work right now. You over there calling my phone. This is D'Angelo. You can say hi. And don't be holding up traffic because you got cars behind you.
I love her. I love her so much.
Oh, my gosh.
So proud.
Yep. All right, well, listen, we're going to take a break. We got some guests joining us. We're going to have Moses Storm, who's going to be at the Helium Comedy Club this weekend, and Mina Starsiak from the show Good Bones will be on because she's going to be at the Philadelphia home and garden show that's going on. Do we have some tickets I can give away real quick?
Yeah. They have the winner sheet over there.
Yeah, we'll take callers 5 and 6 at 215-263 WMMR, and you will get to go to the home and garden show. And you can save on tickets at phillyhomeandgarden.com. It is at the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center in Oaks. We'll be back in a moment. I think I'm going to whip out the pipe this morning.
Yeah.
I didn't have it yesterday. Yeah, and I think I'm going to smoke a bowl right here in the studio.
all right.
That's what I'm going to do. No, it's the historian. And yesterday I didn't realize I was doing a historical story until part of the way through, and I didn't have my pipe ready.
So, but okay, I like that.
But this is...
But we're not going to mandate the pipe since you kind of came in through the other door.
This is true.
All right.
But, so this is an interesting look at the historian, by the way.
So this is a look at the historian?
No. This is an interesting take on this segment, I should
I'm sorry,
say.
I didn't go to college.
Yes, you did.
So, we live in a day and age where at least every week we'll see word of a new social media challenge. TikTok is rife with challenges. And one of the classic ones, I think, was maybe more originated on Twitter or somewhere else, but like the Tide Pod challenge.
The cinnamon
thing, yeah, where you try and
absolutely
keep that in your mouth. And we always comment on how stupid these are, and some of them we don't even acknowledge because they're so dumb. I mean, there's some that go back a few years ago, like planking. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Or the Harlem Shake.
But this time,
like that.
In this time we're at currently, because of all the social media that's available, specifically TikTok, there seems to be one every couple days.
There does. But the historian is here to tell you that throughout the history of mankind, we have been doing stupid challenges as a race. All right, as the human race, we have been taking on stupid challenges and fads. I'm going to cover some fads as well in this, okay? So
is this going to be on the test?
Sure. Then Ezra on 93.3 WMMR. It is everything that rocks, and it's a good thing that we played that band right then and there because with the lesson question, we have a chance to win tickets to see one of the members of Better Than Ezra performing. It's Kevin Griffin. And he is going to be along with Mark McGrath of Sugar Ray and Emerson Hart of Tonic for the show coming up called Ezra Ray Hart on Friday, December 5th. It will be at the Event Center at Rivers Casino. So let's go ahead and ask that question. See if you know the answer to it, and you will win tickets to this event. And like I said, it's December 5th. And the question is, what game is much more relaxing than Beat the Bomb? 610-660-9333. That was just a little while ago. It was less than an hour ago that was mentioned. What game is more relaxing than the game Beat the Bomb? 610-660-9333. If you heard and you know the answer, call now and you can win those tickets.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by the iconic Lorenzo & Sons Pizza is a Philadelphia staple with locations in Westchester, in Stateside Live, and in Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia. Visit lorenzoswestchester.com. What's up this morning, Steve?
Well, excuse me, Preston, Kim Kardashian and Kris Jenner skipping hard costumes for Halloween and dressing as TikTok sketch comedians Jay Guapo and Pink Cardigan. Both Kim and Kris were eventually rushed to the hospital after straining too hard to look hip.
Oh, my God.
Former Love Island star Pepe Garcia revealing that since leaving the show, he's had no luck finding a soulmate. However, Garcia says he's been neck deep in jerkmates.
Hey! Oh, my God.
And finally, the Bon Jovi camp working overtime to stop rumors that Richie Sambora will be part of their upcoming Never Say Goodbye tour. When asked what happened concerning Sambora, a representative responded explaining, "We say goodbye." Oh. That's right.
All righty. The question again, what game is much more relaxing than Beat the Bomb? 610-660-9333. And we will go to Donna, see if she happens to know the answer to that question. Hey, Donna, good morning. Oh, wait, hold on, Donna. Sorry, I couldn't hear you. Now, Donna, are you there?
Yes.
Excellent.
I'm here.
Okay, Donna, so what game is much more relaxing than Beat the Bomb? Do you know?
Eat the bong.
Beat the Bong. Damn right. Hang on, Donna. You've won yourself a pair of tickets as MMR and Never Ending 90s present Ezra Ray Hart Friday, December 5th at the Event Center, Rivers Casino. Kevin Griffin of Better Than Ezra, Mark McGrath of Sugar Ray, and Emerson Hart of Tonic. Together on the stage, the Never Ending 90s hit and Christmas riffs as well. You have to be at least 21 years or older to attend. Tickets available at riverscasino.com/Philadelphia.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you by Metropolitan Veterinarian Associates. And our friends at Metropolitan Veterinary Associates are helping our Camp Out for Hunger. You can stop by and donate on Wednesday, November 12th. From 8 to 10 a.m. and get a free customized Camp Out for Hunger koozie courtesy of them while supplies last. I have 3 things passed along to you. We'll start with this. Chappell Roan and the Killers have been added as guests at the 2025 Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremony coming up November 8th in Los Angeles. Roan will also induct Cyndi Lauper, sharing in a video that Lauper inspired her with her fashion and her hair and, of course, her makeup and her music. The ceremony will feature appearances by Elton John, Doja Cat, Beck, and Olivia Rodrigo.
Does it mention who the Killers are inducting?
It does not, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure if they're just a performer or if they're doing
it's
the
possible, I
inducting
guess.
or not.
Yeah.
So the show streams live on Disney Plus November 8th, 8 p.m. Eastern, with an ABC special airing on January 1st.
They've gotten a handle on how to present those so that they're less meandery.
Yeah.
And
after the edit, you mean? When they yeah. They definitely have done a number in making them more, consumable. Sting will soon be an Englishman in San Francisco.
I think you left out something.
What?
Our close personal friend.
I
Sting.
did. I'm sorry, Gordo, as we like to call him. So he will headline a Super Bowl branded concert on February 6th at the Palace of Fine Arts in San Francisco, the NFL's hospitality provider announced. And the concert will take place 2 days before the Super Bowl kicks off. Sting's set will be part of the broader Super Bowl 60 Studio 60 event, described as a weekend of unforgettable music entertainment at one of San Francisco's most iconic venues.
And ribs.
And what?
And ribs.
And ribs. Further details about the concert are scarce, though the promoter's website promises meet and greet opportunities with NFL legends and current players alike. Additionally, a second night of Studio 60 festivities will occur in the same location the following evening on February 7th, though no performance have been announced for night 2 yet. Tickets for Sting's shows start at just $750 a piece.
Gosh, that's very affordable.
And that's the opening price.
Listen, I know a lot of you can't afford to go out. We've priced them at $750 a piece.
The news comes in the wake of unusual criticism of the Super Bowl halftime show, the headlining Bad Bunny.
If things are tight, $600.
NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell defended the decision to hire Bad Bunny last week, opening that he is confident it's going to be a great show in February. Sting has previously performed at the Super Bowl halftime show. He did it in 2003, co-headlining the event with Shania Twain and No Doubt. That performance concluded with Sting performing Message in a Bottle alongside Gwen Stefani and her bandmates. And then one last thing, a video of a street performance of the White Stripes Seven Nation Army in Tehran has gone viral, even catching the attention of Jack White himself. The clip shows a group of men and women, many not wearing hijabs, gathering on the sidewalk and dancing to the music. After the video spread online, it was reposted to Jack White and the White Stripes official Instagram accounts. An Iranian singer named Shia claimed it was his band performing the song in the video, which is notable because Iran has strict laws requiring women to wear hijabs, though the current president has said the morality police shouldn't confront women about it.
I wonder if, because I saw a video, it was of a woman, she had posted a video of her, I believe it was Iran, and she had been singing a song. I couldn't see what she was singing, and it might have been this. It was just recently. When did this happen?
This was just recently, but Steve, it's not just a woman. There's a whole bunch of people.
Okay.
And they're kind of banging their heads, and there's a small group, a couple of musicians playing, but it's just
So it's just this one pocket where it happened.
Yeah, it's a
right.
group of like, I don't know, 60, 70 people or something like that, and they're singing along to Seven Nation Army and not wearing the hijabs. So anyhow, they, like I said, Iran has strict laws requiring women to wear the hijabs, though the current president said about the morality police that they shouldn't confront women about it, the morality police.
Yeah.
However, the UN reported in March that Iran continues to restrict women's rights despite public promises. And that is what I have in music news for you. All right, we take one more break. We come back. We get the letter of the day for the winter week, and then we get Pierre Robert in our studio. Tell you what he's got coming up. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Yes, I would pay attention. I would take notes if I were you. So we'll begin with something that you've probably heard of before, like the goldfish challenge.
That's a classic. Whenever from the 50s, I think of the goldfish challenge.
Talking about swallowing a goldfish?
Right, swallowing a goldfish.
Yes.
Oh.
Do you ever know anybody that swallowed a goldfish?
I do.
Me too. Yeah. You actually swallowed one?
Yeah. It was not a proud moment, but
Was
it was
it a college?
college moment.
Okay.
And I was one of two people in the room who did it. And it was we bought those goldfish specifically to do the goldfish challenge.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, the goldfish trend actually they know exactly who started it. It started at Harvard University at college in 1939 when freshman Lothrop Withington.
Lothrop?
Yes.
Lothrop, what are you doing with that fish?
Fluffy.
Oh, this is ridiculous. I hope you don't do that to the dog.
He bragged to his friends that he once swallowed a live fish.
Lothrop?
His friends put together $10 and they bet him that he couldn't do it again. Lothrop chewed up a goldfish.
He chewed it.
Won $10 and became a legend after doing that. And swallowing goldfish spread and became competitive, with students eating more and more fish to win pre-internet viral fame.
Chewing a goldfish, I did not know that was the original
Yeah,
way
are you
it was
supposed to
done.
swallow it whole?
I always heard you just pop it down.
I think it eventually turned into that.
All right.
Yes.
I had a friend who could swallow things whole and then
Regurgitate?
bring them back up. He
Wow.
would do
Yeah.
like lit cigarettes. He would do goldfish, like anything. It
There's
was like
people that can do that.
it was a
There's a
party.
guy. There's
Yeah, it
the
was
guy
on-
whose whole act.
Yeah, it was I think was he Australian?
I think he's
David
Australian.
Blaine does it too.
And he did it all over.
He would do like this. You go.
Yeah, he would go.
That sound.
He would go. And he would. Did you ever see that?
So weird.
I feel like I have. I
He
feel
would
like I
take
have.
like a miniature Rubik's cube.
Yeah.
It's completely solved. Throw it in his stomach and then mix it up.
He did light bulbs and stuff.
And then
too.
he would
Light
kick it back
bulbs.
up.
He
But
would mix it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He had incredible control of his stomach.
Did we have him in studio, or am I misremembering?
No,
we did not.
No, I don't.
I absolutely would have.
This guy
remembered that.
was big in like.
He was on Letterman a lot. and-
Exactly.
Yeah.
He was in there.
So anyhow, the swallowing goldfish spread, and the hopefully never to be broken record belongs to Clark University's Joseph Diliberado. He ate 89 fish in one sitting. The trend is not practiced widely these days, but it never fully died. You can check out YouTube for evidence.
You know, it's
on
funny.
That.
Like I'm recoiling, and I'm like, I must have eaten 60 pounds of salmon in the.
Yeah, I know.
We eat fish as human beings.
Yeah.
All right, another fad or a challenge.
Can I guess one of that time?
History? Sure.
Historian?
Yeah.
Piling in a phone booth?
Well, yes. You want me to get to that one?
Oh, that's
Because that to me, when I think of the goldfish, I think of that around the same time as the phone booth challenge.
So that was in the 1930s, and then the phone booth cramming, as they called it. Let's see, involved, of course, as many people as you could fit into a phone booth. 1959 was the high water mark of the trend, with college students from the UK, the United States, Rhodesia, and other countries trying their hand at squashing into call boxes. MIT managed to smash 19 nerds in a phone booth.
Do you guys remember seeing pictures of this?
UCLA got as high as 17, but the ultimate phone booth stuffing record was set in 1959 when 25 people in South Africa crammed themselves into one box.
How is that possible?
They would literally position themselves and you know,
yeah.
what do you call it? Contortionist,
Yes.
I guess, you know.
Listen, you talk about Mike Jerick earlier talking about being claustrophobic. Could you imagine being that in there?
No, that could be serious. Somebody could die.
So a standard phone booth, which we're looking at a picture of a standard phone booth that I remember from the time. Are other countries at that time, did they have bigger phone booths, or was they a set standard?
The UK's seemed bigger.
The call boxes,
I've been
right?
in the call boxes, so I don't really know. But this took place in South Africa. Canadian students reportedly crammed 40 kids in a box, but it turned out that they were cheating by using an extra large phone booth. So, Steve, I guess sometimes they would
liars
keep an eye on what that was. So, yes, Steve, you got that one right. All right, so another one that goes back as a stupid challenge from the past, not just viral, but this is back in the day. Pole sitting.
Yes.
Popularized in the 1920s by sailor, attention whore, Alvin Shipwreck Kelly.
Attention whore.
The pole sitting challenge, a.k.a. flag pole sitting, which I think is what that song is named after, flag pole sitter, involved staying on a small platform atop a pole for as long as possible.
It's another David Blaine thing.
This little blip on the pop culture radar went viral and then shrunk to obscurity by the end of the 1920s. It is periodically popping back up, though, like David Blaine or the Harvey Danger song. The longest pole sit ever took place from 1982 to 1984.
Oh, my God.
Long past pole sitting's golden age when H. David Werder spent 439 days on a post in Clearwater, Florida.
How do you even pull that off?
Werder's world record is a little suspect, though. He lived in a capsule on the top of a pole that seemed to have straddled the line between platform and small room. So it was kind of a, instead of being exposed to the elements that whole time.
We did our own sort of contribution to this. We had our intern at the time, Joe, sit on a toilet.
Yes.
It was in a...
It was a punishment.
Yeah.
It was in a cherry picker.
And it was... Where were we off? We were off...
It was right by 95 in the Blue Route.
Yeah, there's Pisano Concrete.
There you go. Because we knew it would be a high visibility area.
Right.
And we'd put Joe up there for 24 hours sitting on that thing. His legs got numb. Oh, man. It's poor Joe. We did some stupid things.
Should, by all rights, he should hate that.
He should hate us.
Yeah.
But anyhow, that was our version of it. We had people go by and honk their horns.
Yeah.
And it drove them crazy.
It was actually good weather, though, I remember.
Yeah, it was.
All right.
So it was okay.
Yeah, so it was fine.
So it's fine, yeah.
Other stupid challenges, and you guys all know this, but streaking. And streaking is not necessarily, it still is done today, but it was in the 1970s. People were doing it all the time.
There was a song by Ray Stevens, was it The Streak, right?
The Streak, yeah. So interrupting something by running around naked was a huge thing in the inexplicable 1970s. But
vulnerable.
Streaking has a surprisingly long history before then. You can go back to Lady Godiva, who supposedly rode naked through Coventry in the 11th century. In America, our ultimate streaker was George William Crump, or the first streaker, I should say. He was suspended from Washington and Lee University for streaking incident in 1804. He went on to become a congressman, by the way. The trend caught on in a mass way in the 1960s, and by the mid-1970s was inspiring novelty songs, dinner table arguments, and mass streaking runs. The fad's high watermark was the 1974 Academy Award ceremony.
Yes.
Where the presentation for the Best Picture Award was interrupted by a nude hippie running out of the wings, flashing a peace sign, and then dashing off stage.
I think it was in front of David Niven, was it not?
It was, yes. He was, I guess, either the host or he was presenting the award.
And he
at
had a
that
good
time.
comeback. Do you remember what it was?
I don't remember what it was. You remember what he
I
said?
guess we can see his shortcomings.
Nice. The streaker, gallery owner, and pioneering gay rights activist Robert Opel said that he posed as a journalist to get backstage, but many think the stunt was planned since Opel wasn't arrested or was doing press interviews right after the ceremony.
Yeah. I mean, with all the security, but it was kind of wild. So at that time, I also remember, and it wasn't a trend that other people were doing or a viral sort of thing, pre-viral, but Morgana, remember her? She would run out onto...
The big boob lady?
Yes, yeah. And she would kiss athletes on the field.
She would go to kiss.
Yeah.
And, but there weren't, like, a lot lot doing that.
No, she was the only one.
She did her own thing. However, here's another one for you, and this is a weird little, more of a fad, really. Intentionally infecting yourself with parasites to lose weight was a trend that began in the early 1900s. And people would swallow a pill said to contain tapeworm eggs so the worms could live in their guts and steal their food. It doesn't seem to have been all that widespread, and there's doubt that the pills advertised in the Victorian age periodicals even contained tapeworms, but still, some people bought them.
So this was primarily during what years?
It was around turn of century.
Victorian age, so
early 1900s.
Huh.
Yeah.
And there's a
Now,
video
I
that
put
came out
Ebola in my coffee.
I'm sorry, Steve. There's a video that came out 2 years ago. It's called The Tapeworm Diet, Pros and Cons. And so I guess maybe people still consider this.
Well, there you go. It says in this article, it's still a thing today. This woman in Iowa said she bought a tapeworm off the internet and swallowed it to lose weight. And even Khloe Kardashian said she wanted to give it a try.
Oh, my God.
For the record, tapeworms can lead to malnutrition, anemia, discharge of prolatids, and even death.
Yeah, sign me up.
It won't help you lose weight either. Any tapeworms that could theoretically be found in pill form wouldn't be the kind that leads to weight loss anyway.
But you always have someone to sing a duet with.
Yeah. How do you kill a tapeworm?
You
Once
put a
it's-
firecracker up your ass.
Once it's in your body? Don't know.
Okay.
I mean, I've heard stories of them going in and surgically removing tapeworms.
Exactly. They used to be the old, and this had to be a wives' tale, where you would not eat for a while and you would hold the food up, and the tapeworm would come up out of your.
Shut up.
I
That's
swear
funny.
to God. Yeah, that was an old wives' tale. Wow. That's how you got rid of a tapeworm.
The things that people will do to lose weight. Here's another fad where we're talking about, fads and challenges on TikTok today, and there have been plenty of them throughout the years. In the 1970s and 80s, many doctors prescribed jaw wiring to overweight patients.
Yes, I remember that.
I knew someone.
They got the jaw
A
wired.
friend of the family had her jaw. She was obese.
Yeah.
Had her jaw wired shut to keep her from eating. But you know what she did? She drank beer like crazy.
Oh, my
no
God.
kidding. Yeah.
Didn't matter.
Yep.
Still packed on the calories.
She didn't lose any weight.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
Hey, what were those diet pills that were pretty popular back in the 80s?
Yes.
Hydroxycut?
No.
Was it called Fuel?
There were actually diet pills for a while called AIDS.
Yeah, no, this one, it is, think of like a red and clear capsule, and inside the clear part of the capsule.
Diatrim?
Diatrim.
Diatrim.
Yeah, I remember
That's
those.
what I think. And essentially it was
Caffeine.
It was
Great song from Blues Traveler. It's Hook on 93.3 WMMR. It's everything that rocks. How you doing, friend? We're coming to the end of our work day, at least on the air that goes. And I know you probably have a few hours left, but hang in there. Cloudy skies for the course of today. Not necessarily a great day. High 57. It's going to be better than tomorrow because we do have rain in store for us tomorrow. High of 64. But then Friday for Halloween, we're looking at partly cloudy skies, high 59, windy. Keep that in mind. It's going to be a little blustery, making things feel a little bit cooler. So just be prepared and you should be good to go.
That's a fine Halloween scenario, though. A blustery autumn evening on a Friday, especially when the earlier prediction was showers all day and night.
Yeah, we'll take this over rain any day. So just heads up on all of that. A couple of notes. The BirdBot pop-up shop is wrapping up today. It's your last chance to get out and purchase your BirdBot merch. And you can do it through the rock shop at WMMR.com. There's all kinds of BirdBot logoed things.
You mentioned the for the holidays, Preston. I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, I think you can buy this for an Eagles fan. There's hoodies and smaller stuff too, like koozies, and they have the stadium-friendly waste bag that's clear and it's got the BirdBot logo on it. And of course, I mean the green and white striped custom bib overalls. Come on, man. So you can get those now, but today's the last day. So make those purchases and get a gift for somebody who is a big fan. And I'm going to mention this one more time, and I know it's a little bit late in the day to do it, but we're looking to get some drum lines for the Camp Out for Hunger. Thank you. I almost said Cardboard Classic. But we're going to look for a different performance each day from a drum line just to add a little cool audio and exciting dynamic to the event. And if you are in a drum line or know somebody who works with a drum line or is involved in it, tell them to text the word drum to our text number 610-660-9333. And you can apply through there. So I'm going to just pass that along one more time. Thank you to our guests. We had David Schratwieser and George Anastasia on.
Yeah.
These guys have covered in the media for a long, long time the mob inner workings of Philadelphia, and they were consulted on this show on Netflix. It's one of the top shows in the country. It's number 2 in the country. It's called Mob Wars, Philadelphia versus the Mafia. It's wild. And it's all about the early 90s mob and what was going on and the hits that were taking place and all the surveillance. It's a pretty wild story.
They're featured prominently throughout it, too, because these guys are just about as expert level as you can get on all this.
Yep. So we thank them for coming by. And our good friend Derrick Pitts of the Franklin Institute, the chief astronomer. We were talking about 3I Atlas, which is this celestial body that some people think might be a alien in nature.
And he was pretty clear. He believes it's an alien battleship.
100%.
Yeah.
No, but, he's a scientist, and he's like, you don't have to worry about it. And then finally, surprise guests this morning, Vinny and Joey of Termini Brothers came by today. They brought by, and I don't even remember how to say it. Svoyadel. Thank you very much. They brought by those, but the home run that I just had, that Casey and I sampled, and Marissa as well, but Marissa has had it before, is their chocolate covered banana.
These things are huge.
It's a half banana that's on top of an almond-based flavored cookie with some kind of raspberry jam or something like that.
We are the music makers, and we are the dreamers of dreams.
Thank you, Mr. Wonka. And it's covered in chocolates. Out of this world, man. So
I got to try some.
You can eat your way through Termini Brothers. I believe it's just Termini.com. TERMINI.com.
Preston, I'd love to get in one of those and eat myself out.
Yeah. Get in that and eat yourself out. As a nod to Karen Rogers. Way back when she said that one day about a pumpkin pie, if I recall correctly. All right, we need to do the letter of the day. You ready?
I got you.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by the letter
H, as in hermetically.
We're going to give away as the Word of the Week prize on Friday a pair of tickets as MMR Rocks Rush, the 50-something tour, Friday, August 21st at Xfinity Mobile Arena. Tickets are on sale for both shows. Friday, they're going to be the shows are on the 21st and 23rd of August. And they go on sale at noon Friday via Ticketmaster. And for all the ticket information, you can also check out the pre-sale stuff at WMMR.com. We will take this moment to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show has been brought to you today by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors, and also Dunkin'. And, of course, the Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Tomorrow, it's all about you, Subaru, as we'll be broadcasting live from Subaru of America. And that is, of course, in Camden, New Jersey. And they raised the largest amount for the 10th year in a row
and they
at our Camp Out for Hunger.
Yeah.
So we owe them a live broadcast, and we're going to make good on that tomorrow. Should be a good time, and we will bring it all to you here on MMR. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have yourself a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.